Thank you. Welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee number 5, Justice and Communities. For the additional round of budget estimates 2025-2026, I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today, and I pay my respects to elders, past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name's Sue Higginson. I am acting chair of this committee. I welcome Minister Catley and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios Police and Counter-Terrorism and the Hunter. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge all witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome all, and thank you for making the time to give evidence. There is a matter just to deal with briefly beforehand, and at the request of the Minister, and thank you Minister, the Crime Commissioner and Ms Kate Marr, the committee has followed a request and decided to excuse you and ask for you to return at 2 p.m. Thank you. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Deputy Commissioner Hudson, Deputy Commissioner Pizzanos, and you have already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry, and therefore you do not need to be sworn again. For all other witnesses, as you did not attend the initial round of hearings, you will now be sworn prior to giving evidence. I ask if you could please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation. And we'll start with you, Acting Deputy Commissioner.
Thank you. Scott Cook, Acting Deputy Commissioner, Metropolitan Field Operations. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Malcolm Arthur Lanyon, Commissioner. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Dean Raymond Smith, Deputy Commissioner, Corporate Services, New South Wales Police Force. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Kirsty Hayward, Assistant Commissioner, Police Prosecutions Licensing Enforcement Command. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you to all of you. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the crossbench and the opposition members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45, and then again at 5:15pm. And given the order of questions today, I will commence with questions from the crossbench. So thank you again, all of you, for joining. And Commissioner Lanyon, I note that this is your first estimates as in your position of Commissioner, so welcome. Thank you. Minister, do you accept that the Premier's intolerance for protest and this government's sweeping anti-protest laws led to the inevitable police violence that took place at Town Hall?
I think it's important that we put this in context, and that is that we had seen a couple of years, 2 years in fact, of terrible unrest on our streets, particularly in our eastern suburbs with our Jewish community. And then in December, when we saw that terrible terrorist attack where 15 people were murdered, our life changed forever here in this town, in this city, in this state, and indeed in the country. And I think in relation to the parameters put around the protest, particularly after that event, I think that they were absolutely necessary. We are working in a different climate. We'll never be the same again, and it's important that we try to keep the heat down and be a community that is more tolerant. And I think that the changes that were made for the right reasons.
So how do you reconcile that with the behaviour of the police at that event? You're talking about safety, things have changed forever, we need to take things down. How do you, as Police Minister in these times, reconcile the violence that took place on part of the police against protesters on that night?
Well, again, it's important to have the context. The police had been working with PAG, with the group, with Josh Lees in particular, for about 10 days, trying to negotiate.
Minister, respectfully, are we really going down the context path?
Yeah,
Like
absolutely, because it's
really?
important to have the context, yes. And
So are we going to suggest that...
Point of order.
I'll hear the point of order.
The Minister is directly answering your question.
And I'm entitled to ask
and
questions.
you're
I hear
cutting,
the point of order.
And you're cutting her off.
I hear the point of order. Thank you. I'll take the point of order. Minister, are you suggesting
Are you
that-
upholding the point of order?
Yeah, I am. I'm asking another question. You interrupted. I'm now asking another
I'm not
question.
to interrupt, Chair. I took a point of order because you are interrupting the Minister.
Are you finished now?
Well, are you?
Minister, are you suggesting that in certain contexts, police violence against citizens in the community protesting is justified?
I think that your question does need context, so I will continue. So they had been negotiating for up to about 10 days. Obviously, the PAG group had said that they wanted to continue to march to Parliament from Town Hall. The police came up with an alternative route, which PAG had actually participated on that route in the past quite willingly. And the reason for that was to keep calm on the streets. We had another group of Jewish community down at the ICC who were mourning, and then we had a group of people who would have an opposite ideology coming to the town hall. So it was important to keep those two communities separate. There's
Thank
no doubt
you.
about that.
Thank
well,
you.
if I can just finish. Also, by that day, a court made an order that it shouldn't go ahead.
No,
the police
Minister,
had asked
can I
that it shouldn't
interrupt
go
you?
ahead,
Can I
and the
interrupt you?
government
You might want
asked
to
for it
change
not to
your
go
evidence
ahead.
there. You might want to change your evidence. You've just provided entirely false evidence to this committee. A court did not say a protest can't go ahead.
I didn't
that
say
day.
it said it shouldn't. I said it shouldn't go ahead. They said it was dangerous, and they said it was unsafe. Given the fact that police look at the risk assessment around community safety, then the court agreed that it shouldn't go ahead because there was too many people and it was unsafe.
The protest went ahead, the police facilitated that protest, and then the police engaged in violence. So are you taking responsibility for the state violence that was carried out by the New South Wales Police Force that night upon citizens of this state?
Well, my understanding is that agreement was made that it would be a stagnant protest and there would be no marching. It wasn't until a small group, most people had already left the surrounds and headed home after what was a peaceful rally, and there was a small group that decided that they were going to be belligerent, they were going to disregard the court, the government and the police, and they took them on. The
So
people
they
who should
deserve
be
to get-
the people
they
who should be
deserve to get
apologising are the people who are in charge of that group, the people in charge of PAG. They deliberately, people thought they were going there, innocent people thought they were going there to a peaceful rally, and it turned nasty
Minister,
because of the intentions
Minister,
of those
PAG
who were in charge. They owe the community and those innocent
Point of
people an
order.
apology.
Point
Thanks,
of order.
Minister.
I would ask the chair to direct that the person interjecting on the minister cease doing so.
Thanks, no problem. Minister, so are you suggesting that it was the Palestine Action Group's fault that the police individuals who assaulted members of the community, that it was the Palestine Action Group's fault?
I think that the Palestine Action Group were very untruthful to the community. They had told them that they weren't going to march, they were going to have a stagnant protest. That was facilitated, as we know, and then they went on to chant certain things and to encourage people to march.
Minister, do you know how many people were there?
It's in defiance of
Do you know how
what they had said
Do you
they were
know how
going
many
to do,
people
so
were
they're
at
not
the
to be
march?
trusted.
Do you know how many people were at the rally that night?
Thousands, as was reported.
Do you know how many
Well,
thousands?
police think about a bit over 3.
Bit over 3. Have you heard other estimates of how many people were there?
Only what I've read in the paper, but
Have you heard
Well,
that there may
I
have been
I rely on the experts,
over
that's for sure.
10,000 people that gathered?
I read 30, actually. Yeah, I don't think that to be true.
Do you acknowledge, have you apologised to the Muslim community for the police violence that was inflicted upon peaceful people?
Look, I have spoken with the Muslim community in relation to this, and like the Commissioner, the police did not intend, I don't think, to cause any. They work so closely with the Muslim community. We're very lucky, in fact, and we have our Maclos who work with them.
So have you
endlessly.
apologised publicly to the Muslim community?
Well, look, the reality is, I think that it's, this is all going to come out, obviously, in the LEC inquiry, and I think that we should let LEC do its work. But I have worked and will continue to work very, very closely. I'm terribly sorry that they went to a march and thought that it was going to be peaceful, and it turned out not to be peaceful, and they got caught up in it.
So it was their fault. So it was their fault that what happened to them happened to them. Terribly sorry they went.
No, I'm terribly sorry that they thought they were going to something that was going to be peaceful.
Well, it was peaceful, Minister, until the police started assaulting people, wasn't it?
Well, that's your
that
version. No, I've already explained to you what was the facts, which was that this group, PAG, had said that they were going to have a stagnant protest, and they deliberately defied.
Minister, do you really think...
Can I just finish, please?
Minister, can I just ask? Oh, Greg.
Well,
Yes.
don't go, Greg, Chair. I mean,
Yes.
you know what the point of order is.
Thanks, Greg. I uphold your point of order.
Thank you.
Minister.
So can I finish?
Sure, go for it.
So they deliberately defied, as I said, what the court had ordered, what the police had put in place, and what the government
what the court
asked.
ordered, Minister.
It's my strong view that they do owe the community apology. A lot of people, innocent people, who would never consider going to a rally like that and to cause such
So, Minister, I'm going to
violence.
take it that your evidence here today and your view and your belief is that it's the Palestine Action Group's fault that the police set upon innocent, peaceful people, including people who had been given permission to pray by the police. That's what you're saying here and now.
No, that's what you're saying. I'm saying that the Palestinian Action Group made a firm commitment, that they were going to have
whom?
a
To
the
whom?
police who they were negotiating
and
with.
on behalf of 10,000 people. Is that what you're suggesting? Do you understand how protests work?
I've been to many protests, and the organisers are in charge. It's their responsibility. So yes, for however many people turned up there, whether it's 3, 5 or 10, the Palestinian Action Group were the authority who were looking after that protest group. So yes, they do have responsibility.
Minister,
that is correct.
have any police officers been stood down, or are they being investigated for the violence that they perpetrated on people?
Well, you know very well that there is a LEC investigation because you wrote to LEC and asked for it. So we need to let LEC do that work.
So you're not doing you haven't suggested to the Commissioner or any other police officers that they should be proactive and they should be investigating and they should be standing people down who may have engaged in excessive force?
Well, I would like you to know very firmly that I would not be suggesting that to the Commissioner. That would be the Commissioner's responsibility.
Have you seen the videos?
I will not be. I would never, and I have not asked him to stand any police officer down.
Mr. Benazia.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Minister. The 2021 coronial inquest into John Edwards, the coroner described the firearms registry as wholly inadequate and the deaths examined were found to be preventable. Do you accept those findings of the coroner?
I would not dispute those.
do you accept that the coroner also said that licensing failures enabled people that shouldn't have had a licence to gain access to one?
There were absolutely problems there, and the coroner is correct. But as you very well know, there has been a significant change with the registry, and obviously
we'll debate that later. Do you accept that the coroner did not attribute the failures to workload or resourcing, but attributed the failures to risk assessment, training, and supervision?
I wouldn't dispute the coroner.
So not workload, not funding, but governance of the firearms registry.
Well, as I was just about to say, and as you very well know, the registry has had a significant overhaul since that time, and all of those matters have been addressed and the recommendations from the coroner, and I believe that the registry now is working very well. You wouldn't agree with the statement that serious registry failures have continued since that inquest? Well, certainly not in the period that I have been the minister.
Well, let's go through it. So, obviously you weren't the minister at this time, but in 2020, the registry issued a licence to Jihad Jack under a pseudonym. So, once again, demonstrating failures to properly identify people applying for a licence. And it wasn't until 2023 that licence was revoked. In 2022, you had the 2 police officers in Queensland tragically shot, and part of that was attributed to the lack of information sharing between New South Wales Police and Queensland Police around licensing. And now we fast forward to when you are in charge, and you have not proper information sharing between the registry, New South Wales Police and counter-terrorism, resulting in someone getting a licence that they shouldn't have never got, and committing those atrocious acts. So are you saying that those things aren't still showing a continued pattern of behaviour in terms of registry's poor performance?
Well, I'm not going to comment, obviously, because that matter will be in relation to the Bondi incident.
Well, what about Jihad Jack getting a licence? What about them failing to tell Queensland Police that someone has gone over onto the border that they're doing a supposed welfare check on that is unstable and might have firearms? Well,
I'm not going to comment on, as I say, since I've been here, just the last one, which is the Bondi incident, and that. Obviously, I think we should make this very clear in this hearing now. There is a Royal Commission looking into that.
Which doesn't, the terms of reference don't go anywhere near to look at the agencies at all.
Well, that's for the federal government. There's a critical incident and there will be a court case, okay? So I'm not going to comment on that. All of that, I'm sure, will be looked at during those processes. But what I will say is that part of the reforms that we made at late last year is the sharing of information, intelligence information, with the federal intelligence agencies. And in fact, at our police ministerial meeting, that was one of the outcomes of that, which is an uplift to make sure that we do have that intelligence. I agree with you that it's critically important, and that was an area of concern. And as we've discussed before, Mr Banasiak, the NCAT process, the NCAT review process, was a real problem for that, because the federal agencies had concerns that they would be releasing information that wasn't information that should be released, and that is why we have changed that process.
Well,
so I think you would have to agree that we've addressed that.
Well, given that we're ventilating private discussions, I'll ventilate what I said to you about that argument. And the federal agencies have the same protection of releasing private information or intelligence that the police in New South Wales have, and quite frequently use, or have frequently used in NCAT, where they clear the courtroom or the hearing room and basically disclose the police intelligence to the magistrate, and then the person walking back in has no understanding as to what they're defending themselves against, and generally findings are found against them. So there are, that's a furphy that's been put to you by, it's a furphy that's been put to you by the federal agencies, because there is already provisions that are readily utilised to deal with that issue.
I can only be guided by their concerns.
Well, you've been misguided, Minister.
I can only be guided by their concerns, and I can only address the issues
Minister,
that they have raised, and that's what we have done.
On the 3rd of February, I asked a question in the House, which was taken on notice, regarding the 3-year licensing delay of the individual that we now identify as one of the terrorists, questioning why there was a 3-year delay in adjudication. That was due back to me 3 days ago. Is there a reason why your office or the police don't want to adhere to parliamentary rules about getting answers back to Parliament that have been taken on notice?
No, I apologise for that if that is the case. I thought that, anyway, can I come back to you on that? But I'll answer the question nonetheless. As you have just said, well, not specifically about backlogs, but prior to the reforms that were made to the gun registry, it was in terrible shape. That's the truth of it, and I've said this before.
But it never, even in the terrible shape it had, and my office deals with these firearms issues day in, day out, you know that, and we've personally dealt with some of the commissioners or deputy commissioners here on those issues. It has never taken 3 years to adjudicate on a firearms licence one way or the other. We've never had a case come across our desk in the 6-7 years I've been here where it takes 3 years to adjudicate a licence. The most, even during the turbulent times where your representatives described the registry as a big black bucket in terms of its database, it only ever took 6 to 7 months to adjudicate on a firearms licence one way. That was the average adjudication that we were getting across our desk. So,
I've been told different information back then that there were several thousand applications waiting to be processed through the paper processing that was in place.
Are you able to table any evidence like dashboard reports that would
Well, we wouldn't
show
have
that?
dashboard reports because we didn't have a digital system. That's part of the problem. And there was a flood, as we know, in the registry as well. Look, I'm not trying to make excuses. As I said to you, it was inadequate. I couldn't agree with you more that it was inadequate. And I've been told there were thousands, and it was not unusual to have 2+ years for licence applications to actually be finalised. And that is wrong. And it is, it's not satisfactory.
260,000 licence holders would disagree with you on that, but I'll move on.
I thought that they thought it was inadequate.
No, they thought that they don't believe that there's ever been a 3-year adjudication delay. They totally disagree, and I agree with them. Can I go back to the coroner's inquest into Edwards? Has anyone from registry executive ever been disciplined over the coronial findings, particularly overlooking crucial evidence that Edwards had a domestic violence record the length of your arm?
I would have to refer to the Commissioner.
Mr. Lanyon, has anyone from the registry ever faced disciplinary measures for their what can only be described as incompetence and negligence in their duty?
Mr. Banasiak, if I could refer that to Deputy Commissioner Hudson or Assistant Commissioner Haywood, might be able to have
Happy
that.
to.
So not to my knowledge, my understanding is those deeply involved in the Edwards matter left the organisation.
Under their own steam?
In some, under their own steam, yes.
All of them under their own steam, or some?
All those that disengaged left under their own steam, but that's my recollection. We can take it on notice to get but I'm not aware. I inherited the registry sometime later, but not aware of any disciplinary action taken against any individual for the Edwards matter.
So none of them were referred for professional standards or criminal investigation?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So none of them went to LEC?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Can you take it on notice to find out as to whether any of them did? Because that, from the outside looking in, no one was held accountable for those catastrophic failures.
I think certain individuals held themselves potentially accountable and left the organisation.
Are you saying because they left that's an admission of guilt?
No, not necessarily, but perhaps not
or they
wanting...
left to escape any possible...
No, I'm not saying that either. I think that their appetite for doing that type of work may have expired.
Thank you. Ms Carter.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister. And Good morning to all the officers who are here. I'd just like to acknowledge we've had a really hard time in New South Wales, and I'd like to acknowledge the great role that the police have played, and thank you for everything. Minister, from whom did you receive your first briefing about the repatriation of female members of ISIS?
Mr Hudson.
From Mr Hudson?
Sorry, I'll just clarify that. Firstly, and thank you for acknowledging the police. It's very much appreciated. Not about repatriation, just New South Wales Police's role, and it was Mr Hudson that I got that from.
Okay, and how many are returning to New South Wales?
Mr Hudson might be able to answer that question.
Mr Hudson?
I think the numbers are a little fluid at the moment, ma'am, but my understanding is 5 adult females and 7 children.
And in which police districts is it proposed that these women and their children will be residing?
I can answer that. It's obviously not the police's decision to make those decisions, not police that will make those decisions. In fact, police are just part of a government response, and obviously we'll just make sure that the community is safe.
And in which police districts will they be residing?
Well, it's not our decision, so I have no idea.
So when will you be informed where they are residing so appropriate support and security measures can be put in place?
Well, the government, I think it's the Premier's Department and DCJ in leading that. They will advise. Police are part of those discussions. They will advise.
So even though there's significant counter-terrorism measures that may be required, you as Minister for Counter-Terrorism aren't directly involved in these discussions?
We're very ably represented by Mr Hudson.
And so where will they be residing, Minister?
As I've just answered that question.
That you don't know?
Well, no, the question is, police don't do it, and nor does the police minister
so the
make
Premier
those
will be
decisions.
handling all of that.
I didn't say that either.
Thank you.
I said that it's run by the Premier's Department, the Department of Premier and DCJ.
So the Premier's not dealing with it, the Premier's Department is dealing with it,
I'm
is
not
that right?
speaking for the Premier. I know it to be the Premier's Department and DCJ.
So this is a matter that the ministers aren't involved in, it's simply being handled by the executive. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, I've been briefed, as I just described to you.
You've been briefed, but you're not an active decision maker in the repatriation of female members of ISIS and their families to New South Wales.
Well, I think that your question is incorrect. I have been briefed by Mr Hudson, and the two departments are heading that, yes.
Minister, I put to you that what you've just told us is that you are not a decision maker, that you're out of the conversation and you are being briefed by Mr Hudson, which is entirely appropriate, but being briefed and making decisions about these very important matters to the people of New South Wales are very different things.
Well, I think, again, here we are, loading yet more work onto the police. The police do not make that decision.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Reports indicate that Naveed Akram was issued a Class 1 security licence in August 2024, and this enabled him to work as an unarmed security guard. Which New South Wales agency issued that licence?
That is not the same person that we are referring to, who was part of the Bondi attack. It's somebody who has the same name.
So you've made inquiries in relation to that?
Yes, we can confirm that is the case.
Great, thank you very much.
So that is not true.
And have you reviewed the licensing and vetting process for Class 1 security licences since December 2025?
Not since December 25, but it has no relationship. The security, we have very robust licensing around security officers, and it has no relationship to the person that you're referring to.
It's still an important question whether it's related or not. When was the last time these processes were reviewed?
We did a review in, can you remember the year? 24? 23.
23. And given the terror issues that we've seen since then, when can we expect the next review to take place?
Well, we do work with other states in relation to that, and the biggest issue is mutual recognition, so that is something that we're working towards. We do that through the Ministerial Council.
Okay, and when will the next review take place?
I'm not sure the date of the statutory review, but
when is the next review that you as Minister will direct, because this is an important issue of community safety?
Well, our security legislation is actually, our licensing regime is very robust. We haven't had significant problems in relation to it, have we, recently, since we made our changes? Mr Hudson, is that your recollection?
Can I just stop you there, Minister? Do we wait till we experience significant problems with security, or as Minister, are you proactive in ensuring that the people of New South Wales are protected?
Well, in relation to the security licensing, if you have an issue with it, I'd love for you to discuss it with me,
Okay.
Mrs. Carter, and we'd certainly welcome your contribution.
Thank you, Minister. What's the current staffing level in the Firearms Registry?
Oh, I do have that. Have you got the numbers? 84.
84. And given the additional responsibilities which you've recently given to the Firearms Registry, for example, licence renewal every 2 years rather than 5, how are you augmenting staff in the registry?
There will be an uplift. At the moment, the Commander is looking at putting some people on, I think an expression of interest has gone out for a further 6 staff to start. So that's happening immediately.
And when will those additional 6 staff be employed?
When they go through the recruitment process.
Well, what's the timeline? When is it in the budget that those extra members of staff will be on board?
Can you give a date? Yeah, it's being absorbed within the registry.
The positions are available. We are advertising them. I'm aware there's a number of people on talent pools, so I'm expecting those positions to be filled quite soon.
Great, thank you very much. And Minister, what inquiries have you made to determine how Sajid Akram received a firearms licence in 2023?
That will be part of the Royal Commission, the court case that we'll have forthcoming as well, and the critical incident. So I'm not going to prejudice that by commenting on that.
So you haven't initiated any inquiries into how Sajid Akram got his gun licence?
You would know very well that would be inappropriate for me to discuss that in this forum or any public forum.
Minister, I don't know why it would be inappropriate. Surely it is entirely appropriate that we understand how somebody who was responsible for one of the worst terrorist incidents in our history got a gun licence in New South Wales.
You know very well that that will be part of those investigations, and you should not be forcing this approach on, because it will be absolutely mischievous of you to continue to do so.
Minister, I contest that. Why shouldn't we know now how he got a gun licence?
You know that will be contested in both a court of
Minister,
law.
contested how?
Well, it'd be part of the investigation, I should say. Pardon me. It'll be a court of law. There is a
Minister,
significant court case here for murder.
Minister, what is the last murder case in which an issue has been how somebody got the licence for the implement of murder? The murder case deals with, did a person pull a trigger, not how they got the licence. It is not an issue for the court. It is an issue for you as Minister to determine.
It's not for me to determine
To
if someone gets a
inquiry to
licence.
determine.
That's the Commissioner's responsibility. I am not going to talk about those circumstances around a person who is allegedly convicted of these offences.
Just to be clear, since the 14th of December 2025, you have not caused any inquiries to be made as into the processes by which a gunman received a gun licence in New South Wales.
Yes, I've had a full briefing, but I will not be discussing that publicly.
So you know how he got it?
Yes.
And what measures have you taken to address any issues that were raised in that briefing?
So we've obviously made the changes to the legislation, and as I've just been discussing with Mr Banaziag, particularly in relation to the federal intelligence agencies, we're going to streamline those processes, which I think are absolutely significant, and very pleased that we're going to be doing.
Or have already, Minister?
We haven't changed it yet. It will be, but the federal government have to participate in that as well, which their legislation has also been changed. I don't know if it's been assented to or not yet.
Minister, I just would just join my colleague in relation to trying to understand how you can come here today and say that although you've had a briefing in relation to the issue of the licence, that you are in some way prevented from being able to disclose the content of that briefing to this inquiry.
Well, I'm very cautious because I do not want to prejudice a very important court case that's before us.
Did you obtain advice in relation to that?
Well, I got a briefing on, the question was how did he get his gun licence? I got a briefing on that.
Did you obtain advice about the manner in which you could give evidence today about whether it would prejudice a further hearing in relation either to the trial or the Royal Commission about evidence which you might give here today?
I'm going to be very cautious with it, Mr. Tudy Hope. It's as simple as that. I absolutely am. It's
So
too
you're
important.
cautious?
It's too important that the court case that's going ahead is too important for us to sit here like some sort of jury when we know that a court of law is going to look into these matters, as it appropriately should.
We're not asking you to be a jury. We're just saying to you, you have come here today to answer questions in relation to your ministerial responsibility, one of which is the issue of gun licences. And a person had a gun licence who committed an atrocity on the 14th of December. Why aren't you able to tell us this morning, other than saying I am being cautious, as to how he got that licence?
He went through the process to get the gun licence like anybody else would.
And in relation to that process, you've received a briefing. Were there any anomalies which you could identify or which were contained in that briefing in relation to the issue of that licence?
Well, I think what I've referred to as having the national intelligence agencies working hand in glove with the state intelligence agencies will be a very important body of work when it comes to issuing gun licences.
Well, Mr Banasiak, asked you some questions in relation to a 3-year period. Is it your understanding that representations were made in relation to the issue of that gun licence by any of your federal colleagues or federal agencies?
Well, that is already done as a matter of course now in relation to the access or applying for a gun licence, yes.
And was that...
Well, now you're going to start asking what the... look, I just think...
I'll come back to it.
Yeah, right.
Minister, did anyone you know personally write a reference for Mr Akram to assist him to obtain his licence?
Not to my knowledge.
So that wasn't part of your briefing, who provided references?
I did not get a briefing on that, no.
Okay. Mr Hudson, do you know if anybody looked at who provided references that may have assisted in the licence grant?
I'm not, ma'am. No, I'm not.
Has anybody caused that to be looked at?
I don't think it's a requirement.
Has anybody caused that to be looked at, whether or not it's a requirement of a licence process?
Well, it's not part of the process.
To
you don't
have
need
a
a letter
reference.
of reference. You don't need a letter of a reference. Is that what your question is?
No, I'm asking, was a reference part of the application at any stage?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, thank you. Minister, what have you done to ensure that no other terrorist can be issued with a gun licence?
Well, I think I've just answered that in relation to what's happening with our federal intelligence agencies.
So what's going to happen at a date that you can't actually clarify?
Correct.
Okay, and in terms of the changes that this Parliament made on Christmas Eve, when will the provisions with respect to guns come into force?
Which part of it?
All of the provisions other than the protest provisions, Minister. All the ones relating to guns, the gun registry, everything to do with that.
Okay, so the limit has already been enacted. In relation to the buyback, in relation to classifications and the other components, I'm working with stakeholders very closely. I think that's very important that we work closely with them, and we will enact progressively those components of the legislation as we land on a position that people are comfortable with.
So it was so important that Parliament needed to be recalled, and we were all here till 3 o'clock on Christmas Eve, but 2 months later you can't even give us a date when those provisions will be active?
Well, the regulation is due for it to be rewritten by September, so I'm working within that time frame.
So we pass laws in December, and you're telling us maybe by September things will be operative?
Yes.
What was the rush on December 24th at 3 a.m, Minister?
Protest.
Well, we did have a very significant event take place, and I think that the community expect their government to take action. And this is a government that will not walk back from the action that it has taken.
And action is going to begin in September, according to you.
A terrorist event where 15 Australian citizens were murdered, we take that very, very seriously. And are
We
you
all do,
suggesting
Minister.
that?
We all do.
Are you suggesting that the government's position that to remove guns from our streets, we have almost 1.2 million guns in New South Wales, and the government wants to reduce that number, and that is why we took that action to try to prevent guns from being in the hands of people who shouldn't have them.
Minister, we are in furious agreement about making the streets of New South Wales safer. We were here at 3 o'clock in the morning on Christmas Eve. What we don't understand is why what was pushed through in December isn't actually going to be operative until September. But if I can take you to the guns buyback, New South Wales, I believe, has allocated $150 million to fund the gun buyback.
I haven't been privy to that.
So you don't know how much has been allocated by
Well, we're
New South Wales
negotiating.
to fund the guns buyback?
I'm working with the federal government on that.
So you can't confirm how the gun buyback is going to be paid for?
As I said, we are working with the federal government. We need to get a position with them. We're just going 50-50. That was agreed to at the Ministerial Council, and I'm working, very proactively with them.
How is New South Wales going to fund its 50% share?
Well, the Premier and the Treasurer have made that financial commitment.
So you're the police minister, you're responsible for guns, and you have no idea how the gun buyback is going to be funded.
Well, what's important is that we work out exactly what that process is. And I don't think it'd be putting the horse before the cart if we said how much it's going to be before we know exactly how much we're going, like what the structure looks like. So no, I intend to do the right thing, work with industry, make sure that we get this right, that people are being compensated, and then we will have a much better idea of how much that will cost. That is the prudent thing to do.
So is this the way you approach all policy? You put out the idea and then you work out how it's going to be paid for and exactly what the structure for delivery will be?
Well, we're very fortunate actually that Western Australia had been through this process quite recently. I've met with the police minister there and others, so I feel quite confident that we're definitely going in the right direction there, and we've been able to lean on them for advice and assistance.
And how much did they tell you it was going to cost you in New South Wales?
Oh, well, they didn't tell me how much it was going to cost in New South Wales.
And how are they funding it in Western Australia?
I think they've spent 60 million so far. They've got a lot less guns than us, though. But what I can tell you is that
their advice isn't all that helpful for us, is it?
Oh, it's very helpful. That's very rude. It's very helpful indeed. And they've reduced theirs by 24%, which is a significant number.
Okay. Thank you, Minister.
Well, just in relation to that, if the federal government are saying that their contribution is $150 million, then it follows, does it not, from what you've just said, that our contribution is also going to be $150 million?
I haven't had those discussions, so I'm not going to comment on that.
Well, that's what they've announced is their contribution.
Oh, I'm not going to comment on that. That has not been.
But you've told us that it's 50-50.
Well, I have not had a discussion about money with the federal government, so I'm not going to comment on it.
But if they've told us that it's 50-50, you've told us that it's 50-50.
Yep.
They've said it's 150 million as their contribution. Our contribution is?
I'd be making it up if I said it, and I'm not going to make it up.
Do you understand the maths?
I hear what you're saying, but I haven't had those discussions, so I'm not going to confirm them. Did you read that in the paper?
You've confirmed that it's a 50-50 contribution. Mm-hmm. Have you not?
Yes, that's the agreement that we have.
And do you accept from me that the federal government contribution is $150 million, and that's what they've announced?
Well, I don't accept that.
You don't?
I don't accept that is necessarily the case because I have not had those discussions with them.
As the Treasurer?
You'll have to ask the Treasurer.
Have you asked him?
No, I haven't asked him.
Why not?
I just explained how I believe the best approach to this is to work with stakeholders, work with industry, find out exactly how. We have to work out how many guns are going to be as part of this buyback.
And then bring in the legislation. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? Work with stakeholders, work with industry, then bring in the legislation.
And then we will have a much better idea on how much it's going to cost. I don't want this to be anything but fair to gun owners, who who quite rightly want fair and just compensation. I think that that is reasonable, and it's prudent to do it in this sequence.
But you're telling us today.
Otherwise, I think that otherwise, I just don't think it would be fair to those people.
I'll just finish by saying this. You're telling us today that not one single gun pursuant to this scheme will be removed from the streets of New South Wales until September.
I said that the regulations are due to be written by the end of September.
So
I said we will do it in a stepped fashion.
We'll come back to you. Thank you. Minister, did you approve and think it was a good idea that the Commissioner, the Deputy Commissioner and co head off to Germany and come back and suggest that police now get a whole new unit of 250 cops with beefed up vehicles and long arm rifles?
I was on leave when that was approved, but I fully support what the Commissioner had proposed. The Commissioner was...
Sorry, if you wouldn't mind, when you were on leave, so were you not aware of the trip?
It had been mentioned to me.
And so you didn't do the actual approving of it?
No.
So who did? That would have been Minister Scully?
Correct, yeah.
And so he would have signed off the trip and the expenses and that sort of thing?
I imagine so.
Okay. And so when you were first made aware of it, you were made aware of it but you didn't approve it. Was there a reason you didn't approve it?
I didn't have an application.
Okay,
wasn't before me. So we've been discussing, obviously, since Bondi. The Commissioner and I had been discussing how what sort of response police could have in relation to a rapid response around the metropolitan city. I mean, across New South Wales would be great, but we were very focused on metropolitan Sydney in relation to Islamophobia and anti-Semitism that we see on our streets way too regularly. And so we've been discussing that, and the Commissioner had described to me that in Europe, of course, they are experiencing very similar, but at a much larger scale, type of climate as well, and that it would be good to go over and get some intelligence from over there. And I think that, if it's working over there, I think that's a good idea. So we had discussed it, and we discussed also the sort of the bones of, if you like, of what a new rapid response would look like.
And so you think that 250 cops with beefed up vehicles and long arm rifles is the best thing to do now to keep New South Wales safer and to create a more socially cohesive community?
I accept the advice from the Commissioner and his team.
Right, and and your basis for accepting that advice, just on those reported outcomes. Literally, 250 police getting more beefed up vehicles and long arm rifles, and that they will be present at peaceful protest.
They'll be deployed where they're needed, and I think that the rapid response that is intelligence-led. We've also got a team of intelligence officers in there as well. I think that is important and respond rapidly. I think
Minister,
important.
If tomorrow night there is a protest at Town Hall with 20,000 people, do you think that having 250 police officers with long-armed rifles will be a good idea?
I'll just explain to you what this is. There's 250 in the command. Obviously, they work shifts. So there's not 250 people in this particular unit. Over 24/7, yes, but obviously only about 90. How many will be on a shift?
Minister, can I just interrupt you for 1 second?
I'm just trying to give you...
I understand. Thank you. I appreciate that. But can I
So the command and the police will be there as usual.
Okay, could I just get you to answer this one question?
But, it's not true, though, for me to answer it, because 250 people with long arms from that command won't be there.
Okay, so Minister, how about 100 police officers with long-armed rifles at Town Hall with 10,000 pro-Palestinian peaceful protesters? Would that be a good idea now?
So, like always, the police will assess the risk. They will deploy the workforce that they believe they need to cater for that risk. What that looks like will be a decision by the police, and I will support their decision.
Is it true, Minister, that when the officers discussed a request to go to Germany and investigate how they are arming the police more heavily for whatever reasons, that they submitted a request to you to fly business class and that you suggested that wasn't a good idea, that you thought that might be a waste of public resources?
I never received a request to fly to Germany to see what the police resources were at all.
Okay, so that didn't happen.
No.
Thank you. Minister, are you aware that Gillian Segal is intervening in local court matters involving protests using her general counsel to request suppression orders in courts?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Should you be aware if something like that was happening in police prosecution matters?
The only contact I, as the police minister, have had with Gillian Segal is in relation to when we were experiencing the fire bombings and the paint slurs on people's houses in the eastern suburbs not this summer but the previous summer. I set up regular meetings, online meetings with key stakeholders, so the local members, councillors. Gillian was part of that, and a couple of other community leaders with police, so that we could give them weekly reports. That has been my only interactions with Gillian Segal.
So you're not aware whether or not she has been intervening in proceedings in both Waverley and the Downing Centre in local court matters, police prosecution matters?
No, I'm not.
Do you think that the use of the Australian Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism, using the resources of that envoy, would be appropriate to intervene in police prosecution proceedings?
I'm not going to comment on that. I don't know what her purview is.
Could you undertake to find out whether that is in fact happening?
I think you should ask the federal government.
No, this is in relation to police prosecution matters, and that your police officers are in fact following those requests and seeking those suppression orders.
Well, Kirsty might be able to.
I can certainly come back.
Kirsty's the head of prosecution, so
I will come back to the officers later. So you're not aware of that at all?
I've already answered that.
Thank you, Minister. You're likely aware that Lindy Lucina was beaten to death by her partner 2 minutes from the Ballina police station, and yet it took over 55 minutes for the police to arrive at that scene. And then the police didn't get out of their car when they did arrive, where she was lying possibly dead in the gutter or on the streets. In your submission to Operation Almas, before the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission, you criticised me for referring to the police conduct to the LEC. The submission was written by a Timothy Smart, a barrister who represents Nazis in court. Mr. Smart represented Jacob Hersant, a man jailed for doing a Nazi salute outside a courtroom. And in these proceedings, Mr. Smart infamously likened doing a Nazi salute to hailing a taxi. He also unsuccessfully defended Candace Owen in the High Court, the American woman who said claims that the Holocaust had occurred just sounded like bizarre propaganda and said that Jews were drinking Christian blood. Do the police usually employ barristers who defend Nazis and Holocaust deniers to justify their actions in relation to victims of domestic violence?
You might need to answer that.
Were you aware of this, Minister, and the submissions the police have just made to the LEC?
I have not seen them.
I'll come back to the Commissioner later. Does that concern you, Minister?
Oh, well, I haven't seen them, to be fair, Ms Higginson, so I would prefer to see something before I make comment.
Thank you. Last September, I asked you if you would set up an alert system for planned Nazi gatherings, and you declined. You said if police felt that they needed to advise me of it, then they would. But you know, on November the 8th, 2025, we saw a Nazi gathering outside this very parliament, which you were not made aware of. Are you still confident that the police will keep you informed of Nazi gatherings?
Well, obviously that was shocking, and you were quite right to raise it at the time. So that process has been since reviewed and changed. The Form 1 process now has been, we'll go through you have to lodge a Form 1 now in the community. Is it community?
But have you changed your view now on having a Nazi alert system?
Well, that's what I'm saying. We have done that. So police will actually be able to do that. They're implementing a new system when it comes to Form 1s, and it would have been picked up on the way through when they lodged the application in the first place.
So you were wrong to suggest to me that it was completely unnecessary because the police have a system.
Well, I'm not sure I said it was completely unnecessary. I think you're putting words in my mouth, but I'm very pleased that we've got a new system in place. You were right to say that it is concerning, and I agree with you.
Mr. Benazier.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just pick up on some of the questions from the Liberal Party? And I thank the Honourable Dame Chinyat for his newfound interest in consultation. I would have liked it on the 23rd of December, but nonetheless.
You're not asking me questions, mate.
Minister, just on the SLED issue, which I obviously raised this in Parliament as well. So SLED is, for those who are playing at home, it's the part of your department that deals with security licensing. When were you first advised that the individual in question was a different person but of the same name?
Oh, I can't give you the exact date, but we were...
Was it when James O'Doherty from the Daily Telegraph made the inquiry, or was it when I made the inquiry, or was it way back in 2023 when licensing was dealing with it? Or 2024, I think, was when he got his security licence.
It was when it was raised with my office.
And when was that? Was it after?
Well, I can't give you the date, so that's what I'm saying. Oh, no, just recently.
Just recently?
Yes.
Yeah.
That it was a different person.
It was a different person?
Yeah.
When was the department aware that it was a different person? And that's probably a question for the Commissioner. When was
Well, it was the day it was raised. I mean, it was obviously a mistaken identity.
Right. So before that,
the person in question, obviously, is not the same person.
no.
Sorry,
Before
Oh, yeah.
the inquiry was made,
Yeah.
you had no idea that there was a case of mistaken identity or a person by the same name that had a security licence revoked. There was no trigger of that in the system. That is what I'm trying to...
Well, he had it revoked.
Sorry?
He had it revoked for reasons.
He had it revoked for a reason. So when was that revocation for that person of the same name, but obviously different, when was that notified to the Firearms Registry?
Did he...
Was it ever notified to the Firearms Registry that a person had their security licence revoked? Is it a matter of course?
Yeah.
Let me rephrase that.
Yeah,
Is it a matter of course that when a security licence is revoked by SLED, that it is automatically sent over to the Firearms Registry for review?
Kirsty.
So I can answer that. In terms of if the person is a licensed firearm holder, just because someone has a security licence doesn't mean they have a firearm.
But if they're not fit and proper for a security licence, one would assume that they're not fit and proper for a firearms licence. So is that ever done as a matter of course? Hey guys, we've just revoked a security licence. You might want to have a look at this guy too and see whether he's a licensed firearm owner. Does that occur?
It would be on our police holdings. So if someone does make an application for a firearms licence, we review police holdings, and it would come up in that.
But what about the other way around with security and licensing? Would they notify you?
So the Firearms Registry does a sweep every day of incidents relating to firearms holders, and if there's been activity in that particular individual's profile overnight or in the last 24 hours, that flags with the registry and they do a review of that person's licence status. So if someone had their security licence removed or revoked for a reason, that would be noted in our COP system, and that would be picked up by the registry automatically.
So you're saying SLED and registry are interoperable? They're on the same system? They talk to each other automatically?
On COPs, through COPs, yes.
Through COPs. Okay. Just going back to some of the other questions that were raised regarding the terrorist getting a licence. How many times did Sadiq Akram contact the registry from 2020 to 2023 to make representations about why his licence was taking so long to be adjudicated on?
I haven't got that detail in front of me.
Is anyone able to provide that detail or take it on notice? How many
Take it on
how many
notice.
times did he
Unaware
contact?
of any, sir, but I'll take it on notice.
I find it extraordinary that someone would sit there quietly, patiently waiting for 3 years on a licence.
So I can say previously applied in 2015.
Yes.
Progressed to photo ID and never attended to have that photo ID.
No. So
taken.
this was a new...
his interest in a licence, I don't think would have flagged if he hadn't chased it up, but I'll take it on notice and we'll find out.
Yeah. Can you also take it on notice as to whether he was actually rejected initially in that period of 2020 to 2023 and whether there was an internal review done on that decision?
I don't think he was rejected, sir, but I'll take it on notice.
And can you also take on notice that if he was rejected initially, whether he did make an application to NCAT and whether that was pulled into mediation prior to actually attending a hearing?
We'll take that on notice, sir.
Thank you. Minister, you made a comment about 1.2 million guns and getting them off the street. Are you talking about illegal guns or legal guns when you say 1.2 million guns?
Oh, well, you know that I can only talk about the ones that are on the registry.
So how many legal guns have you tripped over when you've been walking down the streets of New South Wales?
I haven't tripped over any.
So why do you and the Premier keep referring to getting guns off the streets as if they're just laying around on people's driveways?
Because they kill people.
And not in people's safes?
Well, we know that they're in people's, well, most are in people's safes. We know that the police check them, and I'm very pleased that that is the case. However, no one can deny what happened in Bondi. There are people who have guns.
No one is denying, but
Well, there are
people are denying the rhetoric.
There are people who have guns who shouldn't have them. It's, you know, as simple as that.
You gave them to him.
It's only me, isn't it?
Well, that is exactly why we are making this change. I don't ever want to see what happened happen again. I want our community to feel safe.
Did anything in the legislation that we passed on Christmas Eve, did anything in that legislation, would any of that prevented that person getting that licence?
Well, he wouldn't be able to acquire that gun because it'd be a different classification.
But would any of it prevented him getting a licence? Would
Well,
have any of
it's-
it prevented him going with pipe bombs and pressure cooker bombs and flaming tennis balls and knives to Bondi to commit that act? Would any of this legislation?
If our intelligence agencies speak closer together, then it could have. Look, I can't speak hypothetical, obviously, none of us can. But I can't walk back from the fact we have to do everything we can, Mark, to make sure that people who want to do bad things, we don't want them to have guns. So we're going to try everything we can to have that environment. I know that there are law-abiding gun owners, and most people are. Majority are. That is absolutely 100% true.
So you disagree?
But it only takes one to kill 15 people.
You disagree with Tasmania, Queensland and Northern Territory, who have now said that they're not imposing caps because imposing caps on imposing caps on firearms has no impact on terrorism prevention. You disagree with Tasmania, Queensland and Northern Territory?
Well, we've passed the legislation, Mark.
Well, no, it's a simple question. Do you agree with their assessment that imposing caps on firearms has no impact on terrorism prevention? And if you don't, can you table the advice that you've been given that says imposing caps on firearms prevents terrorism?
I supported the legislation, so it's pretty clear what my view is on that. You can check the Hansard. I voted yes for it.
So what advice have you been given that runs contrary to Tasmania, Queensland and Northern Territory about imposing caps on firearms?
Well, we lent closely on Western Australian model, as I've said.
And then just subtracted one from the caps.
Well,
to look tougher.
Well, theirs was evidence-based. They'd had a lot of, they'd had a full parliamentary inquiry, a lot of consultation. It took more than 2 years for them to introduce their legislation. Okay. So we did lean on them, and then there was a decision made in Cabinet that it was going to be 4 guns.
So can we go
for recreational? Can I just make? I just want to
can we go
clarify.
To
no, I just want to clarify that for recreational users, and you know there's exceptions in there for other users, and we'll work closely with stakeholders in relation to that.
Since you bring up consultation, so before you locked in the legislation, what New South Wales firearms experts did you consult?
So I spoke with I assume they're experts. I think it was the SSAA.
Before the legislation was... Before you'd come to a position I'm talking about not after you've already come to a position. Who did you speak to in New South Wales in terms of the New South Wales firearms expert space?
Oh, well, I had some brief consultation just before the legislation was coming to the Parliament. That is the consultation that I had.
So essentially after you've come to the position of what you're going to do.
Well, Mark, weren't intending...
Here's the legislation, guys. Lump it or like it.
To be fair, just to be fair, Mark.
I've been quite fair.
Yeah, well, to be fair, we wouldn't have probably made the changes to the legislation before consulting much more broadly, except for the event that took place on the 14th of December. That is the catalyst for what changed or set us on that path. It's as simple as that. And I've just explained why that is.
So you throw process out because something tragic happens and you pass laws that may or may not actually have a real impact. But it's good for optics, right? Before Christmas to pass laws to say we're getting tough on gun laws.
I reject that it's optics. I absolutely reject that. I'm sorry, Mark, but as a government, we have a responsibility to keep our community safe, and we let them down. We absolutely let them down. And I just do not walk back from the fact that our community have a right to feel safe in their homes. They have a right to feel safe going to Bondi Beach. They have a right to feel safe in this city and in this state. And I do not walk back, and I reject the fact that you're saying that this was optics. It was no way imaginable optics. It was about making changes to keep people safe, and we will continue. This is not the end. If something else comes up, let me tell you, as a government, we will continue to do that.
Well,
thank you, Minister.
Well, just let me to continue on that theme, Minister. You've told us that you will stop at nothing to keep people safe, and I assume that the first question you asked after Bondi was how on earth that person got a gun licence. Was that one of the first questions you asked?
It was something we looked at very early, yes.
Yep, and you would have reviewed.
I've already answered that question,
and that review was done by...
well, I was briefed.
You were briefed by Assistant Commissioner Hudson, is that right?
No, that wasn't in relation to the gun licence. Probably the Commissioner we would have had that discussion.
A discussion or a briefing?
Well, he would have told me the process.
Commissioner, you reviewed the process by which the two gunmen on that occasion got a licence, did you?
Not personally, Mr. Tudorhope. Obviously, that was part of the review. It's also part of the critical incident investigation. As a critical investigation, we investigate on behalf of the coroner, so it'll be something the coroner will determine.
And have you provided a report to the coroner yet?
I don't believe a brief of evidence has been provided at this stage. I believe the critical incident investigation is still ongoing, but I can confirm that for you.
But have you concluded the critical incident investigation insofar as it relates to the issuing of the licence?
That would be one part of the investigation.
Has that been concluded?
I don't know, Mr. Tudorhope. I'm not personally aware of that.
Yep. Minister, the advice that you received, and Commissioner, you might correct the Minister if she's wrong on this, but I'm sure she won't be wrong. It was the advice that you received that was that the protest which occurred at Town Hall would have been better conducted in Hyde Park to create some distance between the two events as you described earlier. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was effectively a piece of operational advice you received was to try and was that communicated to the organisers of the rally over that 10-day period? That was
absolutely.
On how many meetings occurred with Mr. Lees on that during that period of time?
Do we know how many? It was daily they were trying to contact him, or in contact. Would that be? Well, it was
regularly.
Yeah.
Regularly,
yeah,
and that was the focus of trying to make sure that we reduce the temperature, both for the confined location of Town Hall and the proximity to the other event, which was occurring at the ICC. That's correct, is it not?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have any...
Also, no. Further to that, they wanted to march. So to march, they were going to march down to Belmore Park. So it was agreed that they could start at Hyde Park and marched to Belmore Park.
Well, wasn't part of the
Pard?
the order part that they could not march?
Well, that was not in the
Oh,
geographic.
it was not. It was outside the geographical.
Correct. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, I understand. So if they wanted to march,
Which they had the previous Sunday,
yeah,
in exactly that.
Gone from Hyde Park
Correct, to Belmore Park, yeah.
to Belmore Park.
So the police were happy to accommodate that.
Good.
I thought they were working very well. In fact, to be fair, for a good part, they've worked very well together for a couple of years.
So was it your view, Commissioner, that in terms of what did occur at Town Hall, that the likelihood of that occurring would have been much less if it in fact the demonstration had occurred at or the protest had occurred at Hyde Park?
That's correct, Mr.
Yep.
Tudor.
Thank you. Minister, in the Legislative Council on the 11th of February, one of your colleagues had this to say: when police use inappropriate and excessive force, we must condemn it, not excuse it. What I have heard from the Police Minister is deflection and excuses that the police adhere to the highest standards of conduct and integrity. Cultural change is required, and it starts with the Minister and the Commissioner condemning inappropriate police conduct. You haven't done that today. Do you agree with that statement made by one of your colleagues?
No, and what I would say, and the Commissioner has said this, as has Assistant Commissioner McKenna, who was in charge of that command that evening in relation to the protest.
Have you spoken to that colleague?
I'll finish my question, please, or my answer to your question. What I would say is that if any police officer, under any circumstances, they are responsible for their actions. So police are responsible for their actions, and that will be dealt with through the process of the LEC. In this instance, they will look at all of those things, and I think we should let the LEC do
Good.
their work.
Thank you. Have you spoken to your colleague about the statements that he made criticising you in the House?
I don't know which colleague you're talking about.
Well,
I think
Mr.
there's a few
Diadam.
up there.
Mr. Diadam,
I've said hello to him.
have you asked him about this comment that he made?
No.
Why not?
Well, I don't support it.
You don't support it. Good.
No.
Did you support the actions of your colleagues who actually attended on the rally at Town Hall?
Look, I think people have the right to protest. And I should say they have the right to peacefully protest. I myself have peacefully protested, as many of your colleagues have. I've seen them out the front of Parliament. And that is their decision that they make. But to go on then and to be part of that antagonism and violence that we saw, no, I do not agree with that. And I do not think that community leaders should be part of that. No, I do not.
Do you know which colleagues of yours actually attended on the protest at Town Hall?
No, I don't.
You don't?
No.
Well,
Well,
if
I
I
think
put
only
it-
from social media. I don't know if I believe everything I read on social media.
Well, is it your understanding that Stephen Lawrence attended? Is that correct?
Point of order.
Point of order, I'll hear it.
Chair, my point of order goes to relevance under paragraph 9 of the procedural fairness resolution, and I've allowed this line of questioning to go without taking a point of order. My point of order is this inquiry is into the estimates of expenditure from the consolidated fund or into budget papers and related documents. I don't see how this line of questioning is in accordance with the procedural fairness resolution and the terms of reference for this inquiry.
To the point of order, the member knows full well that the questioning in relation to is in relation to the conduct of the minister's portfolio.
Thank you. I've definitely heard enough, and I understand the point of order,
So-
but it just there's very wide latitude here. Thank you.
Do you understand that Stephen Lawrence attended that demonstration?
I had read that.
Have you asked him whether he attended?
No.
Do you understand whether Dr. Sarah Kane attended on that demonstration?
I did read that.
Have you asked her whether she attended?
No, but I did see her on the microphone. So
On
I
the
assume
microphone?
She was
So
there.
you've
So
seen-
she was.
She was photographed.
Yeah, photographed. Yeah.
Well, and Mr. Cameron Murphy.
I didn't see. I don't know about.
Well, he was also photographed at the rally.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
I take your word for that.
Would it be your view that it would have helped if they didn't attend on that rally?
Well, as I say, people have the right. And it was very peaceful. It was going quite well up until it wasn't. Up until people decided that they were going to deliberately defy what a court had said, what the police had asked, and what the government had said. So I do think that it's a problem that that they defied that. And up until that point, it was peaceful. People have the right to express their view.
Minister, you've told us that the advice that you had received was that this demonstration and the possibility of violence occurring or it becoming out of hand would have been better if it had been conducted at Hyde Park.
Can I just correct you? That wasn't the advice that I was given about violence at all. So just let's be very clear on that. The advice was they wanted to march and they were given or had agreement with police that they could go from Hyde Park down to Belmore Park, which had happened for most weekends over many, many months.
Do you agree?
However, let me finish? It was agreed then with PAG and the police that they would have a static protest in Town Hall Square.
Do you agree?
So that was, and police facilitated that. So there was no talk of violence. Let's be very clear on that.
Well, do you agree that with the proposition that a crowd, whether it's 3,000, 10,000 or 30,000, in the confined space of the Town Hall Square, where emotions were potentially running very high, that there was a potential for that protest in circumstances where it had to remain static to become out of control?
Well, unfortunately, that did happen, but that certainly was not the understanding of police at the very get-go.
Commissioner, did you form the view that it would be a better position for the rally at Hyde Park in terms of
that's why it was proposed, of course.
reducing the potential for violence?
I think I've been very clear on that, Mr. Tudor, but not just for violence. We wanted a peaceful protest that took away the risk to community safety.
Did you communicate that to the three members of the Labor Party that attended, that it would be better that it occur at Hyde Park, Minister?
Well, I had public statements every day for 5 days before the event saying that, calling for bring the temperature down, please be peaceful, cooperate.
The police are on record as having suggested that the presence of the politicians at that rally at Town Hall did not help in relation to ensuring the peaceful nature of the rally. In the circumstances, do you take the view that it would have been better advised that those politicians did not attend?
I personally would have preferred that they didn't, but again, I acknowledge that that is their view and they wanted to express their view. They didn't get arrested, that's my understanding. Are you of any different understanding than that?
No.
Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Murphy are generally members of this committee. Do you see them here today?
No, that doesn't look like them over there.
Good, well, you've answered the question. Did you make any request that they not be here today?
Point of order.
Okay.
No,
Yes,
I did not. I'm
gonna
happy
hear
to
that.
answer it because no, I did not.
Thanks, Mr. Ruddock. That's Mr. Ruddock's contribution to the point of order, which was your...
Again, it goes to relevance, and I can assure the committee that that is not a matter that is within the purview of the Minister's responsibilities. So I again draw this line of questioning back to the relevance requirement under procedural fairness resolution. It has nothing to do with the estimates of expenditure.
And further to the point of order, I believe we're starting to get into areas of privilege.
Well, further to the point of order, Madam Chair. Now, Mr. Tudor-Hope has just claimed that there are normally two members of this committee who are not here today. Now, I've seen them this week, so I'd like to know whether it's true, and if they're not here, why they're not here.
I think the member should go and ask them.
Thank you. I was going to say, I hear that, but I don't think that's relevant to the point of order. Look, I think the member is doing what he's entitled to do.
You.
He's asking questions.
I answered it.
I understand.
So did your office make that request?
No.
So no one from your office?
No.
So do you understand what the process was for having them removed from this committee?
No, I have never had any input into the members who who will turn up for this committee. And it's been different every time, actually.
Good point.
It has.
Do you accept that conduct by some members of Parliament did act, in fact, in a manner which did incite the violent action at the town hall protest?
Well, I didn't see any evidence of them inciting people.
So if the police were making that suggestion, that they were wrong?
I'm not exactly sure if the police were saying they were inciting people.
Commissioner, are you aware of any suggestion that the presence of the members of Parliament at that rally did contribute to the violence which did occur?
I'm not sure of what reference you're referring to, Mr. Tudor-Hope. I don't know which police officers made it. I don't know the reference.
Have you spoken to any of your colleagues, Minister, since the protest in relation to why they attended?
To them directly?
Yes.
No.
No?
No.
That's the four who did attend. That's Mr. D'Adam, Mr. Cameron, Dr. Kane and Mr. Lawrence.
Oh, no, not since the protest, not in relation to why they attended the protest. I think it's pretty clear that they wanted to express their view, so no.
Are you aware that Mr. Lawrence, even before the town hall protest, in fact told Parliament that he thought violence would occur if that protest occurred at town hall?
No, I didn't. Sometimes you might find this a surprise, Ms. Tudor-Hope, but I don't tune into the LC frequently. I'm busy doing stuff in the LA.
Minister, have you reviewed the speech given to the rally by Dr. Kane, which made inflammatory accusations against Mr. Isaac Herzog, the President of Israel, just 10 minutes walk away, and was attending an evening of light and solidarity with the 15 victims. Have you reviewed that speech that she gave?
No.
And you haven't spoken to Dr. Kane about that speech?
Obviously not.
And you're aware, of course, that no disciplinary action has been taken against any of those members. In circumstances where they knew your preference was, the police commissioner's preference was, that protest be moved to Hyde Park, and they still continued to participate in that protest at Town Hall, no one has spoken to them in relation to that decision.
Well, I think it's fair for me to reiterate to you that PAG had given guarantees that it would be a static, peaceful protest at Town Hall, and the police were there to ensure that. And up until quite late in the piece, like probably more than 2/3 of the crowd had dispersed peacefully. Then of course, we all know the violence then took place after that. So there were many people there who were very peaceful.
And some who weren't.
Well, we know that too.
Yes. Minister, what was the total cost to the New South Wales Police of the Town Hall event?
Well, it's very difficult to give an accurate costing because police are on shift anyway. They're working regardless. There were...
Well, some weren't working regardless, were they? You had to pull some police in, potentially some who were not rostered on, but because of the nature...
Well, I was going to finish. Let me finish. But it's a mix, right? It's a mix of all of those things. So it's difficult to actually clarify when it comes to protests. We'd have to sort of nut down into who was on roster, who came in as an extra shift. But the other tactical groups, obviously, they were already deployed because they work 24/7. They're all 24/7 operations. So it's difficult to sort of nut down to what an actual cost would be.
Well, you must be able to make some estimation because you've been policing protests for nearly 2 years.
Well,
What's the cost
those costs have actually been provided have been in relation to shelter, because it was the shelter that had been doing the policing of the protests, and that is much broader than just protests. It's also wherever they have to be, whether it's at a synagogue or or indeed anywhere around the city. So it's very difficult to give an accurate cost of that protest.
Then let's just look at the weekend protest. What's the cost of the individual weekend protests which were taking place for the last 2 years?
Well, that's what I'm saying to you. It's been part of Shelter. But Shelter isn't just protests. It's every day, 7 days a week, at schools, at synagogues, at, at the various events, religious events that are around. Right. But it's all part of it. Yeah. I'm answering you honestly.
Yeah, but okay, that's fine. You must know how many officers are on duty at the protest site.
Yes.
Okay.
But some are on duty and others are coming in as an extra day.
Yep. You must be able to drill down to be able to give us some estimation of what the cost of that is.
Well, Dean?
Yeah. Surely.
Mr. Smith is going to.
Can you give us that detail or not?
I would be happy to take that on notice to make sure that we give you the appropriate ways in which they are captured as part of any operational function within the New South Wales Police Force.
Thank you. There is a New South Wales Police cost recovery and user charges policy, which provides for recovery of costs for policing special events, which requires New South Wales Police Force attendants to maintain order and safety while lawful commercial activity is conducted. Why doesn't this policy apply?
Well, as you well know, this is police's job is to keep the streets safe and orderly. Protesting and on our streets is not a commercial activity.
Minister, on the 9th of February, the police made a monumentally unwise, dangerous decision to not let people disperse safely from the QVB side of Town Hall. Do you regret that decision was taken?
I think that they're your words, that they made a regrettable decision. Police were policing. Police were policing a very large, volatile crowd at that time. But I think that it's important that we let LEC do that work. If LEC have suggestions and recommendations, then we will consider those once that investigation is complete.
The Public Assembly Restriction Declaration ultimately means that an organisation can't submit a Form 1 and a Form 1 be approved. It does not, in fact or in law, say the police can't allow people to assemble and march in a particular direction or anywhere, for that matter, on the streets. Is that right?
Correct. It does not prevent protest, that is accurate. However, it does not allow you the protection of the Summary Offences Act.
That's right. So why, Minister, why was it that the police on the 9th of February did not allow the safe dispersal and the march of people from Town Hall to Parliament House as they wanted to? What was that about? Why?
I think it's been made very, very clear and spoken about, ad nauseum. There was an agreement that there would not be a march under any circumstances from Town Hall. That crowd defied that, and they proceeded in defiance to continue to march.
Why did the police not make an operational tactical decision at that point in time when it became obvious that people had no way of safe dispersal? You've heard it. You must have seen it with your own eyes. People were kettled and the police set upon the community. How and why did that happen, Minister?
Well, as I say, those operational decisions will be looked at, but I would ask this question: why did PAG not take up the opportunity to march from Hyde Park to Belmore?
So it's PAG's fault. It's PAG's fault for what went so wrong that night.
They absolutely have to take responsibility. Yes.
That's shocking. Opposition, you have another minute.
Minister,
Unbelievable.
what's the net change in police numbers since you've been minister?
Oh,
Look, happy if we can get
No,
that
no,
this
no, I've got
afternoon.
them. No, I've deliberately brought them in because you ask
Lovely.
these questions all the time.
I do,
So I'm happy to
yes.
give them to you right now.
Thank you.
I've got them for you. I've even got your name next to them.
I'm not applying, Minister.
Ha ha ha. Well, I've got good news. You should. Okay.
251.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, could,
Do I get a long one?
while
Yeah.
you're looking for that. Just while you're
Oh, here we go. So the current. Do you want all of them?
Yeah, sure.
Like authorised strength, or do you want?
I want, yeah, everything. I want
both.
Authorised strength, actual strength.
Okay. No. But do you want
Minister, I'm
non-authorised?
happy if you just
No,
give-
I've got them here. Got
Well,
them
then
here.
just everything
So-
you have, Minister.
all right. Okay. Authorised police positions.
Smells pretty good.
Admin, so not police officers, okay? 4,343 in 25. That's when I've got the number up into. Oh,
It's the net change we're looking at, Minister.
Yeah,
The
I'm gonna
question
give
was
you both.
net
I'm
change.
going to give you both. Yeah, but I don't have the. You're going to have to do the math.
Okay.
Sorry, as of the 2nd of February, 22nd of February. Sorry, 4,348.
That's admin.
Admin, yeah. Oh God. Yes.
And sworn
obviously.
officers?
2022 or 23. Sorry, 4,221.
And sworn officers?
Yeah, I'm getting to that. 26 February again. 15. Oh, I've given you the wrong number. Sorry, I didn't give you a head count. I'll give you the head count for.
Minister, I'm really happy to
No,
take
no,
these
I've got it.
on notice.
No, I'm
so
giving-
we
no.
want them accurately, don't
Yeah.
we?
Yeah, I've got it. 15,518.
And what's that number represent?
That's authorised head count. The authorised police positions is 18,398. That's for 26. To 23, the head count is 16,754. And the authorised strength is 18,371. So sorry, just going back to the...
So I just want to be really clear I understand these figures. The authorised head count.
No, there's the authorised strength. So that's
Okay.
how many we're funded for.
Okay.
Then there's the head count.
So the strength is 15,518.
The head count, yes.
That's strength or head count?
Head count.
Head count. And the strength is 18,398?
Yes, yes.
So you're saying you're actually funded for 3,000 odd more positions than are filled. Is that what I understand?
It's about 2,765.
Okay.
Okay, we're now.
No, hold on.
okay.
Can I just
Yeah,
finish? Sorry, my apologies. So back to admin.
It's your time anyway. Now.
So I gave you the number of in 26, 4,348. The head count though is 4,608.
Sorry, the head count for
glad
what
you
is
prepared for this.
4,608?
Admin. So there's
Okay, the figure you gave me was 4,348.
yeah,
so I,
that's
to
right.
change
That's
that to
what we're.
4,608.
No. You're getting both. So you get the head count and you get what we're budgeted for.
Can we just hold for a sec? Can I just confirm, if the Minister wants to provide these figures, we are in fact in government time. Is the government happy for that?
Well, I'm very happy.
that means
What,
you
what,
have
what
to-
I'd
no,
asked,
no.
Minister?
So I'll come back to it.
Yeah, no, but are there any matters on which you or any of the officers wish to elucidate?
Yes, there is. I will just, I do want to give this to Susan though, because it's fair enough. So the head count, you ready?
Yeah.
For 26, 4,608. Authorised positions, which is what we budgeted for, 4,348. 2023, head count, 4,183. Budgeted for 4,221. There you go. Yes, I would. Mr. Banasiak, you referred to
That doesn't make sense.
a question that you had on notice. It's question 467 in relation to firearms licences. I thought I had signed it. It was published on the 25th of February. So we did adhere to what the time frame was.
it was published on the 25th of February. Where
Yep.
was it published? There's no record of it on Parliament's website.
It's on the website.
As of yesterday, it wasn't. So
Well, I
take
thought
that-
I'd read it.
I'll take that up with.
when you said it.
I'll take that up with
the
Parliament,
yeah.
Parliament, the Secretary.
Okay, so I just want to make it clear, I wasn't late.
No.
If I was going to be late, I would have called you.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, on that basis, no more matters from the government? Thank you. We will now take a short break and we will return at 11:15. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
phone number.
and thank you, and welcome back. Minister, can I just ask you briefly, Shamik and Majed Badra, 2 Australians from Palestine with family in Gaza, were told on a train, get the fuck out of here. We don't like you in our country. We don't want you in our country. We don't want you here. Fuck off. This is Australia. You love getting free money. You fucking loser cunt. If you want to fight for Palestine, go back there. Do you think these comments disclose racism on the part of the person who said them?
Absolutely.
So you said in answers to questions on notice about this specific assault that, quote, the specific comments identified as being made neither satisfied the elements of hate speech under Section 93Z of the Crimes Act 1900, nor the aggravating factor prescribed under Section 21A(2)H of the Crimes Sentencing Procedure Act, as they did not disclose a prejudice against the victims due to their ethnicity or race. What happened, Minister?
Well, there's one thing about me thinking that's racism, and there's another thing about the letter of the law.
So does it prove that the Min's government's hate laws can't capture someone being subjected to racial abuse right now
I think hate
in New
laws
South
everywhere.
Wales?
Unfortunately, you can't capture every statement. It's just a fact.
And so what, as Police Minister, are you doing to assist police, other than giving them long-arm rifles to attend protests, to protect people, Palestinian people, from racist hate crimes on public transport in New South Wales?
Well, to be fair, I think that we should be protecting everybody, not just Palestinian people. But you're quite right. In this circumstance, it was Palestinian people. Well, the New South Wales Police are encouraging people to report crimes. We want people to report them because we don't know what we don't know. And we do have the hate crimes unit that is able to assist once we find out what is actually going on. We've also introduced another 30 MACLOs, which are the Multicultural Liaison Officers. We're going to bolster up that capability, and they are really, really useful on the ground right across New South Wales in assisting police in knowing what's going on in the ground, and we want them to be going into the community and telling them to report crime. We absolutely need to know what is being reported and know that then we'll know the volume of what we're dealing with.
And then they can't be prosecuted. I'm just going to hand to my colleague, Ms Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister. I'll go straight to the Commissioner, actually. Commissioner Lanyon, a couple of days after the police incident at Sydney Town Hall, where the police ripped Muslim worshippers from their feet and one was thrown onto the ground, you issued an apology.
I issued an apology for any offence taken, Ms Fairman.
Yes, for any offence taken. Commissioner, do you know what the what a non-apology is?
I can speculate if you'd like to explain it to me, but yes.
Right, and I do have printouts here from the Merriam-Webster dictionary, if this could be circulated, please, in terms of the definition of a non-apology. So I'll read it out while we're waiting for this. Yep. It's American. I think we actually have most of the words Americans use are relevant here, and we use them here as well. It's called the English language. So a non-apology is a disingenuous or insufficient apology, a statement that is offered as an apology but fails to express true regret or to take responsibility for having done or said something wrong. Then after that it says, the classic non-apology goes something like this: I'm sorry if you were upset. And another example is, we regret that our actions in this manner have caused offence. So, Commissioner, is it acceptable that you've issued a non-apology, in fact, to the Muslim community?
No, I don't agree.
Sorry to jump in.
You're upset about that question?
No, not upset about the question, but it's just a definition of many definitions. I think it's pretty difficult to put it in front of the Commissioner.
To the point of order.
To the point of order, that's not a point of order. I agree. Please continue.
Ms Fairman, to be honest, it needed to go into a context, and the context was that I was apologising for any offence taken by the actions of police, as it was deemed to be aimed at a religious practice. However, it was put into context because what I actually said in addition to that was the police were operating in a very dynamic operational environment and had issued move-on directions.
Minister, the Commissioner has issued an offence that, an apology, sorry, that really doesn't seem to have been taken as a genuine apology, and indeed the definition, I could have printed out quite a few different pieces of paper to bring from a lot of websites in terms of the definition, has issued a non-apology to the Muslim community. Will you issue an apology for the treatment of those Muslim worshippers at the event on Monday?
Well, first I'd say that the Commissioner has gone to a lot of effort to reach out also to the Muslim community. Police and the Muslim community have a great relationship, and we want to make sure that stays on track. And I am very grateful that the Commissioner, and I've spoken to a couple of Muslim leaders as well, and they're also very grateful to work closely with the police. Look, I'm really sorry for people who got caught up, and they were part of that, who got caught up in what they believed was going to be a peaceful protest, and it turned into almost a riot, and they were in the middle of that. So I'm very sorry that people went there thinking they were going to something that
Minister,
was peaceful.
did it look like to you as though those people were rioting,
please?
who were ripped off their knees, who were praying? Do you think they were rioting?
I said they got caught up in what ended up a riot. And absolutely the atmosphere around that looked very chaotic and violent. And I am very sorry that innocent people got caught up in that, 100%.
So in terms of an apology, though, to the Muslim community for such offensive actions taken by the police towards the Muslim community, will you apologise for that?
Well, I'll have those discussions with the Muslim community.
But they're also after it. You haven't had any discussions yet?
Yep, as I just said to you, the last answer, I have.
Have you apologised to them yet?
I will speak with the Muslim community on that. As I say, I'm very sorry that innocent people, and I've spoken to people in my electorate as well who were there, and I'm very sorry that they got caught up in something that they thought was going to be peaceful, and it turned out that there were certain people that went there with the intentions to do the opposite. They went there to goad the police. They went there to do what they did, be violent.
I should have brought down some definition of gaslighting as well, potentially, for this session, Minister.
Well, that's how I feel about it, and you can bring any definition you want. The reality is the Commissioner is very earnest in his words to that community. It's very easy to bring all sorts of, your definitions down here, but I know that this is a man who comes from a good place, and he will work with our community and has worked across our community in this state for nearly 40 years.
The reason this is so important, and it's so important that it comes from public figures like yourself, from the government, from ministers, from the Premier, is because unless there is a genuine apology, not a non-apology, a genuine apology that shouldn't have happened, that the police acted wrongly in that situation, then it sends a message. It sends a message that is okay. You talk a lot about social cohesion, the government talks a lot about social cohesion, and unless you come out, the Premier comes out saying that is unacceptable, then it just sends a message that attacking Muslims is okay because the police did it. Can you see that that's an issue?
The police and the Muslim community, and all different communities around, the multicultural communities right around this state, work closely with the police. They're the first people that they call when they need them. And they're out there as we speak during Ramadan. We know that there's a significant police presence out there because they too feel that their risks are heightened. So to suggest that there is not a relationship between police and that police are out in their community doing nothing but keeping their communities safe is a mistruth.
Thank you, Minister. One last question. The Early Drug Diversion Initiative, you have said that there is going to be reform of that, and that will include, I assume, legislative reform. I think last budget estimates, You said the government was working on a scheme, or in fact maybe it was in response to the drug summit. Are we going to see that anytime soon, the reform of that scheme, so that less people are sent to court for personal drug use and possession and more people are given treatment and assistance?
Yes, we are.
Mr. Benasiak? Mr. Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Lanyon, congratulations on your elevation to the role, and I know you've had a lot on your plate, but I do want to talk to you about something that's very important to about 50 families in New South Wales. There were a couple of hundred New South Wales police officers who rightly or wrongly did not take the COVID vaccine who were dismissed. Now, most have moved on, but there are about 50 who are now doing jobs that they are not happy in and who very, very, very much want to return to the job that they loved. I've met with several of these families. Now, shortly after you got the role, you told Ben Fordham on the 25th of September, you said, he asked you whether you would consider those police officers who did not take the COVID vaccine, who lost their job, if you would consider them reinstating them. And you said, I think it's one of those things I need to look at, to be honest, Ben. It's not a subject I've considered right at this time coming into the role, but happy to consider it. So my first question is, have you considered it?
Mr. Ruddock, I have considered several cases at a case-by-case basis.
Right.
The officers weren't dismissed because they didn't take the COVID vaccine by itself. They were actually dismissed because they failed to comply with a reasonable and lawful direction, which is a decision of the previous commissioner.
Which was related to the COVID vaccine?
Correct.
Okay. Hang on. So they were dismissed because they didn't take the COVID vaccine. If they'd taken the COVID vaccine, they wouldn't have been dismissed.
As police officers, we have to follow lawful and reasonable directions as senior officers. The Commissioner had given a direction that officers were to be because of the higher level of exposure that police officers had in that community and because the elevated role we had at that time to ensure the community safety.
Now, Commissioner, we have all moved on from COVID, but since you want to bring it back up, I mean, we were told that the reason why you wanted police officers to take the COVID vaccine is to prevent transmission of the COVID virus, correct?
I don't think I said that. I'm not sure, Mr. Ruddock, where that's come
from. That's the only reason why people would have been dismissed, because if they haven't taken the vax, then they might catch COVID and they might pass it on to somebody. Well, even the manufacturers of the COVID vax now say it doesn't stop transmission. So their sacking was wrong in the first place. So shouldn't we give some leniency to these good people?
I think hindsight's a really valuable thing.
Yeah,
we're
we
obviously taking advice. We're taking advice from the Chief Medical Officer. We're now several years
Kerry
later.
Chant.
Sorry?
You're taking advice from Kerry Chant on
We
the
were
subject.
at that time, obviously, because she is the health expert for New South Wales. Each of these cases will be looked at on its merit. A number of these cases have already been to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal.
Yeah, how many have been reinstated?
None through that process because the Administrative Appeals Tribunal upheld the Commissioner's decision to remove the officers.
But you did say at the beginning of this discussion that you have reviewed some files. So is that an ongoing process?
As I get a representation, Mr. Ruddock, I review them.
Right. So how do these police officers represent? Do they write to you directly?
They write to the Commissioner of Police, absolutely.
Okay. And would you be prepared to meet with some of these ex-police officers and their families so you can understand their personal situation?
Yes, I would.
Okay, great. So if my office gets in contact with yours, we can go ahead and arrange a meeting with some of these people and their families.
Absolutely, Mr. Ruddock. Depending on their situation, obviously. For those that have been through the Appeals Tribunal, they may have one case, but absolutely, I'm always keen to speak to former police officers and their families.
Well, I really appreciate it, Commissioner. I will be in contact and I wish you well in your new job.
Thank you, Mr. Ruddock.
Mr. Benasiak.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to the point I was making about consultation, Minister. So can we accept that you didn't consult with anyone prior to drafting of the legislation or forming a policy position?
Well, it hadn't been completed when we did have our consultation, but it certainly early drafts were started, yes.
Right. So the answer to the question of a similar note that my colleague received was that you did not formally conduct public consultation on the Terrorism and Other Legislation Amendment Bill, noting the urgency of the reforms. Previous advice provided by stakeholders was considered in developing the bill. Are you able to table that previous advice that you used to draft this bill?
I'd have to have a look. I'm not sure I've got specifically written. I mean, I obviously consult with stakeholders broadly, as I did with stakeholders several days before the bill came to this Parliament.
This answer specifically notes that previous advice provided
Yeah,
by
well,
stakeholders
it says not
was
formal
considered.
though, it says advice, that's right. So
Yeah.
I said I hadn't formally, yeah.
Yeah. So if you could table that advice that you received from them previously...
Again, I'd have to say to you, I'll have a look. I can't table it now, and I'm not sure that I have it in, like, their advice written in a informal correspondence is what I'm saying to you.
If you didn't consult with anyone, why was Walter Midcat and Stephen Bendel appearing with you and the Premier at press releases and press conferences when you were discussing the Bondi incident and the bill? If you weren't consulting with them, why were they standing next to you? That creates the impression that they were having a seat at the table in terms of consultation.
I did not meet with them before the bill went to the House.
You didn't meet with them at all?
No, not before the bill went to the House, no.
Did they provide previous advice to you? Are they one of those people
not
that would have
I can
provided
recall.
previous advice?
Not that I can recall. Did I meet with them? No, I haven't.
Can you explain why the Premier may have met with them?
Oh, well, that's a question for the Premier.
Sure. Can I just go to the issue of the firearms industry, Minister? Given that we've established there's been no consultation at all with anyone from the firearms space before this legislation was passed, did you receive any advice from police about what this would do to the industry, passing this legislation?
Not industry specific, no.
Okay, what advice did you receive from police regarding the industry at all?
Oh, well,
Nothing?
the police didn't give me advice about the industry.
Did they give you advice as to how it would impact their interaction with the industry, particularly with firearms registry approvals, adjudications, PTAs, transfers? The dealers do a hell of a lot of work on behalf of the firearms registry. Did they provide advice to you as to how that may impact their operations?
Well, they have continued to work with the FRCC, the committee, as you know, and
yeah, but that's a
have
makeup
talked-
of FRCC. Let's be clear, the FRCC is a makeup of mostly recreational shooters and some industry,
Yeah.
but
I haven't got that
that not
list.
dealers as a whole.
Well, we'll tell you who's on it because there are
I know
actually,
who's- I know-
well, there
I-
are industry.
I know who's on it.
Well, that's a misrepresentation because there are industry people on
Yes,
it.
but I'm specifically talking about dealers. So, Ms Hayward, did you provide advice to the Minister or anyone in government about how this may impact your interactions with dealers around licensing?
A matter regarding questions of policy is one for government. We work.
But this is a matter of
work
operation.
close.
This is a matter of operations too. A policy is going to have direct impact on your operations. We can see it already. Yeah, you guys are under the pump. Predictably, by most of us, we could have told you that was going to happen. Surely, you would provide advice when you know a policy may impact you operationally.
We provided advice in terms of how we will, or the impacts on operationalising certain legislation, yes.
Are you able to provide that advice to this committee as to what you told the Minister as to the impact on your operations? Perhaps on notice?
From my understanding, it's cabinet in confidence.
But as a result of that, it's fair to say, obviously part of that would have been the uplift, which we've discussed earlier. So that was the significant, I think, result of our discussions.
And systems uplift.
And systems uplift, yeah.
Yeah, Minister, have you actually visited any of these businesses and witnessed the human cost to this legislation?
Yes.
Which industries have you visited?
Safari.
Safari? Okay, any others? Any in your electorate?
I don't have any in my electorate. But the person who owns my building is a former gun shop owner. He was in the electorate.
So what is the government planning to do about the very serious impacts on this legislation on small businesses? I imagine Gary from Safari would have told you that his trade has dropped by 80-90%. You're going to rely on these people potentially to be doing or helping you with the buyback. How can they do that when they're not going to be there in 2-3 months? That's the reality. They're telling me they're not going to be around in 2 to 3 months.
Work with them.
What does working with them look like? respectfully, you gave the Bondi cafes and businesses $25,000 very, very quickly, and no one is begrudging that. But here you have a long-term impact from the industry, from your legislation, and there's been crickets from your government in terms of financial support for them.
Well, we're not putting numbers around the buyback. This is
about industry support. You won't get to you won't have these dealers when you get to the buyback. Respectfully, Minister, they won't be there. Many of them will be closing within months.
Can I go?
Yeah.
I incorporate the businesses as well when I talk about buyback, because that will be part of the financial component that obviously that we will have to provide. I will work with them. I will be guided by them. They are the experts, and I want their advice, and I want their input.
Mrs. Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Officials. Thank you for being here. I just wanted to follow on actually a little bit from what Mr. Banaziak was just asking about in relation to the firearms changes. Minister, can you tell me what happens to an individual who's currently, even just this week, being granted a licence for a 5-year period, which is still the case? What happens when the new rules come into impact in September to that licence?
Oh, well, it will continue until it expires, and then there'll be 2 years from then on.
Right, so there'll be... Someone could go and get a licence this week, and theirs will last for 5 years, so you're going to have
it won't be
a discrepancy.
Right. Well, we do now. We have a discrepancy now. Some people have 2
Sure.
years, some people have...
But
There's already a
are
discrepancy.
you concerned that you might have a large number of people applying for licences now to get that 5-year licence before the 2-year cap comes into effect?
Well, we're not surprised if there is an increase. This is exactly what happened in Western Australia. That was their experience, and they relayed that to me. They still have to go through the fit and proper person test, and they have to meet, have the correct documentation. So it's not tick and flick. You still have to go through the same process. If they are a fit and proper person and they are granted a licence, then they obviously have met that high benchmark that is set.
Okay. And just in relation to consultation more broadly, and I know you touched on this earlier as well, you've indicated to the committee this morning that the regulations won't be available until the end of September, is that correct?
It's due the review is due in September.
Right.
The rewriting of them is due. We've been working on those for quite some years now.
Right. So what consultation have you done since the legislation passed on Christmas Eve with key groups like New South Wales farmers, country mayors, sporting shooting bodies? Have you had regular meetings? What's that work look like now?
Well, I've met with them, but they're also part of the committee which is run by the Firearms Registry.
How many times have you met with each of those organisations since the legislation was passed?
Once on each of them.
Okay. And are there future meetings planned?
Yes.
Okay. And then just in relation to some of the limits that I think you said are enacted now in relation to particular... The caps.
Yeah.
So what happens to, say, an individual who's a primary producer, they're limited to 10. They also, though, might be able to, as their business, have access to a greater number. Where do they fall under the current caps?
Oh, well, they'll just seek permission to have a greater number from the Commissioner, and that's where they'll be allowed to have that. It could be an exception.
Sure. So a primary producer who, for legitimate business purposes, is able to have access, wants to have that, say, for pest control or something on their property. Are they able to apply? You're saying they're able to apply for more than 10?
Yes.
Okay.
If they've got a legitimate reason, yes.
Okay. I might come back to that this afternoon. I want to just quickly go to another issue that has been very topical of late and obviously quite tragic, some of the incidents relating to patients absconding from Cumberland Hospital. You would obviously be aware of those occurrences, Minister, and the alleged incidents that have led to the deaths of innocent people, which is obviously very tragic, and we thank the police for what they've done to support the community. I wanted to ask, though, you may be aware that in relation to one of the particular individuals who allegedly was involved in the car crash, Luke Peter Francis, the Mental Health Minister made some comments on the ABC Radio Sydney where she said, and I quote, "I am of the view that police would have and should have had the power to bring this individual back in for assessment." Do you agree with that statement from the Mental Health Minister?
Oh, well, the Commissioner can tell you the exact circumstances around that.
I'm very happy to hear from the Commissioner, but I just wanted to ask you, Minister, do you agree with what the Mental Health Minister has said.
Sorry, what did she say?
She said, I am of the view that police would have and should have had the power to bring this individual back in for assessment.
Yeah, well, these are complex matters, let's be fair. And police go above and beyond. They are always, there to particularly when it comes to abscondees, there to assist. But it's very complex, and the mental health system is very complex. We have, as police, have been working with the Minister for Mental Health, and indeed the Secretary, Susan Pearce, and the Commissioner have been working in relation to police's response to mental health incidents. So it will all form part of it.
But I mean, effectively, you've got Rose Jackson blaming the police here. Do you agree with that assertion?
Well, I think the police go above and beyond, and I think they do a great job, so I would not be blaming the police. But as I say, the Commissioner does know the circumstances around that.
If there's anything else, and I appreciate the sensitivities around it, Commissioner, but if there's anything more that you would like to add.
Yeah, ma'am, I'd be very limited on that. I wouldn't comment on the comments made by another minister. What I'd say is there is a critical incident investigation which is underway because tragically his absconding then led to further offending behaviour which resulted in the deaths of 2 people, which is a tragedy. So a brief of evidence will be put together as part of that, and we'll go to the coroner who will make recommendations. So it's inappropriate for me to comment at the moment as to those circumstances.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. Just another issue, and again, this is another one that is obviously still under investigation, but obviously the community of Lake Kajelico have had a very tough time in recent weeks, and again I want to acknowledge the significant police presence in that community. But is there any update that you can give, and it might be more appropriate from the Commissioner Minister, just in relation to what's happening on the ground? There's some community concern that has come back to me that policing numbers appear to be starting to decrease a little bit. Is there anything that you can provide in relation to that particular work? And happy for someone else if there's others who are better placed.
Yeah, ma'am, I'll touch briefly and then I'll go to Deputy Commissioner Pizanis, who has regional. Obviously, the number of resources we have in the particular area depends on the stage of the investigation, what sort of information we have to run down. There is probably little doubt that there are less policing resources there now than when the incident occurred, but we are actively investigating that matter. We actively have police out there investigating with the intent of putting Mr Ingram before the court. I might hand over to Deputy Commissioner Pizanis.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ma'am, thank you. Look, definitely there is an active investigation, and probably is an investigation. I won't go into detail. It does have both overt and covert elements about it. But needless to say, through the region commander there and the police district commander at Central West, we definitely have a surge model available based around any escalation in terms of risk to bring further police in there to keep the community safe. But there has been a wind back in terms of what would have been seen in that first sort of 2 weeks. But I'm sort of rest assured there is still a strong police presence around to bolster based around, the risk to the community if any further risk emerges.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and I'm sure the community will be happy to hear that as well. Minister, just going to the regional crime and rural issues, which again, I've raised these with you and your colleagues many times in these hearings in the past. The drone operating out of Moree, which I believe you were up there just a few days ago with the Commissioner and others to announce that. You said when you were in Moree that this is something that as a government you'll be looking to roll out more broadly across regional New South Wales. Do you have any indication of which communities you might look to deploy this sort of technology in and when?
So it's a pilot, and it doesn't conclude until the end of June. So we'll need to just review it and assess it and make sure that it's doing what police want it to do. I'll be guided by police in that, Sarah. They will, just like we do with satire, like we do with all policing, it will be based on the need. So I'll be guided by the Commissioner. But I have to say to you, it's excellent technology and remarkably cheaper than a helicopter, for instance. So I think going into the future, this is the sort of technology that police will be able to use very successfully as another tool, if you like, in their toolbox. It's, as you know, it's part of the Air Wing Command, so it's operated remotely by professionals, pilots and the like. So we're very, top notch. It's excellent, and I think that we will see more of this. And I'll certainly be advocating for more of it across the state.
And look, I
in regional
appreciate
areas,
that.
it's the best.
Well, and I suppose the thing, Minister, and again, these are not new issues that I've raised with you. Clearly, there are challenges in Moree. We know the government is focusing on that. But to be frank, I think some of the cynicism in some of the other regional communities, you know, Gunnedah, where I live, Tamworth, Armidale, Kempsey, Southwest Rocks, there's still a lot of communities who are dealing with this. Moree is often slated by your government as the pilot site, and absolutely there's necessary work being undertaken in Moree. But when there's no indication of when something like this could be rolled out in other areas, people do get frustrated about that. So. But there's no immediate plans for any other communities at this point, is what
Well,
you're
the
telling me.
pilot needs to conclude, just to be fair. I can understand the frustration. Crime is still happening in those areas, and if you're a victim of crime, it lives with you forever. I don't want to say categorically, but I feel confident that, you know, Kempsey will be certainly looked at very strongly. I know that we've got issues there, but as in Tamworth and other areas as well. But the police will make that decision, like they made the decision about Moree. I did not have input into that. Just so you know, it wasn't a government decision.
It's needed in Moree. It's just needed in a lot of places.
I know. I understand that. But let's and happy to take you up there so you can see it. But it really is a game changer. It's fabulous.
Okay. And then just one last question for me before I hand back to my other colleagues. Just in relation to, I guess, extra police positions, I know we were talking earlier about the rapid response unit for Bondi, and again, understand the need there following what's happened, or for the city, sorry, following the Bondi incident. But are there any plans to look at similar resources for sort of rapid response units to stand up in regional communities as well? And is that intended to take the place of core policing, or are you looking at addressing both of those challenges, specifically for rural communities?
Yeah, okay. So thank you for your acknowledgement. And yes, it is in metropolitan Sydney at this point in time. We'll see how it goes. But again, it's a massive resource. And I agree with you. I think it would be great if we could have it everywhere. Obviously, police numbers are a problem. We only have, you know, the police that we have. We can't just pluck them out of anywhere. Whilst our recruitment's going well, that's a positive sign and looks to be increasing attestation on attestation. But we will continue to work on where the need is as well. Police will operationally make those decisions, but at this point in time, it is here in the metropolitan Sydney looking at the unrest that we see on our seats in our suburbs in relation to anti-Semitic and the like. So that's where we're at this point in time. But I hear you. It's certainly not the intention to take away from PACs and PDs, but of course it's going to have an impact on that. As I just said to you, we only have what we have. So as has been described by the Commissioner, there will be expressions of interest put out for those the 250 to come on board. The Commissioner has given a guarantee that they'll be back wherever they came from. They will be backfilled with the next rounds and we know they're not experienced, so it's going to leave PACs and PDs. We acknowledge all of that, but we have to have a response. We have to do something different because we've had an event happen in our city that has changed our city, and this is what police have come to me and the government with as a response to that. They are the experts. We trust them, we believe in them, and whilst on one hand we completely accept and acknowledge and understand this is going to have impacts on our police, not probably so much in regional areas because you have to live in Sydney.
Fine. I mean, I guess the point is regional
I just want to
communities
acknowledge
also deal with crime, and it seems like rapid responses are there for Metro. It'd be nice if we had some more
well,
in
this
the
is a
regions,
rapid
but
response
that's
for a
fine.
very specific
I get that. I don't want to take
crime.
time of others.
But I just want to acknowledge we understand that, but we have to do something differently. And this is we've been advised to do, and that's why we're doing it.
Minister, the Rapid Response Unit, was this a policy idea that you generated?
Well, we talked about, after Bondi, you can imagine, the Commissioner. Yeah. But we talked about we have to do something differently, just like I described. And of course, the Commissioner and his team put together...
So it's an idea that came from you, Mr Lanyon?
Excuse me. Mr. Lanyon. So we looked at what capability we need to address that change in environment. Obviously, given the weapons that were used at Bondi, our police didn't don't get around except for our tactical units with long arms. So the police advise that this is a capability that we need in this changing environment.
Thank you. And the study trip that we heard about earlier from Ms Higginson's questions, that was to look at the operation of rapid review units in other countries, is that right?
Yeah, Mr Hudson went on that trip, so he can talk to you about it.
Okay,
it was to
thank
look
you.
at the response that they use in both Germany and in London, and to be able to bring back what they're doing. And they are using, long arms are in all vehicles in Germany, and in London they have a special squad.
Great. And you've got a written report about that, have you, Minister?
Yeah, I've got a brief. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And I think you said to Ms Higginson that you didn't authorise that trip?
Well, it's not authorised.
I just have to authorise the expenditure.
The acting minister, the acting police minister at the time.
So that was Minister Scully who authorised that?
Yes.
Great, thank you. And the idea about a rapid response unit, you had talked about that prior to that trip?
Well, we talked about the capability that we need to respond to an event such as we saw in Bondi.
So Minister Scully and the police in your absence developed this idea and hence the study trip, is that right?
No, that was, we had talked about that before I went on leave.
Right, but you said you didn't authorise that trip. And how long were you on leave for, Minister?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. So within the 2 weeks you're on leave, the idea developed to the point that Minister Scully and the police decided that this trip was essential?
No, you're completely misguided, Miss Carter.
Okay, thank you, Minister.
We discussed this as you would after the event. It just so happened that the travel form went in while I was on leave.
But you knew that the trip was happening then?
We discussed it. Mr Lanyon had told me he wanted to go and look at world's best practice.
Okay, so Mr Lanyon, you went on the trip?
I did not, ma'am. No, four people went on the trip.
Who were they?
Mr Hudson.
Yes.
Assistant Commissioner White. A policy officer, Darren Bark.
Yes.
And a representative from the New South Wales Police Association.
Okay. And so, Minister, you've had discussions with the Police Association about the transformation of Operation Shelter into this rapid response unit?
Yes, they're very supportive.
So, on how many occasions have you discussed this issue with the Police Association?
Just the once.
Just the once?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And what other discussions have there been across the commands that will be affected by the transformation of Operation Shelter?
Well, Mr Lanyon has brought it to their attention that that's the intention of what the police want to do. I can only talk to that. So I know they've been advised.
Okay. You had that one discussion with the Police Association. When was that?
It was after they came back. It was just a phone conversation. I got a report which they were part of, so I just took that they agree with it, and the police told me that they agree with it, support it.
Sorry, the police told you that the Police Association agrees with it?
Supported it, yeah.
So you didn't speak to the Police Association directly about it?
Both.
You've spoken once to the Police Association. At what stage of organisation was the idea of the Rapid Response Unit when you spoke to the Police Association?
They'd already been on the trip.
So they'd been on the trip and they knew about what was happening on the trip?
Well, they knew about the capability and in implementing the capability.
And
they agreed with
knew
the
about the
implementation
impact on
of the
existing police commands?
I assume they do.
Okay, but you didn't really check
We
that with
didn't
them.
go into depth. It was more just in relation to the actual new command.
How often do you meet with the Police Association, Minister?
Oh, well, that would be in my diary, but we did actually have in place, unfortunately, monthly or fortnightly meetings, but unfortunately they've had to be changed for one reason or another. But I speak to them on the phone or in other meetings.
Okay. Were you briefed on police resourcing for Jewish community events in the lead up to Hanukkah?
No, I've not briefed on shelters activities.
Okay, did you request a briefing?
Not on shelters activities. That's an operational matter for police.
I'm not suggesting you direct those operations, Minister, but given the level of community difficulty, did you request a briefing with a Jewish holiday period coming in respect to exactly how things were travelling, what the security arrangements were?
No, police, as I say, they do the operationalisation of shelter.
How often do you get briefings about community safety and counter-terrorism issues?
Well, counter-terrorism, if there has been, even internationally, an incident, Mr Hudson will brief me and on what our current status is. About community safety, obviously any crimes that are going on throughout the city or indeed the state, the police will come and brief me on those.
So you're briefed after the fact when the police decide you need a briefing. Minister, I understand you're not engaged in any operational capacity, but are you seriously engaging with your oversight responsibilities if you are passively waiting for reactive briefings rather than actively seeking to understand how our community is being kept safe?
Well, I think it's fair to say that setting up Operation Shelter was a very proactive policy that we put forward, and the police.
And that was your idea?
It was our idea. And in addition, I take my advice from the experts, Ms Carter. In addition to that, obviously what we've just announced this week is a further demonstration of that.
So what's the announcement this week?
We announced it earlier this week, I said.
What is it, is what I'm asking you?
Oh, it was the announcement of the new command.
The additional force.
Yeah. Thank you. Ms Boyd.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. And good morning to you. Are we still in morning? Yes, just Minister and officials. Minister, I have raised with you on a number of occasions the issues that come to my office from people who are victims of domestic and family violence where police are the perpetrators. And I know that we've had some movement in that regard in relation to the new SOPs, and I'll come back to that. But do you accept that there is inherently a position of power that is created when a police officer who has access to computer systems and guns and other things is the perpetrator of a domestic family violence incident?
So you have raised this several times, Ms Boyd, and police have advised me that there is a new process which includes the requirement for the command or the district inspector to consider any conflict of interest and to determine whether it's appropriate for the command to investigate the incident. I think we had Mr McKenna here acting as the Deputy Commissioner last time, and he gave a guarantee that he would work on that. That has now been done, which I'm very pleased about, and I understand that it is something that LEC are happy with as well, because it was a recommendation, as you will recall.
And since they were implemented, those new DV SOPs last year, how many incidents have actually been transferred to another command?
I'll have to get that for you.
Thank you.
Unless, you would have that? No, not yet. We'll have to get that for you.
But you accept, Minister, that there is a particular position that a police officer has if they were wanting to exercise coercive control or domestic abuse of their partner when they have access to computer systems and to guns?
Well, also you'd have to accept that police take this very seriously, and I know the Commissioner takes this very,
sure,
very
but that's
seriously.
not the question. The question is, do we think...
Except it's an internal process, and that's important, right? The Commissioner, through leading, of course, does take this extremely seriously, and I think that the police definitely have changed their SOPs, which is significant, and you have been a driver of that, so that's a good thing. And I think that we'll get you those details. I don't have the numbers, but we'll certainly get those for you.
But with respect, that's not really the question. The question is, we know that the LEC at the moment is doing an investigation into the exercise of coercive control by police officers because they do have this sort of different ability to control their victims using the systems and the privileges that come with being a police officer. Do you accept that there is that particular specific risk when it comes to police perpetrators of domestic violence?
Well, I accept that coercive control is an absolute blight on our society, but anybody who performs it, quite frankly. I don't care if you're a police officer or a gardener. The reality is...
But a gardener doesn't have access to the computer systems that the police do. So,
But there's also strict regulations around accessing personal information, and police will call that out if they see it.
Okay.
I think that we've come a long way. That's certainly been my observation. Police do take domestic violence very seriously. They do take coercive control very seriously, and they have frameworks in place to address these. The police commissioner and others don't want, people in their organisation who, are doing these things, and they.
Sure.
As a result of that, they take it very, very seriously.
So let's talk about a specific example then. And this is one that I've written to you about before. And I know that there's been a number of other MPs that have written to you about this particular case. So this is a woman called Christine Maguire, who has been subjected to abuse and coercive control from a man called Michael Merritt, who's a former Chief Inspector in the New South Wales Police. This is one of the most extreme cases I've seen of a police perpetrator of DV who has used the systems and used their position to effectively collude with other police officers to ensure that she can continue to be controlled and abused. I've written to you about this, and I know that there have been at least 6 representations made to you personally from Ms Maguire. Jodie Harrison has also raised it with you. This has been going for about 2 years. I know that the opposition has raised this. I know that Mr Speakman has written to you. I know that Kelly Sloan has written to you. And each time we get a response back that says that you're advised that the allegations have been fully investigated and there's nothing to see here. Who gives you that advice?
You know very well who gives me that advice, the police.
Okay, but do you ever take any additional steps to verify it for yourself? Do you read the correspondence? Have you read the shocking...
I don't sign anything without reading it.
Okay, do you read the correspondence that's come to you though?
Yes.
Right, so you are aware then of all of the evidence that backs up what Ms Maguire is saying.
Well, I have to say, you're going to have to speak to the police because they have provided me with that advice.
Yeah.
And even if I've asked, they've said, no, that is the case. So
Okay, but what is your role here? Is it to simply, when you get someone telling you, and this is a former whistleblower as well, so they're particularly at risk, they have been subjected to such terrible circumstances. They have documented exactly how the police have failed to get involved and the real sort of boys' club that's existed in relation to this case. It's an absolute prime example of what I get given to my office time and time again. Do you personally get assured that everything has been done, or do you simply ask the police and they say, no, it's fine, and then you write the correspondence back?
on many occasions, not just with the one that you're referring to, I absolutely ask for a second and sometimes a third opinion.
Okay, but do you, I don't know, go and speak to these people that are writing to you? Do you sit down with them and actually talk to them? Because if you spoke with Ms Maguire, you wouldn't be saying what you're saying now. So will you meet with Ms Maguire and actually hear from her directly?
I will go back and have a look at Ms Maguire's correspondence, and I don't think she's asked to meet with me. I don't recall that, if that's the case. If she wants to meet with me, then I will wait for her to reach out.
Okay, she's reached out to you on a number of occasions.
Asked me to meet with her?
Asking for your help?
Yeah, that's different
to
to having a
look into
meeting.
it. Okay, all right. But you commit that if she wants to meet with you, you will meet with
I'll
her?
have that conversation with her.
Okay, thank you. I asked you on questions on notice exactly how many current serving police officers were involved in domestic and family violence incidents in the last 5 years. And as you know, I've been tracking this data for a while. And we got a response saying that there was about, let me have a look, I think it was about 1,500 this time over the last 5 years, or 1,251 police officers involved in a DV incident in the last 5 calendar years. How many of those was the police officer, the person of interest, and the person named?
No, I'm sorry, we don't have that.
Could you maybe come back to me this afternoon?
Can you answer that?
Not off the top of my head,
okay.
Minister. I'm happy to come back to you this afternoon, Ms Boyd.
Thank you. And of the 280 matters where the Section 181D 3A show cause notice was considered by the Commissioner in the last 5 years, how many of those were domestic family violence or sexual violence related?
Again, happy to take that this afternoon if that's okay, Ms Boyd.
Okay. And how many currently serving officers do you have with a guilty or guilty but no conviction recorded currently serving? So I know we've had this discussion before, and there used to be, I think there was about 50.
Sorry,
at
ma'am,
one
if it's
point.
okay, Mr Cook might be able to answer that question for you now.
Yes, ma'am. There's 11 serving officers who have a case proved or a conviction. Only 2 of those officers were convicted. The rest had case proved, but were released on a bond or a recognizance. That goes back to 2009.
Okay, and of those officers, how many of them are involved directly with the public? Like if someone was to, are they people that if someone was to come into a police station to report a DV incident or sexual assault, is this the person they're speaking to, or are these people back office?
It could be. It would depend on the age of the matter. For example, someone who was involved in an incident in 2009 and has had no discretion since may well be in contact with the public. Someone who was recently dealt with departmentally following that may well have been transferred under a disciplinary transfer. So it would depend on the case, it would depend on the age of the case, and it would depend on the particular circumstances.
Minister, you've made a number of comments that you are serious about reforming, or at least you take seriously the issues that are being raised in relation to police officers and domestic and family violence. Would you accept that at least historically there has been significant problems within the police force when it comes to their handling of domestic and family violence matters?
Well, I can only go on what I know, which has only been obviously in more recent times. And I do believe it's an organisation that takes it very, very seriously, whether it's internal or external, and they've gone to great lengths.
Now or always? Because the data definitely tells us they've not taken it seriously in the past.
Well, I can only know what I know.
So you think they now currently...
in my period of time. That's all I can comment on.
Thank you.
But I did want to... Have we got the number? Yep. Yeah, I think you've got the answers to all of those questions from the question that you wrote to me recently, which is question number 4862.
I have that in front. Yes.
Right. So do they have to provide you with the same information again?
I would like the current figures. Yes, please.
That was very recent. Anyway, we can get that question up. Okay,
Thank
that's
you.
easy. We've got that data already.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Benazio.
Thank you. Minister, you referred to relying on WA advice regarding the firearms laws. Are you able to table the advice that you received from WA around firearms caps?
Sorry.
Full transparency, I just want to compare it to the advice that the industry received through an FOI from the WA police that indicates that caps has nothing necessarily to do with public safety, but it's a quick way to reduce the number of firearms.
Mine have all been verbal. They get here in my office.
I'm happy to take your contemporaneous notes.
No, I don't have contemporaneous notes to provide to you, and phone conversations from late last year and early this year.
Well, if there's anything, if you can take on notice, if there's anything you can provide me,
sure.
that would be great.
Okay.
Can I just go to the issue of the rapid response team and obviously Bondi? When you and the Premier referred to the firearms that were used by the terrorists, you referred to them as military-grade weapons, which they're not. Let's put the facts on the table. But when the rapid response team refers to their firearms, which are based on an AR platform, they are based on a military-grade platform. You refer to them with the soft language of long-arm rifles. So I guess the question is that misrepresentation of what the firearms are deliberate by your department when you talk to the media?
I don't think I've ever said military-grade firearms. It's not language I would use.
It was certainly language used around when they were discussing the weapons used in the attack on Bondi. They were the phrases used.
Okay. Well, it's not deliberate, that's for sure. It's a phrase in terms of long arms. That's the term that police use.
That's
so
the
therefore,
correct
the
term,
term that I adopt.
Okay. Can you, on notice, provide the number of firearms that were legally held at the date before the passing of the legislation, and the number of firearms that are legally held now? On notice.
I think we got that. No, not up to date.
Not right now.
No, okay.
No.
Yeah.
Totally accept.
Oh, we can answer that this afternoon.
Yeah, I totally accept you'd have to take that on notice. Minister, Mr Hudson's evidence earlier talked about a systematic review every 24 hours in the COP system, and that flags any incident or issue that may make a person unsuitable to hold a firearms licence. With regards to that, can you tell me what the public safety advantage is from reducing the firearms licence term from 5 years to 2 years then, if you're already automatically reviewing people's suitability every 24 hours?
Well, it's not just if they've had another suspension in some other form, like you're using the security licence example, for instance, but it's also to check people's, to just make sure they're still suitable and a fit and proper person, and I think that's reasonable. I don't think there's anybody that wants somebody who's not a fit and proper person to have a licence.
So what's happening at a 24-hour level that isn't happening, or what's happening at a 2-year or 5-year level when a licence is renewed that isn't happening at a 24-hour level?
Well, it's the assessment, going through having the documentation, making sure people's mental health is still fine. There's a whole host of things, and you know that. Oh, and yeah, genuine reason, of course.
So you at 2 years and 5 years, you've been checking everyone's genuine reason.
Well, when there's a new application.
But is that the evidence that you're giving now, that
no, prior
to Bondi, you were checking everyone's genuine reason when they renewed?
Can I just say that the government took a decision.
You look bemused, Commissioner.
No, not bemused. Sorry, Mr. Banasiak, Minister. And then I'll happily add to it.
The government made a decision that compliance was critically important in this, because we don't want the wrong people having a gun licence. Checking every 2 years is part of that change to compliance, to make sure, because people were saying, well, shouldn't the particular person involved have been checked more, etc. I mean, they did actually have a check, as it turned out. But regardless, so it's a compliance thing, and we want to bolster up compliance, Mark, because it's, as I say, we don't want the wrong people having a gun licence. It's as simple as that.
Is that an admission that compliance hasn't been up to scratch?
Well, no,
prior to this incident?
No, it isn't. It was 5 years. A lot can happen in a person's life in 5 years. You know, in 2 years, I mean, if we could do it every year, we maybe would, but it's too much.
Commissioner, do you have anything to add before I go to my next line of questioning?
Yeah, just quickly, Mr. Banasiak, your question asked what's different and what happens in the 24 hours. The 24-hour test is not a complete review of a licence holder's licence. It is if any new information, for example, intelligence, the person's been arrested, that flags, which then triggers a review of their licence.
Okay. Okay. Minister, try to go to the publication of suburb level firearm data, which the registry does periodically biannually. That data has also been released under FOI, I'm aware of, to create the Green-sponsored website Too Many Guns. What formal risk assessment was conducted prior to publicising that data?
You'd have to ask the registry, I'm sorry.
Ms. Saywood?
So in terms of there's postcodes, but there's no addresses.
Yeah, postcodes but non-addresses.
Yep, so it doesn't identify where firearms are actually held.
No, but it narrows it down, doesn't it?
Well, there's firearms everywhere in the state.
But if there's a postcode that you know that has X amount of firearms, that narrows the criminal's targeting, doesn't it?
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that.
Have you got a formal risk assessment to back that statement up?
I'd have to take that on notice and get back to you.
You don't know whether the one was done? I know you're recently new to the job, so you don't know whether one was done prior to you taking on that role? Because I know this data has been published regularly.
In terms of all information and data we do publish, and in terms of approval for that publishment, it would go through some form of an assessment to see whether or not it's appropriate to be released.
Who does that? Who does that assessment? I don't need the name; just the position title would be good.
So at the moment, it is through me as an assistant commissioner.
Okay. And do you do a privacy impact assessment or do you consult with a privacy commissioner when you're making that assessment?
No, I don't.
You don't. Why don't you? Why don't you feel the need to?
Well, it doesn't identify anyone's personal information.
Has there been
and that's relevant to the privacy laws.
Has there been any threat assessment conducted on bodily risk linked to publication?
We do monitor theft from break and enters, absolutely.
Yeah. And is there anything to...
There is nothing that I'm aware of that links an increase in break and enters with firearms stolen to a publication of data of firearms across the state.
Okay.
And just to add to that, I think that that publication has been occurring now for a number of years.
Yes. It's fine. I do note that you don't publish suburb level data showing the number of registered sex offenders. Is that correct?
From my understanding, no, the police don't.
No. So you publish density data for compliant licence holders, but not for serious sex offenders.
That's not a question for me. I don't look after
Well,
that area.
Minister, is that the policy?
I believe that. I don't know if it's a policy, but I believe that to be correct.
So if I did a Freedom of Information request asking for the number of serious sex offenders by suburb and then created a website called Too Many Pedos, would that be acceptable to your government and to the police?
I feel confident you wouldn't get that information, but
There'd be
Mr
a breach
Hudson
of the
would.
Act, sir.
That's right. Yeah.
So why is
Child protection.
So why is it not a breach of the Act to publish law-abiding firearm owners
Because it's
who are
not
compliant?
specifically included in the Firearms Act that it's an offence to publish information which may identify someone on our child protection register.
Right.
Whereas in
but
the child...
a licensed class of people like firearm owners aren't afforded that protection.
It's for the child offenders, so vigilante groups, I would assume, but it predates my involvement in the area, but it's specifically called out in the Act that publication of information that can identify an offender is precluded from publication. Which is why we don't have a national register. So we have a national register, but why we don't have a public-facing register.
As a policy view, do you think that's acceptable, Minister, that a licensed class of people who are subject to background checks have their data publicised in terms of the suburb that they live in and the number of firearms that they own, and it's splashed across the Daily Telegraph, but we don't do the same for serious sex offenders? Do you think that's a fair comparison?
No, I don't think it's a fair comparison. There's no identifying factors in the postcodes that are given out with the numbers.
It's not hard to narrow down for a criminal.
I don't know about that.
Okay, thank you. Back to the opposition.
Thank you. Minister, are you concerned that the Benedict Bryant case will have a chilling effect on the ability of police to engage in appropriate action to keep the community safe?
I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Lenyon? It's not for me to think things. Like, I'm here to give factual things. It would be best to ask an operational police officer that question.
So you haven't given any thought to the Benedict Bryant case and what that means for operational policing?
Well, again, I would get the advice from police.
Right. Minister, in how many jobs other than policing are workers risking jail time because of actions they take at work?
Well, depends what you do. There's quite a number of those.
I'm talking lawful actions one takes at work.
Yes.
I'm not talking burglars.
No, but we have, in actual fact, brought in a number of crimes related to workplace laws in New South Wales, and quite rightly so, because it can be the case that workers are exploited. And yes, you can do jail time if you exploit workers in certain industries.
So you have no current proposals to protect frontline police?
Well, if you break the law, you break the law. Doesn't matter if you're a police officer or who you are.
Thank you, Minister. What progress has been made in implementing the recommendations of the New South Wales Auditor-General's report, Mental Health and Wellbeing of New South Wales Police?
Well, we do have the Health and Wellbeing Unit in
Yes.
place, which is been in place now for maybe close to 2 years. We're certainly seeing a number of officers not going onto the workers' compensation scheme, and in fact utilising the unit or the command, I should call it rather, and getting that wraparound service that they need, those allied health services that they need, and therefore moving back into the workforce. I think it's something like 40%. Is that right?
Thank you for the general figures. The Auditor General's report recommended 4 things that should be in place by July of this year. What specific progress is happening to address those 4 things in the 4 months from now till July of this year?
Well, I'm pleased to report to you that there has been a focus on the recovery of return to work. We've got the Early Access Treatment Initiative, and that has had 8,436 claims paid, and which it totals 1,271 claimants. So they've got them back to work. There's the mental health clinicians, which I don't know if you've met any of those. They're fantastic. We've got 26 of those across the state. They in total have seen 23,000 or had consultations with 23,733 in total.
Thank you for all this general detail.
They're not general. These are out on the ground.
Yes, all right, then this on the ground detail. But so, for example, with respect to recommendation 1, which sought to address the workforce allocation model, what has been the impact on workforce allocation of policing constant weekly protests over the past 2 years, and how is that recommendation being addressed?
Recruitment is the greatest thing we can do to assist with workforce allocation. We know that we are, as I said to you earlier, 2,765, I think that's right, 765 short. So we've got a big gap. So we had to look at how to fix that. And
of course,
one of
Minister,
the things we're
talking across purposes.
No, we're not.
Recommendation 1 says, develop and implement a workforce allocation model that matches police numbers understood to be existing. Excellent, if those numbers grow to the strength they should be, matches police numbers to command level workload demands and changing workload levels. What specifically has been done to develop and implement that workload allocation model to protect the health and wellbeing of our police?
Well, you can't do that, Ms Carter, without having more boots on the ground. It's as simple as that.
So therefore, when we say what's happening by July 26, you're saying recommendation 1 off the table can't be done, okay?
No, I would say to you that not just by July, this has been happening since we came into government. So we have seen an uptick of 70% in applications to the New South Wales Police Force. One of the main reasons is because we paid them properly.
Thank you, Minister. We are talking at cross purposes. You are not addressing workforce allocation. You're addressing workforce growth, which I agree is very important.
No, I'm not addressing workforce growth. I will not accept that. I'm sorry that you're not getting the answer that you want, but this is a reality. The only way that we can fix workforce allocation is to have boots on the ground. And this government has had an absolute laser focus on that, and it's something that I'm very proud of.
What's been the total increase in police if you've had such a laser focus, Minister?
In actual fact, I will talk to you about that too. We also had to fix the insurance scheme.
Minister,
No,
I asked
this is
you
all
for a
important.
figure. I asked you for a figure, Minister. You're deflecting all the time rather than saying how many extra police are on the ground today under your watch.
How dare you? No one has been more transparent about police's
Minister,
numbers.
you're not answering the
question. No one has been more transparent about how we are going to get more police than me. So I do not accept that whatsoever.
Thank you, Minister. If I could move on to something different. I understand from the report that between 2020 and 2025, the New South Wales Police Force invested $34 million on proactive wellbeing services for police, which you've already discussed, and it's a very welcome investment. But an additional $60 million on the administrative costs of running the Health, Safety and Wellbeing Command. Can you explain why almost twice the budget was spent on running the command as spent in delivering services to police?
Well, the command had to be set up, so obviously we have to take that into account. But what I would say to you is the cost savings that we're seeing by police officers not going on to the insurance scheme, but it's not just about dollars and cents. It's the human cost that we're seeing as well. Keeping people fit, keeping officers that we have spent an enormous amount on training, both in time and financially. Like, this is the thing with you guys. It's not just the dollars and cents, it's the holistic approach that we're taking to police, looking after them, getting them back to work, telling them they're valued and paying them properly.
Minister, we are in furious agreement. The reason I'm asking these questions is because we value the welfare of the police. And I'm very disturbed that there seems to be too little attention being paid to this really important audit report, which goes to how we are caring for the people we ask to do one of the most difficult jobs in this state. And with respect to that, can I quote you your words from estimates in September, Minister, when you praised the excellent work of police and continued, quote, "To man the protests in this city, it's often the case that we have to bring officers on their down days back in and they're exhausted." What impact is policing constant protests having on the safety and well-being of our police?
I don't walk away from that. They are exhausted. And that's why we need more boots on the ground. Goes back to recruitment. But you won't accept that because you don't understand the police force. We actually need more boots on the ground. Imagine 2,765 more people. That is my focus. That's what I'm concentrating on. And that's what we're going to aim to deliver.
Thank you. I notice you're aiming to deliver rather than actually doing
Well,
it.
if I had a magic wand and I could say to everybody out there, please become a police officer, I would. Whilst we do say that and other projects we've put in place, the reality is people have to make a decision, their own personal decision about what their career wants to be. Being a police officer is one of the most honourable careers anybody could have, and I encourage people to seriously think about it.
Thank you, Minister. The Auditor-General's report indicated that New South Wales Police Force wellbeing initiatives provide counselling and support for police after traumatic incidents. What's the definition of a traumatic incident?
Well, they would be very personal. Each of them would be different. Obviously, that's information that's very personal. But this, just so you know, though, again, I'll go back to the point. This is actually stopping people from going on the workers' compensation scheme. It's wrapping services, allied health services around them. If I hypothetically speaking, as a police officer, if I go to an incident and I'm feeling disturbed by it, I can actually go and choose my own psychologist to go to have a consult, and the wellbeing unit will pay for that.
Great. Thank you, Minister. Have Jewish officers been offered counselling and support for the weekly protests, which often involved arguably anti-Semitic chants?
Again, that would be personal information that that they would have themselves. But can I say, this is not about the police for everyone. That is a workforce that we want to reflect our community. We really want the New South Wales Police to look like the city that we live in. Everybody should have access to that, and guess what? They do.
The Auditor-General pointed out that support is not offered for other psychological risk factors such as fatigue, role overload or burnout. Has this now been addressed?
I'd have to ask Deputy Commissioner Smith about that, but what I can say to you is there are other allied health professionals that they can see as well. So you can see a psychologist, obviously, but you're saying that's not one that may assist in that. But there's dietitians, there's physically, what do they call them? Trainers. There's a whole host of different types of clinicians in there that help with all of those sorts of things that people have. It's not just about going to see a psychiatrist.
I'm just confused, Minister, because I don't understand how a police officer who is fatigued from what you have described as being overloaded is going to be helped by going to a dietitian.
Well, you should have a good diet.
Great. Thank you, Minister.
You're simplifying and you're trivialising this unit that is
Minister.
so important and that is keeping people out of the workers' compensation system. I'm sorry, you just do not get it.
Well, can I just go to how many officers have separated in the last 12 months?
I'll have to get that. But I do have that, though. Obviously, I knew you'd ask all these questions. I'll give it to you shortly.
Well, that goes fundamentally to your articulated position that you want to get more boots on the ground.
Yep.
If people are leaving more quickly than you're replacing them, then clearly the commitment to keeping people with all boots on the ground starts to ring a bell.
Well, I can address that. So attrition rate is at 8.2%, which is higher than we want. On average, between 5 and 6 is normal, what is considered the norm. We have projections, though, that will be at more like 6, low 6 in 3 years. But I started to say this to Miss Carter, but she didn't want to hear it. When we changed the new insurance scheme, there were a large number of people on the old PBRI. Those people have had to be transitioned out. So around about 120 a month are coming who aren't actually in the workplace anyway. These are people who are actually on long-term sick leave who are coming to the organisation medically unfit to work again, so it's their choice, and they are exiting. So I said this at the time when we were changing the scheme, that we will see a spike of the people who are currently on the scheme who have been determined as medically unfit to work, and that is happening now. We're seeing exactly what we predicted.
Right. Have you got any figures relating to the root causes of psychological injury?
I don't have the. I'm not a doctor. I don't have the.
Well, you know, but you must have some
Well,
sort of modelling done.
I don't have people's, medical files. That's for a. No.
Well,
no, I don't.
HR would have files relating to why people are leaving the police force.
Well, they get a.
Why are they?
They're medically given. They're given advice from a health professional.
Yeah, but generally, what are the most common reasons that people leave the police force?
What I can tell you is the psychosocial has reduced by, is it 40%, Dean? Psychosocial? Is it reduced by 40% under the new scheme?
So, Minister, not psychosocial,
sorry.
but in terms of the psychological injury claim, since the move between the previous Blue Ribbon Insurance Scheme and the EPSS scheme, there has been a reduction of over 40% in that time. In relation to...
You listening?
In relation to the capture of in relation to the psychological factors, that is captured within our hazard reporting system, which is part of when someone lodges an injury claim or an incident claim. If you talk about traumatic incidents, that could be any exposure to an incident. That might be from a fatal motor vehicle collision to a homicide scene to the incidents at Westfield or Bondi. They are classified as traumatic incidents. Yes, we do, sir. Yes,
you might provide it to the Minister at some stage. How many officers then are currently unavailable due to psychological injury?
To psychological injury, I'd have to get the breakdown because we break it down in terms of the length of time they are absent. If we use a term of long-term absence, which is anyone who's out of the workplace for greater than 75% of their shift over a 60-day period is a classification, or 100% over a longer period of time. There is currently around 700 odd. I can get you the exact figure. In relation to that, the breakdown of between what is physical and psychological, or a combination of both, I would have to get back to you. But the figure currently is around 750, 760.
And in terms of long-term averages, is that a higher or lower figure?
That is a significant reduction from the previous 12 months.
I can tell you that in 25, the total of medical retirements was 1,233, and in 26, it's forecast to be 350.
Okay, thank you.
It's looking good. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Just a couple more questions from me. The Auditor General's report called attention to the fact that New South Wales Police have not properly assessed whether workplace hazards or stressors contribute to incidents involving serious injury or death of officers or members of the public. Does this lack of transparent performance metrics represent a systemic failure under contemporary work health and safety obligations?
I'm so sorry, I was reading something. I didn't hear the first half of your question. Could you just start again?
Yeah, I was referring to the Auditor General's report.
Right, yeah.
And it called out that the police force do not properly address whether workplace hazards or stresses contribute to incidents involving injury or death to officers or members of the public. Does this represent a failure under contemporary work health and safety obligations? And if so, what's being done about it?
Well, my understanding is that the new command does provide assistance in that. Is that correct?
Yes, Minister. In relation to the Auditor General's report and those commentaries, so the Health, Safety and Wellbeing Command is actively working through each of those recommendations and will meet those obligations by the time frame.
Okay,
they have implemented a number of and achieved some of those recommendations, including the hazard reporting system, which was
Perhaps
launched.
Mr. Smith, I can come back and get more details from you this afternoon.
It might be worth you noting that the auditor came out in June 25, and the command had only been up for 6 to 8 months.
And I'm looking forward to talking to Mr. Smith about this later today.
Well, I just think that it's important in relation to the questions you're asking.
I agree.
They haven't had the opportunity to see the success of the command, but I'm
Which is
looking
why I'm
forward
asking you about progress towards those recommendations, Minister. Exactly.
Which is exactly what the command is doing.
If I can just move on quickly to something else, following up from a question from the Honourable Sarah Mitchell this morning. Can you confirm that primary producers will be able to apply to the Commissioner for more than 10 firearms?
If they have good reason, yes.
Okay, so if they have and is good reason defined?
If they have a what, sorry?
Is good reason defined?
Well, they may be a sports shooter as well and need a different calibre.
Right.
That's an example I could give you.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not going to work in hypotheticals.
No. I'm just trying to... There's significant interest in how this works, Minister.
That,
Everybody wants to obey the law. Significant interest in fully understanding it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I understand that.
Right, thank you.
Minister, you're responsible for the Weapons Prohibition Act, are you not?
Yes.
Is the government still supporting the legislation which has been brought by the Shooters Fishers Party in relating to their hunting legislation?
Don't look at me.
I know, but the government. I'm not sure if it's still in the Parliament. Is it still in the Parliament?
It's still in the Parliament.
Oh, right.
It's still in the Parliament. We're trying for it not to be there.
We'll just pass it and it'll be out of there.
No, never.
I'll have to. I'm unambiguous in that.
Sorry?
You're asking if the government's supportive of
Yeah,
it?
well, yes.
Hasn't been to my house.
No.
No, it hasn't been to my house. I'm sorry.
These guys over there are going to be asked to vote on it, and I'm sure there is the government has
Not
a position.
necessarily, that's right.
What is the government's position?
It hasn't come to my house.
What is the government's position in relation to that legislation?
Oh, well, you can speak to the Leader of the House. She'll be able to advise you
Your
of that.
responsibility for the Weapons Prohibition Act.
Yeah, you can speak to the Leader of the House. When it comes to my house,
Do
I'll
you
have
know
a look at
what
it.
the government's position is?
I said you can ask the Leader of the House.
Do you know?
You can ask.
That's an extraordinary answer.
So
Minister, have you read the report in Operation or Project Takia?
Takia. Hakia, yes.
Hakia?
Yeah, the surveillance stuff, yeah.
Yeah. And there are a number of recommendations which have been made in relation to that. What steps are being taken in relation to implementing those recommendations?
I'll come back and give you that answer because I have got that. I've read that. I'll give you that before we finish.
Well, you'd be aware, of course, that in relation to the sale of Surveillance Devices Act, one of the key findings was that 37% of tracking devices were to purchasers adversely known to police, and 25% had a history of domestic violence.
Thank you. Yes, so that's exactly right, yes.
Yep, so...
Organised crime gangs and the like.
Is it the
100%.
case that we're proposing, that you are proposing to take any steps in relation to the regulation of the sale of tracking devices, and have you told Apple that you are proposing to do that?
So the Department of Community and Justice are developing looking into that, and it's something you should speak to the Attorney General in relation to.
Have you formed a view in relation to that?
Well, I was alarmed when I read the report, that's for sure, and some of the sneaky approaches that are being taken in surveilling people, particularly women. Of course, police and I were quite alarmed by it. I know Dave and I have discussed that.
Mr Banasiak, a question from you.
Yeah, sure. Minister, Inspector Amy Scott received the Commissioner's Value Medal within months of the Bondi Junction attack, rightfully so. Detective Senior Constable Cesar Barraza stopped what's been described as the worst terror attack in our country's history. Has he received the same level of recognition for his acts of bravery?
No, he hasn't, but I think I'd just make the point that there is obviously the court case going ahead. There is, there's several different sorts of inquiries going on, and a person is before the court, obviously for murder charges. I believe that when that is concluded, we should absolutely do that. In Amy's case, it was different because the perpetrator obviously was killed immediately. So well,
one of the perpetrators has been killed in this instance.
The court case is still going ahead.
How does the court case affect whether we recognise a police officer for their bravery?
I understand where you're coming from, but I think that we need to just let that run its course.
Is that just your opinion, or is it based on some policy or advice from police?
No, it's not a policy, but I mean, we all acknowledge the brilliant shooting of the officer, and are indebted to him. I don't think probably anyone else but someone who is so professional, is a professional shooter, as we know, part of the police pistol club or shooting club,
Yep.
as there are others, and we were very fortunate that he was there so quickly. There's no doubt about that.
So has he been earmarked for this recognition pending the court case, or what's the status?
I think we will.
There will be
Yeah,
formal
there will
recognition, Mr. Benaziac,
Yeah.
certainly for a number of officers. I have actually met with Caesar and spoken to him personally on a number of occasions. He was present the other day with the Governor-General when she recognised our 2 officers that were critically injured in that attack. There will be formal recognition for our officers.
Okay, good, thank you.
Minister, the state, I think it's uncontroversial the state of New South Wales has, without doubt, become a whole lot more violent and dangerous under your term as Police Minister and Chris Minns's term as Premier, and your combined regime of anti-protest laws, more police powers, and now more militarisation of the police. Do you think it's time to start listening to civil society and stop the escalation of the law and order agenda and the police state?
Well, I don't think you can blame the government, and you certainly can't blame me personally or the Premier personally for
We can.
Well,
So
I'm not going to accept it from you. From a war that's going on the other side of the world. That's just the reality of it. I mean, I'd like for it not to have to play out here on our streets in Sydney, but it does every weekend.
So your response, do you really think you can arrest and police our way here in New South Wales to some kind of social cohesion?
I do not believe that you can arrest your way out of everything. I've said it before, and I'm happy to say it here in front of you again.
So
However,
why?
we have to dial the heat down, Sue. We have to allow people to feel safe. There is a community over here and a community over here
But the point
that feel
is, Minister,
unsafe.
nobody is feeling safer as a result of escalating a law and order agenda, heavier policing, and now further militarising of police. It's the wrong direction. Do you not see that?
Well, that's your view. We have a responsibility to ensure that people feel safe. Can I say to you, both our Islamic community and our Jewish community come to the police asking for assistance, asking for their presence, seeking police's assurance that they'll be there to protect them. So I know it's a view by some that share your view, but the flip side of that is these communities are actually asking for that.
I suggest they're asking you for safety, not necessarily more militarisation of police, but there are ways to generate cohesion and harmony, and it has never been through more police and more militarisation of police. We know where that ends.
I want to work, anyone at this table that has any suggestions about social cohesion, let's get together and let's do that. I agree with you. There is absolutely work that has to be done on that. But I can't do that on my own as the Police Minister. We have to do that as leaders in this building and also other leaders in our community right across the board.
Minister, a follow-up to the question that I asked you before. If a farmer needs more firearms for primary production purposes, not sporting purposes, can they apply to the Commissioner as per your earlier answer for permission?
Well, if they have a genuine reason as a business or other relevant category that they need one for, then they are entitled to seek an exemption.
So the business of primary production?
Well, that's what I just said.
So
if they have a genuine, they have to have a genuine reason. Simple as that.
Right, but so how do you distinguish between a business reason and primary production? Or
Well, they can be one and the same, can't they?
Right, so a primary producer could say, I am in the business of primary production and therefore I am applying and expect to get permission to hold more than 10 guns. Is that correct?
The regulations are being drafted through consultation. We will do that through consultation. It is not our intention for those people who genuinely need the firearms to go about their business, their farm, to not allow them to do that. If they have a genuine reason, then they can seek an exemption.
Okay. And just one clarification. You discussed before that you met with the Police Association once in relation to Operation Shelter.
Spoke to them.
Spoke
Oh,
to them.
Shelter.
Well, the transition
Sorry,
to the
yeah.
Rapid Response Unit.
Yeah.
But that you weren't having, you'd stopped the regular monthly meetings with them.
I
in
didn't
the last
stop them.
Okay,
But
well, in the
they-
last
they
6
unfortunately
months,
didn't go ahead.
how many times would you have spoken to the Police Association?
I think it's about 5.
Okay, and how many face-to-face meetings would you have had?
Most of those were, no, there's, several were, well, I had a few over the phone, but yeah, the other
All
ones
right.
face to face, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Minister, you were given an example by the Honourable Sue Higginson of a person who was the subject of significant verbal attack in relation to their ethnicity, and in fact inviting them to leave and return to their country of origin. How many people have been charged under Section 93ZAA of the Crimes Act relating to inciting hatred on the basis of race?
That's probably a question for the Attorney General.
Well, the police have responsibility for charging people.
Well, I'd have to get that for you.
Well, does anyone at the table know the answer to that question about how many people have been charged?
I think it's 2, but I'm not sure.
2 since the passing. Have any convictions?
Attorney General. You'd have to ask the Attorney
I'm
General.
not too sure if they're still before the courts there. I think it's 2. But I will say that any charges preferred under that legislation and any allegations made, as Ms Higginson alluded to earlier, would be subject to legal advice.
Well, just let me understand what the process for charging someone in relation to that as under Section 93ZAA is. Is legal advice obtained at what point?
So prior to charge, if there is an incident which on the surface would potentially be an offence under this legislation, the matter is referred to our Operational Legal Advice Unit. There are then considerations made by that unit as to whether an offence, whether it's under our state legislation or indeed Commonwealth legislation, whether an offence has been committed.
So have guidelines been set out for police officers who are potentially attending at a large protest rally for the purposes of understanding the circumstances in which someone can be potentially charged under this section?
Protest rallies, we have an officer from the Operational Legal Advice Unit within the Police Operations Centre, and they will give an advice on each of the persons that we suspect of committing an offence.
I'll return to it this afternoon.
Thank you.
To
We are
discuss
in
it further.
government time.
Minister, are there any matters on which you would wish to elucidate?
Yes. I was told that there have been 6 people charged under 93ZAA. So you can...
You've been told that? Good.
Yep. The brains trust here. And where's my other notes? Akram, oh here, yes.
You're going to tell
I
us
wanted to
potentially
just
about
say
whether you support the shooters
I want to say
legislation?
that Akram, the Saeed Akram,
Got that advice,
this
yes?
is to you, that applied for a security licence, never and does not hold a firearms licence. Okay, it's a different person to the
Sajid does.
Akram.
It's Naveed, the son, doesn't.
No. This is the person who's the same, different identity, security licence.
You found out the government's position on the shooters legislation yet?
Minister
Oh,
for
this is
Environment and Agriculture.
It's my turn to speak now.
Wrong portfolio.
Okay, thank you very much. We have now come to the conclusion of the morning session. So thank you, Minister, very much for attending this hearing. We're finished with your questioning. Their committee will now break for lunch and will return at 2 p.m. for further questioning. Thank you for your time, Minister.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, welcome back, and thank you for your prompt return. I just want to now note that Ms. Kate Marr and Commissioner Stephen D'Amito, you're now joining us for the afternoon session. And Mr. D'Amito, would you please state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or affirmation?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So Stephen D'Amito is my name. I'm the Commissioner of the New South Wales Crime Commission, and I'll do the oath now, if that suits. So I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Ms. Marr, you've already been sworn before this committee, so thank you, and we'll now recommence with questions. I'll kick off. Thank you for Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner. I just want to go back to something I raised earlier this morning with the Minister, and this is in relation to the Lex operation that concerns the now deceased Lindy Lucina. I just was wondering if you could explain, if you know, or take on notice to provide to the committee, how is it that the police are making a submission that the recommendations that the LEC has provided you with in their draft form are not supportable by the police, and how is it that Barrister Mr. Timothy Smart is the person that the police have engaged to represent you in making the case and submissions to the LEC?
Ms Higginson, I can only surmise. I don't actually know about the engagement of that barrister, but what I can say is there would be a panel of legal providers that our Office of General Counsel use to operate on behalf of the New South Wales Police Force, and as you know, legal counsel, be they barrister, be they solicitor, appear for a range of people. I do not know how Mr Smart was engaged, but I assume that it would have been through a panel operation that's operated by our Office of General Counsel.
And so, Commissioner Lanyon, does it... Look, I know the legal profession, as we all do, and of course legal representation is very important in certain matters, and of course all criminals, no matter how offensive their conduct may have been, are entitled to legal representation. But how does it concern you that a barrister who has a practice that has defended somebody who denies that a Holocaust ever took place, who has represented Pauline Hanson in 2 proceedings, including in one where she was found to have committed racist acts against a member of the Australian Parliament, and how do you think that got through your panel in relation to the submissions to the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission about how police might be able to improve their practices in responding to call-outs of serious domestic violence?
So, Ms Higginson, I think you answered your question. Competent legal representation is available for all people. Barristers, solicitors represent a range of people to provide legal representation. I'm unaware of the circumstances about that engagement, but those submissions would have been made with our Office of General Counsel, and as a barrister and a competent legal provider, he was probably appropriate to make those. I can only assume that this has come through a panel arrangement through Office of General Counsel.
Thank you. Commissioner Lanyon, have you read the submissions that were signed off by Mr Smart?
No, I haven't, Ms Higginson.
Commissioner Lanyon, will you undertake to read them?
I'll happily read them, yes.
Thank you. They're available, I won't table them, they're available on the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission's website, because I put to you that the only reason I was motivated to work out who the person was who had signed off on these submissions, that I have never read anything so recklessly indifferent, so cold and so bizarre as submissions that the New South Wales Police Force would make to the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission in response to draft recommendations about how to improve police systems to respond. They are submissions that I cannot fathom how they address the matters they do, given the substance that the LEC operation is investigating into.
I take your position. I'm at a disadvantage at the moment, but I certainly undertake to have a look at those submissions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Can I now just ask and go back to, I raised earlier in the session about the possibility of Ms Gillian Segal intervening in local court matters involving protests, using General Counsel to request suppression orders in the courts. Is there anybody here, and I know you pointed to Assistant Commissioner Haywood, who was responsible for prosecutions, but Commissioner, do you know anything about this?
I think that may have been the Minister who indicated
Right.
to Ma'am Haywood. I will defer to her. As I understand it, a representative of the Special Attaché has been present as an observer in one matter, but I don't understand that person has intervened. I'll hand over to Assistant Commissioner Haywood.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's what I've been informed, is that the person was present as an observer. There was no contact with the police prosecutor, and that occurred at Hornsby Local Court.
Thank you. So, Commissioner, would you also undertake to have a look and see whether that is the fullest extent of any intervention in any of the criminal prosecutions involving protest matters or any allegations around anti-Semitism or any other offences that the Australian Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism may have been involved in?
Can I ask whether you have any specific examples? If so, I'm happy for you to provide them to me after the hearing, and I'll follow them up as I normally do with you if there is any of those concerns.
Thank you. So the only information I have is in relation to Waverley Court and the Downing Centre. So any proceedings or that may have taken place, but I appreciate the advice that you have given. Thank you. I'm curious as to whether at this point in time you're aware of any moves on foot for such services or like interventions or supports or availability that would come from any public resourcing for matters that involve Islamophobic offences or any other such?
No, I'm unaware of that.
Okay, thank you. Can I please also just go to Commissioner Lanyon? You made a reference publicly in relation to the announcement from the Premier that now there will be a new part of the police force, some 250 officers specially trained for rapid response, that these police would or may be commissioned at protests and major events. And you made a reference to that long arm rifles will enable proactive policing. Could you please explain what you meant by that?
Yeah, if I can just clarify, but I didn't make, as I understand, any representation about them being used at protests. I know that's something you've said. I don't think I've ever said that, and that's not the intention of the new squad there. In terms of proactive, I'm talking about prevention. So if someone is of a mind that they wish to commit a heinous act, as we saw at Bondi, the presence of officers in close proximity with access to long arms may well be a deterrent to those people.
So are you aware, though, that that reference that I made to protest, that was in the New South Wales Government's media release about this new stand-up of 250 police officers? They referred to, I can't remember the exact words, my interpretation was beefed up vehicles. It's probably not correct, but that was what was implied in the and that this would be engaged for major events and including protests. So is it your understanding that this part of this new initiative will not be for protests?
It's not my expectation that they would be at protests.
So
it's very much, we spoke about places of mass gathering. places of worship. There may be other places where we need a static presence to deter. The actual initiative is a capability uplift. You may remember Bondi is the most tragic counter-terrorist incident we've ever had in New South Wales. Following from that, I gave an undertaking that I would consider what capability police officers in New South Wales have. I have a serious responsibility that I take in terms of the work health and safety of our officers. Arming them with long arms is something that the officers themselves have asked for. Sending a delegation overseas was to make sure that the way we rolled that out was best practice, because a number of countries tragically overseas have had greater experience in terrorism incidents as we have. It's about providing capability so that the police force can respond safely, but my frontline operational police are supported.
Thank you, and please, I absolutely appreciate that and understand that. I think what seems to be becoming fairly transparent is there's a massive difference in what you are trying to achieve in New South Wales, which sounds incredibly reasonable, evidence-based and supportable, and what the current leaders of the New South Wales government seem to be presenting in their media releases. Thank you. Mr. Benazia.
Thank you, Chair. Just picking up on that, why was the decision made to go overseas to get this knowledge, given that the Australian Federal Police at a time already went through this transition from engaging with these sorts of people with 9mm pea-shooters to graduating to long arms? They already went through that process many years ago. Why did you decide not to lean on their internal knowledge in rolling out this program?
Because the Australian Federal Police have a very different role to a frontline operational police force like the New South Wales Police Force. They guard borders, they do a range of other activities there where they have. It was important to have a look at police forces that have had to respond to a terrorist incident and need to be able to quickly respond to incidents there. So it was just a different operating model, and I wanted to be confident that we had best practice around the world.
Okay, thank you. Just picking up on a question from the Honourable Sue Carter at the end there, she was talking about the exemption or seeking the exemption to get more than 10 firearms or above the cap, and she spoke about the good reason. Would it be correct in saying that assessment of that good reason will be up to the discretion of the Commissioner or the Commissioner's delegate?
Depending on the nature of the regulation and the Act.
But that's generally how decisions are made
An
currently.
exemption would normally come to the Commissioner or a delegate.
Yeah, and that Commissioner's delegate extends how far down the police force?
I believe in terms of firearms to the Assistant Commissioner. I think I may be corrected, ma'am.
Can you delegate beyond below you in terms of senior adjudication, etc.?
So if you're talking about the caps in the new 8A legislation, which will commence on proclamation, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but more in general, your level of discretion, how far can you delegate that down to?
Well, it's for different parts, and that's determined mostly in the regulations and then elsewhere in the delegations that we keep within the organisation. So it's all different, but in terms of the caps and the three categories or cohorts of groups or people, licence holders, who can apply, it says at the moment it can apply to the Commissioner for more than 10. We will engage in genuine consultation about how that's done, what process has to be done, and then what needs to be provided in terms of evidence so people can provide that for a decision to be made. Also, where that delegation sits, that's something else that will be decided.
Just go back to the issue of publication of data. Ms Hayward, you made the argument that the postcode data for firearms owners doesn't allow, firearm owners to be targeted. But in reverse, Mr Hudson, you said that releasing that data on sex offenders would increase the risk of them being targeted, even if it was at a postcode level. Can you help explain that logic?
No, what I said was that publishing anything that has any chance of identifying a child sex offender is prohibited in the Act specifically. We're not even allowed to publicly release the numbers on our child protection register. There are specific pieces of the legislation that preclude us from doing that. There is no such preclusion in the Firearms Act.
So that's probably more of a policy question for the Minister than as to why there is that different class of people.
Oh, it's not a question for us, it's in legislation.
Sure. Can I just go to dive deeper. When a safe storage inspection happens, the police turn up with a printed piece of paper that they printed off a database, and that has a list of firearms that are supposed to be stored at that residence. How is security of that data managed? Because it's a piece of paper that can be, left on a table, thrown anywhere. How is the security of that data clearly showing this person owns these types of firearms at this address? How is that managed?
Mr Banasiak, I'll refer that question to Assistant Commissioner Hayward, who may have greater knowledge of that process.
Sure.
So safe storage inspections, police officers use modern technology these days, so there might be a combination of using a mobipole and also using camera to do safe storage inspections.
I know they're doing them remotely at the moment. I've had one just recently, and it was the old pen and paper, checklist.
So that would be treated like any other document in terms of a business record for the organisation.
So there's a record of it being printed out and by who, and is there a record of it being destroyed?
I'd have to get the exact details for you, and I'll take that on notice.
Yes, thank you. That would be great. Can I just go to the Premier's now infamous comments around the belt-fed shotgun? Who provided the Premier the advice that a belt-fed shotgun existed at a commercial level or at any level?
The New South Wales Police provided advice to the Minister in regards to firearms which can use belt or link cartridges.
Okay, and so how did that extrapolate from that advice to him saying the words belt-fed shotgun?
I can't comment on that in regards to what the Premier might have said.
Have you corrected the Premier to explain to him that a belt-fed shotgun does not exist?
No, sir, I haven't.
Why haven't you corrected that record to him privately or publicly?
I haven't directly spoken to the Premier about it. I believe there was correspondence between us and the Minister's office.
Commissioner, have you spoken to the Minister or the Premier directly to explain that a belt-fed shotgun doesn't exist?
I don't believe so, sir.
Are you going to?
I certainly will after this hearing if you'd like me to, but obviously...
I would love for him to publicly correct the record, that his emotive hyperbole was factually incorrect. We all know, well, you and I know, Ms Hayward, that a belt-fed shotgun does not exist commercially. And words are important, and facts are important. So
I can only talk for the advice that we provided, Mr Banasiak.
Thank you. Can I just go back to our hero policeman who made that shot? It's my understanding that pistol testing for general duties is only out to, 25 metres?
20, I believe.
20
it could
metres?
be 25 metres,
Yep.
yes.
And police are only given, was it 2 magazines a year to train and re-qualify? Is that correct?
I'm unaware of that. I should take that on notice. I'm not sure of what the current system is.
Okay. But they're not given ongoing training. It's essentially it's a one-off thing that they have to re-qualify.
Sorry? It's a scored shot, Mr Banasiak. Each officer has to do it in a training year.
Yep.
Obviously, we've got approximately 17,000 police officers to get through that training.
Yep.
And I believe that is the case.
Okay. Do you keep records of obviously how many people fail that training and have to resit it?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Are you able to provide a notice how many people have had to resit in the last 12 months?
Probably in general I could, yes.
Yeah,
If
I don't need
we'll
names of them or
provide.
where they're stationed, just a general vibe.
I'll take that on notice.
Yeah, sure. So the policeman that engaged the gunman, he engaged them roughly at 40 to 45 metres, so outside what you train police to do.
Absolutely. I'm incredibly proud of the action and decisive nature of his actions.
Yeah. And where do you think he gained the experience or knowledge to do that?
Well, I subsequently understand that he's a target shooter, but I certainly didn't know that before the time. Obviously, most of the police training is because most interactions police have previously had with an armed offender has been at close quarters.
Yeah.
That's the reason the training was designed in that way.
Yeah. I mean, you can see from his stance he's had greater training than that. He knew how to use arrest, Tria's arrest, etc. Are you looking at updating your training for general duties to give them those skills or experiences?
We constantly review our training. We constantly review the types of scenarios that our officers go through.
In terms of the long arm, or the new long arm squad, I'll call them that. What training are they going to undergo? Because obviously engaging with a long arm is a lot different to engaging with a pistol, particularly in an active environment.
Would you mind? I'll just refer that question to Deputy Commissioner Smith. I know he's been doing a lot of work in terms of the training component.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. So the New South Wales Police Force currently does have a long arm rifle course in place.
And that's normally for tactical and riot squad,
Correct.
from my understanding?
And that course will form the foundation of the training for the new unit within the New South Wales Police Force. That will be looked at in relation to our technical experts around at the Tactical Operations Group, our Public Order and Riot Squad, and our operational tactics and safety trainers across New South Wales.
How long is that course? So if I joined the course today,
Yep.
when would I be stood up as part of this new
The current
crack
course
squad?
is 12 days in duration.
12 days in duration.
But that doesn't include the additional training that is undertaken. But in terms of the sequence of that, Mr. Hudson might, given that those two units are within his purview, I would have to, otherwise I could take that on notice in terms of the amount of training. But it is extensive and ongoing in relation to the use of long arms.
We might come back to that. Thank you.
Welcome back. Perhaps if I can start with you, Mr. Hudson. I'm just curious on what date New South Wales Police were first notified by federal agencies and or the government that more ISIS, female members of ISIS would be returning to New South Wales?
The exact date, ma'am, I'll have to take on notice. I know it was before the last estimates because I was asked questions in it last September.
And what date did you brief Minister Catley about this?
Very soon thereafter, I think.
Right.
I briefed the Commissioner, and the Commissioner at the time would have briefed.
Okay, if you could provide both of those dates on notice, that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Were they ongoing briefs?
No, because information in relation to it has been received very haphazardly because it's not being coordinated by the Commonwealth. So it's been very.
So when was the last time you provided a brief to Minister Catley?
Probably we spoke a couple of days ago in relation to this hearing, but it's still up in the air as to when they may return. We believe it's imminent, but if they return.
Does the briefing include what steps the police are what your role in relation to that is?
We will have steps in place to ensure the safety of the community, yes.
And does the briefing include what the practical steps the New South Wales Police will be taking in relation to the return of the female members of ISIS?
To a degree, however, that hasn't been totally determined as yet, that we're still working through some of those issues. There's meetings as we sit here now taking place in relation to that with other government agencies.
What are the other government agencies that those meetings are being conducted with?
Department of Communities and Justice, Department of Education, Department of Housing, Health.
All right, thank you.
Well,
no, you go.
No, that's it.
All right. So there was a previous cohort of female members of ISIS and their children who returned in 2022. What ongoing police contact have you had with members of that cohort?
There's been engagement with the Engagement and Hate Crime Unit, who have played a monitoring role of those individuals within the community, as we did in 2019 when some children returned as well.
And is that monitoring ongoing to this day?
Yes, there is still contact between our units and those individuals.
And that's the extent of the contact?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. So have you been given any indication of the number of the members of the adults and the children who will be coming back to New South Wales?
I think there's 5 adults and 7 children, my last information.
And in which police districts are they going to be settled?
I don't know. It's up to them. When they pass through immigration, they can go wherever they like. They're unregulated.
And what's the process whereby you will be given information as to where they're living?
We will be hopefully having conversations with them at the time of their arrival.
When you say hopefully having conversations, is that a voluntary thing on their part?
It is proposed that we speak. Investigations into these individuals is being conducted through the joint counter-terrorism teams with ourselves, the AFP and ASIO. It is proposed that we have those conversations prior to them proceeding through immigration.
Right. Okay, and if they decline to participate in those conversations?
That will be their right.
Okay, so just to be clear, you will seek to have a conversation with them before they proceed through immigration, but if they choose not to engage or not to give you the information they seek, that's the end of it?
That's we have no power to exclude them from.
Are there Commonwealth powers that would allow monitoring or controls or residents in particular areas?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So, all right, thank you. And the previous cohort, did anybody decline to cooperate with the police when the earlier group was repatriated?
The last group, a lot of that was done by Commonwealth agencies overseas before they got on a plane and came back.
Okay, so, and you're not aware what may be happening overseas in relation to that?
We have no information that's taken place as yet, but
right.
No.
And so have you had any briefing on the risk level assigned to individual members of that cohort by ASIO or the AFP?
We have information in relation to each, and we will deal with that as we deal with other things. Okay. It is a security issue, so I don't want to elaborate here.
Do you know if any members of the cohort who are proposed to return have prior criminal charges or convictions under Australian law, including under the Foreign Incursion and Recruitment Act or the Criminal Code?
I can't go into that detail here, but that'd be a national security issue. But I can take it on notice and get advice on that if you like.
That'd be great. Thank you. And what's the capacity of the Joint Counter-Terrorism team to monitor the cohort? I mean, what are their numbers? How can they manage? Are they up to strength, I suppose, given the increasing calls on their time?
The Joint Counter-Terrorism team at this stage, as I sit here, is probably numbers about 100. Obviously, they're conducting other investigations, but there's other Commonwealth arms of the Australian Federal Police, and also our high-risk terrorism groups that can also play a role in that. That's yet to be determined, but we will have an appropriate plan in place when we're notified of their return or impending return.
I don't know whether this is a question for you, Mr Hudson, or you, Commissioner. There's, of course, news reports today that both Messrs Akram attempted to enter Afghanistan, and for various reasons were not able to. This is information of great interest to the community, and the community's reading about it in the newspapers. Is this information that the police has access to? Who's actually looking into the antecedents of the Akrams and making that information available for intelligence purposes?
There's 2 investigations currently ongoing. There's the critical incident investigation, as we've heard about today, in exploring as to what happened on the day, on the 14th of December, and reporting that to the coroner. There's also a parallel joint counter-terrorism team investigation, which is looking at more or less the how and why it happened. Part of inquiries in relation to any travel of the acronyms overseas has been conducted by the federal part of the JCTT. And I'm not too sure if the reporting in the paper is accurate, but those inquiries have been conducted by Commonwealth partners.
What do you think it does to public confidence that this is information that people are reading about in the newspapers rather than the police or other government agencies telling us about this information?
Well, I would say that it is, if true, it is information that's part of the investigation, and it's probably not suitable for publication at this stage. It should have remained part of the investigation. I don't know where the information came from. I'm not too sure who wrote the article. I haven't read it. But it's bordering on irresponsible to write things that are not confirmed and that are part of an ongoing serious investigation.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hayward, maybe I start with you. You may or may not know some of the answers to this, but you are responsible for the police prosecution unit, are you?
Yes. Yes, so there's a commander of police prosecutions, and then I sit above that, and I have a number of other commands.
But perhaps it's a question across the board, and maybe, Commissioner, you may have a view on it. From time to time, you would come into possession of material which has been illegally obtained, potentially telephone calls or the like. What's the police protocol in relation to dealing with illegally obtained evidence?
I think we need to try to put that into context, Mr. Tudor. I hope if we can. Obviously,
okay, I deliver to you a telephone conversation that I have recorded with someone.
Right.
Illegally.
Yes.
Or it comes into your possession as a result of a search warrant.
Right.
That you have come into possession of it. What's the protocol for dealing with that information?
I would think ordinarily we would investigate the source of that information to determine whether an offence has been committed.
Well, it's probably an offence for you to have it, isn't it? Under the Surveillance Devices Act?
Sorry, if it's been handed to us? We're entitled to investigate an offence, so if someone provides it to us...
So
yes,
you'd only investigate the offence. What about if it related to an investigation which you were conducting?
If there's a specific example that you've got, I'd be very happy to take that information and go through it. I mean, this is quite hypothetical. Without knowing what the situation is, it's very difficult to answer some of your questions there, Mr. Tudor.
Well, potentially the police would be dealing with information in their possession which has been illegally obtained. Now, as you've correctly identified that you would want to establish the provenance of that information in terms of ascertaining who created it and potentially charging that person with an offence.
Yep.
But it may relate to information relating to the commissioning of a crime.
If it's improperly obtained, and I'd certainly defer to Assistant Commissioner Hayward, it would be my opinion it couldn't be introduced by us in evidence against another person.
Yeah, there's a number of... Obviously, when we talk about investigating it, that would also include investigating whether there's any exemptions to the rules in terms of listening devices.
Section 138 of the Evidence Act.
Yeah, self-protection, etc. So again, I think if there's a specific question or example that you might have, I'm happy to take away.
But there must be a protocol for dealing with evidence which is illegally obtained. How you would deal with that in a court?
When it comes to court, so if it's picked up by a prosecutor, absolutely. If it's misconduct of a police officer, that's what I'm not getting at.
No. In relation to potentially a criminal offence.
Well, they would refer it to an investigator to investigate it.
Well, perhaps I might go to the Crime Commission. How do you deal with information that comes into your possession which is illegally obtained?
If it's illegally obtained, again, to the provenance of it, sir, which you've highlighted, which would be very important. But then if it's information that's showing another criminal offence, I think if that's where, did I understand the question correctly? To another criminal offence. Well, as you know, there's Section 138 of the Evidence Act. There's a whole range of different ways that evidence could be adduced into court.
But is there a protocol for you to actually listen to the evidence if it's an illegal telephone recording?
I would have to take that on notice.
You don't know?
If the information, I mean, how would we know initially, I suppose, would be my question about whether it is illegally obtained. And that's why the first step would be to identify the provenance of that information.
Yeah. And then don't you need some sort of protection in relation to listening to the recording for the purposes of whether you can listen to the recording in circumstances where you're not in breach of Section 14 of the surveillance device?
There's certainly policies about sharing that information, and if we do identify that the provenance is, has been illegally obtained, absolutely.
Well, has anyone sought advice in relation to exemptions which should be available to either the Crime Commission or police in relation to offences under the Surveillance Devices Act?
Well, for the police, Mr. Tudor-Hope, I'd have to take that on notice. I'm unaware of it. I don't think it's an example we have regularly.
Some sort of exemption?
I would have to take that on notice too.
Are you aware of current legislation currently before the Parliament relating to giving further powers to the New South Wales Crime Commission to access illegally obtained evidence?
No, I need to take that on notice.
You didn't seek that change to the Surveillance Devices Act?
Again, I'll have to take that on notice. I apologise, but I'll see if I can get an answer to you this afternoon.
Ms. Hayward, before lunch you were asked questions in relation to advice which was provided in relation to the Firearms Act. Do you recall that evidence that you gave?
Yeah, you might just have to refresh my memory.
Well, you were asked about the impact, the operational impact of the firearms legislation.
On the firearms registry?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and you said that you had obtained advice?
I did obtain advice from the firearms registry, yes.
And who did you obtain that advice from?
Oh, ultimately it was the commander of the firearms registry.
Of? The
firearms registry commander.
And was that advice a written advice?
It was. It was an impact assessment.
Is that advice available to be tabled?
Again, it's a submission for Treasury, so I would say that it's cabinet in confidence.
Why?
It's a submission in terms of staffing resources.
Did you make the decision it was cabinet in confidence?
No, no.
Well, who gave you the advice?
That's what I believe. I may be wrong. That's what I believe.
Why do you believe that?
Because it's a submission made through the Minister.
So every piece of advice which you provide to the Minister is cabinet in confidence. Is that your view?
No, no.
Well, why is it that this particular piece of advice is cabinet in confidence? And would you make that? And why would you make that assertion?
Well, I'm just making that assertion because I'm of the belief that it's a submission to Treasury, so it is sensitive in terms of the confidentiality of that.
Well, why is that so? Why is it a confidential document about the operational impact of the new firearms legislation on the firearms registry?
Well, so that's my belief.
Sir, if I can just support Assistant Commissioner Hayward, I would think that she would be saying that as part of Cabinet considering changes or amendments to legislation, it would be important that they understand the financial impacts of that as well.
Well, Commissioner, that might be so, but for the purposes of disclosing a document, the Assistant Commissioner has taken the view that it is her belief that it is cabinet in confidence. Now, I'm suggesting to you that there must be some basis for holding that belief. What is the basis for holding the belief that this is a cabinet in confidence document?
So I think I have just given you a potential excuse for that or a potential reason for that. I'm more than happy to take that on notice and get advice, Mr.
Well, getting
Tudor-Hope.
advice now is different than already having taken the view that it is cabinet in confidence.
I think Assistant Commissioner Hayward was putting a position to you. I'm more than happy to take that on notice, get advice. Then if we can provide that document, we will, sir.
Well, so when you formed the view before lunch, Assistant Commissioner, that it was cabinet in confidence, it was
Nothing more than your belief.
Yes, but it's from my understanding. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If
Can I just take you to some other issues relating to the changes to the firearms registry? You did some work, did you, in relation to comparing the two jurisdictions, Western Australia and New South Wales? Did you do that?
in terms of how they operationalise the buyback scheme.
Was that the only work that you did?
I believe WA Police involved in the buyback scheme also travelled to the firearms registry and met with the police in the firearms registry.
So they travelled to from Western Australia to New South Wales, yes, to have actual discussions with them in relation to the manner in which the two registries operated?
Yes, for the buyback and the changes
just
to the
just for the position in relation to the buyback
and changes to the legislation.
Was any table produced about the differences between the two jurisdictions?
Not that I'm aware of.
No.
Not that I'm aware of.
Does such a table exist?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm happy to make those.
Commissioner Hudson, do you know whether such a table exists in relation to the comparable the manner in which the two jurisdictions are comparable?
I'll have to take it on notice, sir. I know some work through the National Firearms Agreement where legislation has been compared between all jurisdictions as part of that discussion, but I assume Western Australia and ours are on that, but I'll have to take it on notice.
But if such a table exists, would you be able to produce a copy of that table?
If it's in my possession, I would be. As I said, if it's part of the work for the National Buyback and the National Firearms Agreement, I would know in the document, but I can certainly explore that option for you.
Okay,
sir.
I'll come back to that.
Thank you. Commissioner, the New South Wales Police website shows that 317 knife wanding declarations have been made in total since the laws commenced. In an implementation group co-chaired by police, a commitment was made by police to make available information on wanding volumes, demographic information about people subject to searches arising from wanding, and the outcomes of those searches. I know that there are a number of stakeholders that are awaiting this data. Have police established effective systems making it possible to follow through on the commitment to share this data?
Sorry, can I just ask you to repeat just the actual information that was to be provided?
So the wanding volumes, the demographic information about people subjected to the searches arising from wanding, and then the outcome of those searches.
We could certainly provide information in terms of the first point and the third point, I would have thought. Demographic information would be more problematic outside of where the wanding operations took place. We wouldn't ordinarily record that sort of information, I don't believe.
Okay, is there something... so could you tell me then... That's a bit problematic, isn't it? Like if you were looking at the disproportionate impact on certain vulnerable groups, which I know as we passed those laws in the Parliament, that was something that I know, well, obviously I raised, but I'm sure other people raised as well in the debate. Yeah. Could you name which commands run knife wanding operations?
All New South Wales Police commands can run knife wanding operations. There's a set of criteria that must be met before a declaration can be made. They obviously target transport hubs because we know the propensity of people to carry knives around transport, shopping centres, but there are other places that can be done. But the criteria to be met is there must have been a knife offence conducted or an indictable offence involving violence within the previous 12 months for a declaration to be made.
And so... are you able to say, so I see there were 317 declarations have been made.
That's gone up since mine. I had 311 in my notes, so 317 would be correct.
Okay,
yes.
And is there a trend or a particular area where you're seeing?
I'd have to take that on notice, ma'am.
Thank you. And so, to your knowledge, if it can be, these declarations and knife wanding operations can be conducted statewide by all commands. Have all commands undertaken one yet, or are there commands that haven't?
Again, I'd take that on notice. We've got 57 commands,
I know.
so I'd need to have a look at that, sorry.
It's a lot. All right, perhaps if you wouldn't mind, Commissioner, if you could provide the committee, when you get the chance, which commands have run knife wanding operations, whether obviously that would answer the second one, whether in fact that's all commands. And then I suppose what I want to know is how are police ensuring effective training is being delivered across the workforce to ensure that these operations are in fact being conducted neutrally and without bias. And if you recall, from previous estimates, my concern has been about that disproportionate impact on First Nations people in particular.
Yes, certainly. So there is mandatory training that officers who are going to conduct those operations must undertake. We do have training for that there. And as I've said before, there is a criteria that needs to be met in terms of location, but also criteria before a declaration can be made. But I'm more than happy to provide the information about the numbers and locations.
And with that criteria, is that something that is available? The criteria that you rely on?
I believe so. Can I take that on notice?
Yeah.
I'll come back to you before the end of the day whether that's in legislation. It may well be in legislation.
I'm trying to recall the thing we passed now. I can't remember the exact detail. I didn't think it was a prerequisite criteria that we set, but
let me clarify for you.
Thank you.
And I'll come back to you.
I suppose the question is whether you have additional criteria that you require in order to set those, make those declarations.
I think it's fairly specific. When I spoke about the criteria to start that there, the focus of wanding operations is very clear. It's about keeping the community safe. Yeah. It's about locations where we know there's a propensity, particularly with young people, to carry knives. And it's about making sure that we keep commuters, making sure we keep members of the public safe.
It's a difficult job, isn't it? Making people safe and not targeting the wrong people.
Well, it's a job we take seriously. And when I spoke about the criteria is not targeting any cohort, it's targeting a particular area where there has been a determined crime. So either a knife offence or an indictable offence that involves violence within 12 months. And the declaration, only lasts for 12 hours once it's given by a senior officer.
Yeah. I suppose the feedback that I'm receiving, obviously from those civil society organisations like the ALS and other organisations, are suggesting that they're seeing impacts that I suppose they predicted, that, there seems to be an overemphasis on searching particular people or particular type of people.
Well, I think, Ms Higginson, if they're conducting an operation in a particular area and the wand indicates the potential for a knife to be present, then absolutely we'd engage with those people, and I'd say we'd be derelict not to do that.
Thank you. Can I ask you as well, just going back to that awful scenario that happened to Shamik and Majed Badra, the Palestinian men who were on the train, where they were assaulted and they were subject to racial hate crime. The minister said, the minister went in some part to say, well, it didn't fit the offence. Is there anything you can assist this committee to understand what went so wrong?
I think what went so wrong is probably not a term that I would use. The offence, the bar for those offences is quite rightly set high. We want people to be able to have free speech. There are numerous offences, based on the scenario you gave me this morning, that people would have committed by being there. Whether they constitute the offence of 93ZAA or otherwise is something for a legal test. So we would have worked through that process, but I would assume they would commit a number of offences based on what you told me this morning.
So why was it where was the decision in that case to not raise those matters even as aggravating factors in the assault charge?
I'd have to take that on notice, Ms Higginson. I don't know the exact details of that case other than what you have said to me here this morning. As I said, it's abhorrent to hear that sort of behaviour carried out against members of the public.
And if you recall, this was, offending that took place after that I don't even know what that rally was called, but it was the big pro-Australia rally or whatever. It was.
March for Australia.
The March for Australia. Thank you, Mr. Namber. The March for Australia. It was in the immediate aftermath of that on the public transport system here in Sydney that those two Palestinian brothers were subjected to that hate and that violence. But if you could please find out why these matters were not raised by the police prosecutor as aggravating factors, either in the actual prosecution or in the sentencing, if in fact those submissions were made. My understanding is they weren't made.
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And is it your understanding, your desire, Commissioner Lanyon, that those sort of matters should be raised by your police prosecutors in proceedings if those words, I'm not going to say them again, but if those words were used?
Look, I expect, and as I said before, this type of behaviour is abhorrent. I'm on the record saying this is a time for calm and a time for respect. And I expect police, where we can, to prosecute matters to the appropriate extent. So if there's evidence there that satisfies, we should be putting all of that evidence before the court.
Thank you. And that happens usually when police are recording in fact sheets, they're often in the short time after those matters are first commenced, right?
Yes, correct. So we'd speak to the victims, take a victim statement, and obviously the facts then put before the court.
Yes. And where there's really clear video evidence, it would seem almost bizarre that those words weren't included in fact sheets normally, wouldn't it?
Again, I'd take that on notice. I've heard exactly what you're putting to me. I'll try to understand the circumstances and come back to you.
Thank you. If there are things like that have happened, or let's say that there was an omission and it would have been useful in a proceedings to assist a court to better understand a allegation in a court, what would you do as the Commissioner to try to change that practice going forward?
I'd certainly take advice off our prosecution section, because it's about understanding how a prosecution went. But as I said, if a person has provided that evidence in a statement, it has been recorded in a fact sheet, it then is very much a matter for the informant with the prosecutor to take those matters
It's more
forward.
about the absence of things in fact sheets. Like, what would you do with your police force and the prosecutors to try to make sure that never happened again?
I'd take that on notice. Have a look at the way that we are currently do that. We have quite significant training about what needs to go into a fact sheet. We put matters before the court to their fullest extent, and that's my expectation as Commissioner. Very happy to take advice off our prosecution section about that.
Thank you. Mr. Benazir.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things. Just on the long arm rifles, are the New South Wales Police subject to the same procurement policies and procedures that other agencies are in terms of local first?
I'd take that on notice. We certainly would have procurement processes. In terms of the type of long arms that we would be procuring, at this stage I think we're still working through what that should be, and that was part of the reason for going overseas to look at best practice.
Yes. I'm aware that there are some New South Wales manufacturers that do make those long arms that are built on the AR platform. That's why I asked that question. Just following up on Mr. Tudhope's questions around the advice, Ms. Haywood, the advice that Mr. Tudhope's referring to, was that given to the Minister prior to the legislation being drafted or after?
I'd have to check.
So you don't know whether that advice around operational impacts was given prior to the legislation being drafted, or it's now been given to her after you've seen some of those impacts come to fruition?
There was a number of advices sent, preliminary advices, and then a submission to the Minister.
Right.
The Minister was the final submission would have been after the legislation was
Okay. And is
announced.
it that final submission where you're talking about the needing to have more money and resources to keep up to pace with the workload?
Yes.
So that's the thing that's the advice you think may have gone to Treasury?
Yes.
Okay. And who was it that provided, I guess, the technical advice around firearms in the drafting of the legislation from police? Where did that come from? In terms of firearms caps, in terms of renewals, in terms of recategorisations? Who provided that advice, and were you involved in the drafting instructions, or drafting the drafting instructions to PCO?
Again, conversations with the minister isn't something which I'm going to discuss. We support government. We have a close relationship with government. We work with them, but I'm not just going to discuss what advices we provided to the minister.
Well, this is, I guess, the thing is you claim that you don't get involved in policy, but you do get involved in policy, clearly, because you're advising, you're providing advice on legislation. You can't have it both ways.
Ultimately, policy is for government, and that's my answer.
And you provide advice on that policy, though, don't you? What you provide advice on what policy stance they should take, though, don't you?
We provided advice on a lot of things.
Can I just go to the registry in terms of its performance? Do you currently have KPIs in terms of daily, weekly, monthly performances that you need to meet in terms of targets? So how many PTAs you have to process, how many applications?
There are KPIs, yes.
Are you able to provide those KPIs for us?
I'll take it on notice, yes.
Okay. It's been put to me that the registry is currently experiencing 60+ day waits for routine PTAs, so not the first PTA, which has a standard 28-day waiting period, but the secondary or the third one after that. Is that the case currently?
There are some. There has been an uptick, absolutely, in PTAs and new licence applications and new categories. I think I've got the numbers here if you want me to check. But we are employing administrative staff to help with that uptake in work.
That's the 6 staff the Minister referenced this morning that haven't been employed yet.
Yes, that's right.
Do you have a time frame as to when they will be engaged and trained and actually?
It's in the works. It's being advertised. Like I said, there's people who have been interviewed for other positions who are now on a talent pool, so that can be a speedier process.
Okay. So you said you may have some of the figures there. What's the current median processing time?
Just give me a sec.
Happy for you to take these on notice. If you
I might have to take that one on notice.
Yeah. What is the 90th percentile processing time?
Pardon?
The 90th percentile processing time. So
I'll
we're
take
talking
these
about
ones
the
on
upper
notice.
echelon taking. Yep. So how many applications are exceeding 28, 42, 60 and 90 days?
I'll take that on notice.
What's the oldest outstanding application today and what actually is it?
I'll take that on notice and see if that can happen.
Can I just say, Mr Banasiak, there would obviously be a delay in the processing of a number of PTAs where that PTA would extend the number of firearms held by a licence holder to greater than the new legislative amendments.
Well, I don't see how that would be the case, Commissioner, because your advice that you put out quite plainly said that if it exceeds the cap, you will be automatically refused and the money will not be refunded. It would just be treated as if the application never happened. So that would be a fairly quick process in my mind.
It depends on the numbers that have come through, Mr Banasiak. They need to work through.
Yeah, but that would be a fairly quick process. If someone's above the cap, you'd see it quite clearly, and they would just that application under the policy, the advice you've issued to clubs and licence holders, it would be very quick. It would just be gone. You're above the cap. See you later.
Yeah, so that has to be done by resources within the registry. So, as you know, someone could have a licence with a number of genuine reasons. So there has to be a process of adjudicating.
Are these being done manually, or how are they being done?
Yeah, manually.
Manually.
Yeah. So. GunSafe hopefully will fix that, but that can't be done right now. So it's done by people in the registry.
Okay. So we've already covered that about so we've done that. Can I just go to the actual digitisation process? In 2019, the Auditor General said the Firearms Register was inaccurate, outdated, unreliable. Commissioner, do you accept that you've got full responsibility for where the registry is today?
Sorry, can
Do
you
you
repeat
accept
that? Sorry,
that you have full responsibility for the state that the registry is in today?
I'm actually driving improvements. As you know, we're working very closely to make sure we provide the best service we can. But as the Commissioner, I'm responsible for the operation of the New South Wales Police Force, yes.
Okay. So you might have inherited it, but you actually own it. So is the register actually accurate and up to date today?
I'd have to take advice on that, but to the best of my knowledge, absolutely, based on gun safe and the work that has been done, I would take it that yes, it is.
So if I told you I had cases on my desk where people have had safe storage inspections and those lists are inaccurate, you would not? Would you be surprised at that?
I would like you to provide some of that evidence if you can, and we'll certainly follow that up. As I said, we are endeavouring to make sure that the registry is operating as well as it possibly can. We continue to work. Gun Safe has obviously taken the registry a long way forward. Process improvements have taken it forward, but we continue to work to make it better.
How much have we spent on Gun Safe to date?
I'll have to take that on notice.
And whether you can break it down via the different layers. There's obviously a dealer's portal. There is now a club's portal, which will now become mandatory.
Individual.
Customer service. And whether
there is going to be an individual licence holder portal component as well, and how much that's projected to cost. Do you have any sense of how many licence holder addresses every year are out of date?
No, I don't. I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. Do we know how many firearms today are recorded against expired licence holders? Perhaps on notice?
Expired licences?
Yes. So the licence has expired, but the licences are still sitting there with them, and registry hasn't followed up, or police haven't gone to seize or revoke their
I'll take that on
firearms.
notice, but I expect none.
How many firearms can't be recovered at the moment because the address data is wrong? Happy to take these.
I'll take that on notice.
How many firearms are currently held in deceased estates and currently exceed that 6-month statutory period?
I'll take that on notice.
What advice did you give the Minister, or did you give the Minister any advice around unmanaged firearms in deceased estates and the public safety?
Yes.
You did. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you guys.
Commissioner Hudson, I asked you before about the table. The table exists, does it not, that you prepared for the comparison between Western Australia and the proposed New South Wales?
Well, I've seen a table, I think, in relation to the National Firearms Agreement and the National Gun Buyback Scheme. I'm involved in Commonwealth meetings.
And you produced a table comparing the two positions?
I haven't produced anything. I think one was produced by the Commonwealth comparing each jurisdiction and what their legislative current thresholds were and what they were seeking to achieve out of the National Firearms Agreement.
Well, I thought what the table did also to compare the position on gun ownership laws between the two jurisdictions.
I think if we compared it with all jurisdictions, sir, all states and territories.
Well, why is it that you, when asked to produce that document pursuant to a GIPA application, the response was not in the public interest to do so?
Why did I say that?
Well, why is it that the response which the applicant on the GIPA put in when they sought that document, not in the public interest?
Well, I can only assume, sir, that it's not our document. It's a Commonwealth document, and a GIPA should be sent to the Commonwealth who produced it.
Well, if it was in your possession?
It's not in my possession.
Well, you prepared it for the Minister, did you not?
I have not prepared anything for the Minister, sir.
Why did you seek the document?
The document was produced as part of meetings that I have been engaged in relation to the National Firearms Agreement.
If it was produced for that, if it was in your possession for that purpose, why isn't it in the public interest that that document would not be available?
I wouldn't think that I still had it. I've probably got an electronic version perhaps somewhere, but I didn't see the GIPRA.
Well, an electronic version is still a document, is it not?
Well, it is, but I haven't seen the GIPRA application.
So you're not aware of any overriding public interest against disclosing the document that simply compares jurisdictions?
I'm not, but I don't own it. The document I have seen was part of national meetings with my counterparts and Commonwealth agencies in relation to the National Firearms.
But it is a document in your possession.
A document that had been in my possession at some stage,
And
but I was engaged in those meetings.
Well, can you take the line of questioning on notice and perhaps come back to us with a rationale that if it is in your possession, why it is not in the public interest to disclose that document?
I can do that, but as I said, I would not own the document.
Well, then can I ask you this? Did the documents disclose that there was an increase in application volumes following the passing of the legislation in Western Australia?
Not the document I saw, so...
Was that part of the briefing to the Minister, that that's what occurred in Western Australia, following the changes to the gun laws?
Not the document I saw.
Ms Haywood, are you aware of any briefing to the Minister which said that after the passing of this legislation there will be an increase in applications?
Not from memory, not from what I saw.
Was it your view that there would be an increase in communications, in applications?
I am aware that there was an increase in applications.
Was it your view that what would occur as a result of the proposed legislation?
Yes, I believe that we would see the similar trends in New South Wales.
So what was the Minister's response to that concern?
We have applied and been approved administration positions for us to fill with staff to assist with that.
So as part of the advice to the Minister, you sought an increase in staffing levels for the purposes of dealing with that issue?
That was an internal application, a submission.
To the Commissioner?
Yes.
And have you had a response to that application?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and in fact, I think you've told us this morning that you have received a favourable response because there are 10 extra positions which are being created. Is that?
I think it was 8.
8.
So I approved 8 additional positions.
You've approved 8.
It's my delegation to do that.
Thank you.
I think, Mr. Smith, can you help me with questions about police strength and police numbers?
I can, yes.
Thank you. I admit to being a little confused by the answers I got from the Minister this morning, and if we can go back over some numbers, I'd be very grateful. What is the net change in police numbers over the last 2 years?
So the net change in police numbers, and I'll give you a point in time if that is okay.
Thank you. That'd be great.
So if we go to the 31st of December 2024, the head count for New South Wales Police at that point in time was 16,124. And if I give you a number as at the 22nd of February 2026, that number is 15,518.
So we're about 500 down in the last year, is that right?
Approximately, yes.
Thank you. And so the current vacancy figure at the most recently available date that you have?
It's around about 2,760 positions.
2,760.
As at the end of this year.
Thank you. And how many officers are tested during the 2025 calendar year in total?
I'll give you that.
I'm happy to take these on notice.
No, that's all right. I think it's 961, but I'll confirm if you give me a minute to just get that document in front of me.
And my next question is going to be about separation and attrition, if that helps you locate information.
Thank you. I can do the separation attrition. I'll come back and find
Yeah,
the
thank
other
you.
data.
Yeah.
Maybe if he takes on notice.
I'm happy to take.
But perhaps if I go through the questions, you're happy
Yeah,
to take them all on
of
notice.
course,
So
yes,
I'm looking for the current annual attrition rate.
Yes.
I'm looking for the number of officers who separated from the force in the last 12 months.
Yes.
I'm looking for net of attestations and separations, whether the overall officer headcount has increased or decreased since May 2024. I'm looking for movements within the Traffic and the Highway Patrol Command. I think the last time we inquired that was 170 officers below authorised strength, and I'm wondering what the current headcount is in that command today as against authorised positions. And I'd also like to know which specific local area commands are below authorised officer strength as at today's date. And is it possible to also provide figures on the impact of Operation Shelter and the making that a permanent unit will have, which specific local commands are going to be impacted by that? Because as I understand it, if I'm correct, Mr. Smith, at the moment officers are rotated through Operation Shelter, but the decision now is to make that a permanent unit. Is that correct?
Not quite, ma'am.
Okay.
In relation to shelter, there are various aspects to shelter. If we're talking about high visibility operations and deployments, in terms of the current activity, those shifts are filled by PAX PD specialist units across the whole of the organisation, not just frontline commands, through a staffing order process, and that is assessed in terms of weekly deployments as to what that will look like.
But as I understand, the decision's been made to change that model, so there will now be officers permanently assigned to shelter, is that right?
And we will work through that process in terms of an expression of interest. And as part of, once we understand the phasing of the deployment of those resources, to make sure that those decisions are made to support frontline commands that can be backfilled by the allocations of either transfers in or out, or the allocation of probationary constables. But that will take some time for us to model to make sure that there is not the adverse impacts in relation to the resourcing deployment.
So next week, will there be how many officers who will be permanently assigned to the new operation? There
will be no permanent people assigned to that unit next week.
When will the first officers be permanently assigned to that new unit?
I cannot answer that question at this point in time.
Okay, Commissioner Lanyon, can you help with that?
Originally it will be a command staff, so to actually go through the planning process, deliver the implementation, we would look for a superintendent, potentially a couple of inspectors would be the first, because the actual model and the implementation plan needs to be built up. So that will be the first. We'll then go through an expression of interest process for officers who may wish to join that command.
So in your plan for that unit, when do you anticipate that the first permanent officers will be working in that unit?
I can't give you a date at this stage, Ms Carter. It's very much part of the implementation plan that's coming. So we're going to build up.
So what was the experience of people in Germany and the UK? How long did it take for them? What did you find out? Mr Hudson, what did you find out in your scoping trip? How long did it take them to get these units up?
Munich and London are significantly different. In Munich, which is one of the reasons we went there, all general duties vehicles have a long arm capacity stored in the sidewell of their car.
Is it proposed that all general duties
it's not.
officers here have a long arm?
No, we're proposing that the Armed Response Command will fulfil that responsibility with the roving commission 24/7 around metropolitan Sydney. But part of the recruitment will be determined by the procurement of vehicles, firearms, equipment,
And
vests, helmets.
where's the budget for that procurement coming from? Does that exist, or you're waiting for the next budget for that to be allocated?
That's part of the decision announced the other day, my understanding is.
So the budget is already in place for that?
I have to be guided by people in charge of the budget, but that's my understanding.
Who can help me with that? Commissioner Lanyon?
As I understand, a decision has been made for funding. It was announced that it was funded.
How much funding?
I don't have that in front of me.
Are you able to get that on notice?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. And how many vehicles will be purchased?
I believe it's 24, but as I said,
Right.
part of the implementation plan is to go through that there. I'd rather not
Okay.
guess for you. I can certainly provide you information.
And to Mr. Banasiak's question, will they be sourced locally or will they be imported from overseas?
The procurement will be undertaken in accordance with New South Wales Government procurement guidelines.
Okay, thank you. The Be a Cop in Your Hometown initiative, which was designed to address regional vacancies. Mr. Smith, this is probably you. How many officers have been placed in regional commands under that scheme?
I think the number at this point in time is 59 people have been allocated out of the last couple of classes who have applied for Be a Cop in Your Hometown and have been allocated to those locations. That will also continue as part of the attestation for future classes, the next class being the 1st of May this year.
Okay. And are you able on notice to provide which communities those police have been located in?
I can do that, yes.
That'd be great, thank you. And has the Year 10 program commenced yet?
The cadet program,
Yeah.
ma'am, will commence in April, May of this year.
Right.
We'll do a number of orientation sessions. That part of the program, which was very successful for us in terms of applications, we received around 150 applications from young people ageing between the ages of 17 to 21. And we have 9 positions that will be at 2 trial sites within the metro area. And that will run for a period of 12 months, commencing, I think it's in May this year. The exact date I can get if I need to. But
No, the exact date would be great, thank you. The 2024 People Matter Employee Survey recorded almost 300 instances of staff reporting experiences of racism. What actions taken in response to that? Is that you, Mr. Smith, or is that somebody else?
So in terms of the commentary that is provided as part of the PMES, obviously that is anonymised commentary, and that would follow if those incidents had been reported. Like obviously we look at the commentary, we provide an action plan which goes out to commands. Those comments can be attributed down to command level. Each of the commanders across our organisation receive a copy of their PMES results, including commentary which indicates any trends or comments that may impact, if you're talking about harassment or bullying and harassment areas, and they would.
This was specifically racism.
Racism. Like obviously we have policies in place about respectful workplace behaviours. We obviously have, our obligations in relation to all of those
I
issues.
acknowledge that you have policies in place. I think what it's really important is when we're seeing evidence that perhaps those policies are not always working, it's good to know what the response is. So, and in terms of culture, where are we at with the report from the Independent Culture Review? Has that reported yet?
The report, the Kristen Hilton Independent Cultural Review report, we received a draft copy just before Christmas.
Okay.
We have worked with Ma'am Hilton and her team.
Can I just ask, just a process question, is it usual to receive a draft report? Don't you normally... Are you workshopping the final report?
No.
Well,
no.
why do you get a draft report?
Well, we get a draft report to make sure that the data and the information that we have provided, we provided well over 500 documents in relation to that. So the request from Ms Hilton was that to check the accuracy of the data that was contained within the report. That is what has been undertaken. We have provided that feedback to Ms Hilton and her team, and we are expecting the final report back to the Commissioner in March of this year.
Right.
Can I just say, Ms Carter, that is a usual process. So the Auditor General does exactly the same thing. They send us a draft copy of a report to fact check.
Okay. It's new to me, but that's good to know. Thank you. Mr Smith, how many reports were made through the New South Wales Police Safe Reporting Service in the 12 months to the most recent available date?
I'd have to take that on notice, ma'am.
If you could, and you could also tell me how it compares to the prior year, I'd be very grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I understand the last figure we have from budget estimates is that there were 42 officers who were suspended as at the 21st of March 2025. What's the current number of officers who were suspended?
I should be able to provide that to you this afternoon, Ms Carter, if you just give us a bit of time.
Lovely, thank you.
We'll come back to you shortly with that.
No, I'd be grateful, thank you. And if you could also tell me, Commissioner, of those suspended, how many have been suspended for more than 12 months? I'd be grateful. And also the estimated cost to the government of maintaining officers on suspension plus associated administrative costs.
So that would be a longer process. Obviously, the first question you asked me, I'll certainly try to provide this afternoon. I'd have to take some time to come back to you with that information.
I'd be grateful if you take them on notice. Thank you. How many of the, and also perhaps this is for on notice, how many of the currently suspended officers are subject to active LEC investigations?
I may not know that, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't always get informed if an officer is subject to a LEC investigation, so it may well not be something that I can advise you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, probably even not appropriate for me to say. It may well be that LEC would need to provide that information to you.
Understood. Thank you very much. Who can help me with the current number of New South Wales police officers on workers' compensation for psychological injury and the trend over the past 24 months?
I can provide that detail.
Thank you.
So in terms of the current number of sworn and unsworn officers who are unavailable or not available or in the workplace sits at 731. 670 of those are police officers. The remainder are administration staff, or civilian staff. The breakdown of the sworn officers is 490 out of that 670 are on psychological or related psychological injury leave.
That's significant, isn't it? Thank you, yeah. And are you able to give me the total expenditure on officer psychological support programs for the last 2 financial years?
Yes, I can do that, but I'll have to take that on notice. That would be part of the Pulse program, which is a $79 million funding envelope over 5 years.
Great, thank you. And I think we've... and how many, do you have a number for how many officers, this is possibly the figure you've already given me, how many officers currently unavailable to work due to workers' compensation absences? So that would be the psychological injury, and we'd be adding in those with physical injury. Do you have that number?
Physical injuries, that's correct. So total is 731. That is classified as in absence with no capacity to work.
Right.
Obviously, we would have a number of officers who are on recover at work plans in the workplace doing other duties.
I'm just checking. So the figures I had before was 731 total for psychological injury, of whom 670 were officers, and you've given me the same 731 figure for officers currently unavailable to work. Have I misunderstood somewhere?
Sorry, I'll clarify.
Yeah.
So 731 is the total of officers who are off work with no capacity to work.
Right, okay.
670 of those are police officers, and out of that, for psychological, 490 are on psychological leave who are police officers.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And do you have a figure for how many officers are currently unavailable for work because they're on sick leave?
Yes, I do. That just might take me a little while to find, but I do have that, if I could have
I realise I'm running out of time. I wonder if I can give you these questions on paper and you can take them on notice. Is that appropriate?
If I can answer all of those, I will do that before this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
We're just going to split the last bit of time. Mr. Benaziac, you have one,
Sure.
I'll have one, and then the opposition have a couple.
Okay, quickly, just Assistant Commissioner Hayward, the Minister seemed to indicate you might be able to give me the details on the number of firearms legally owned as of 23rd of December and now. Are you able to provide those figures to me now?
Yes, I am. I'll just have to get them in a format ready to give to you.
Okay. Can we have them ready for when we come back from the break? Is that possible?
Yeah. That should be fine.
Just quickly then, can I go to the clubs portal? How many clubs were onboarded onto the clubs portal prior to December 23, and how many clubs do we have on there now?
So we have a total of 583 clubs. We've had 56 onboarded, and there's 527 to be onboarded. The estimate for the remainder of the clubs to come online will be the end of this year.
Okay. And what
are you getting any uplift in funding to make the club's portal more functional? Given I've seen the club's portal, I was on a online briefing where I was shown it, and to be frank, you've gone from 1980s technology where you send an email and hope someone sees it at the registry, to uploading an attachment and hoping someone sees it at the registry. So is there going to be more functionality built into that club's portal to make it to deal with the new legislation?
I'll take that on notice just to get that specific answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lanyon, why did you not change the tactical operation response that night at Town Hall? Why did you not say at that point where police started kettling protesters and it was so clear that something was going to go so hellishly wrong on the ground, why did you not let people disperse from that QVB side and just let people walk out?
I think, Ms Higginson, you're making a number of assertions there. There certainly were a number of people decamped from that location there. There was obviously a significant number of people in that Town Hall square on the evening. That was one of the concerns that we had raised with the organiser. We needed to make sure that it was orderly, and my understanding from tactical advisors is that was what was happening. We were moving people on and having them disperse.
But it wasn't orderly, it was violent, and police were put in the worst position. And do you take responsibility for that?
Look, can I say to you, it was a calm and peaceful protest outside of people and speakers inciting people to march. The police had stayed back. The police were there to protect the community. I'd made it really clear the reason for the declaration was to make sure that the community was safe. We had a visiting head of state. We had a large number of Jewish Australians at another location there. Nothing changed during that evening to change that risk to the community. The idea of allowing people to march through the centre of the CBD was something that we had worked with the organiser. It was always clear it was not going to happen. There was a major events declaration made by government to provide additional support to make sure that did not happen.
But it doesn't, nothing stopped you from being able to make the decision to let people just safely disperse in that direction, and people were stopped from safely dispersing the area.
So
I was there, I saw it.
So we have tactical advisors on the ground and they make decisions on the best way to manage those things. It was not a decision that I made, but I support the ability for tactical advisors to make decisions based on what's in front of them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, has there any assessment been done in relation to whether charges should be preferred against Grace Tame?
I'm unaware of that at the moment, Mr Tudor-Hope.
Have you received any complaint?
I'm unaware of New South Wales Police receiving any complaint. I can't say that hasn't happened. I'm certainly unaware of it.
Is anyone, Commissioner Hudson, are you aware of it?
I'm unaware of any complaint being made. No, nothing's been reported to me.
Have you reviewed the footage of Grace Tame at that rally?
Not personally, not in terms of her speech. We had legal advisors that were obviously present with our police. Whether they have reviewed her speech, I can't say at this time.
And you're unable to tell me whether, in fact, any assessment was made about whether the speech may well have fallen within 93ZAA?
We would do that ordinarily. I think there was evidence given before that we do have legal advisors present in the Police Operations Centre to see whether an offence is being committed at the time. I think what we demonstrated with the March for Australia rally, where we took action against a male who was using speech to incite hatred.
And you didn't form this, no one has formed the same view in relation to the speeches given at the rally, even in respect of the breaches of the manner in which the protest was being conducted and the admonition to, in fact, march?
Not at this stage. I'm unaware of that.
When people were suggesting that we should reclaim the streets in those circumstances, was that a trigger, in your view, potentially for creating circumstances where that would turn into a violent demonstration?
That is a broad term. Obviously, reclaim the streets can mean a number of things, and if we're talking about in terms of legislation, it may well not meet a test. It was absolutely not the situation that we wanted to occur on that night. There is little doubt that the incitement for people to march inflamed that situation. It had been peaceful, police had been facilitating that public assembly up until that stage, and it was not until they were marched upon by a group had formed on George Street that police had to take any action.
Have you reviewed any of the statements made by or speeches given by politicians at that rally?
Not personally, I've not.
Has anyone reviewed that as the legal team?
I would say the same answer as I gave you before. The legal representatives monitor those assemblies as they take place.
Commissioner, are you aware that Grace Tame is reported as having led chants at that rally of Globalise the Intifada?
I've seen that reported, ma'am.
And have you caused anybody to check the tape to see if in fact that was what she was doing?
No, I haven't. It's not a prohibited term at the moment. It may be offensive to some members of the community. I certainly accept that.
The question under ZAA, though, is not whether a term is prohibited, but whether it is likely to incite violence against members of the community. Mm-hmm. And there's a number of people, including the Premier, who is of the view that that's exactly what that term does. So has it been reviewed with respect to 93 ZAA?
We have reviewed that term on a number of occasions through our legal advisors.
And with respect to Ms Tame?
As I said, I'm unaware of the review that was taken of that matter before.
Can you take that on notice what has happened?
Sorry, if I can just finish.
Sorry, yes.
It has been found previously on legal advice that that term does not meet the threshold.
Don't be difficult now, Ms Carter. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Right, on that bell ring, that means that we are now having a short recess and we will reconvene in 15 minutes at 3:45. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. I'm going to throw to Ms. Abigail Boyd.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon to all of you again. Okay, I think last time these questions were something for Deputy Commissioner Hudson, but we'll see where we get to. So in the last round of budget estimates, I asked questions in relation to the police force's use of surveillance software, and I asked specifically about the police force use of Fivecast.
Yes.
Now, at the time you replied saying, quote, "I'm not too sure what components of Fivecast we're using. The company produces various different capabilities like most companies do in the intelligence field. I think we are a client of Fivecast, but I'd have to get back to you on the exact nature of that relationship," end quote. However, in answers to questions on notice, I was then told that, quote, "Fivecast Onyx is not used by the New South Wales Police Force," end quote, which seems to be directly contradictory to the answer that you gave me. In supplementary question 143, I asked how were police using Fivecast's Onyx platform, to which the answer I received was the New South Wales Police Force uses Fivecast for intelligence purposes. So I've kind of got 3 different answers here. What is the correct answer? Does the police force use Fivecast?
Ma'am, whether we currently do or not, I'll have to check. I believe that my position is I think we currently do as part of the State Intelligence Command, use it as a product. We use a number of products for different purposes. You have questions on an answer to a question on notice that says we don't use it, then another answer to a question on notice that say we use it for intelligence purposes, which is contradictory. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. But
okay.
I have had previous engagements with Fivecast myself. I'm fairly sure we still use it, but I'll clarify that.
Yeah, okay. Well, my understanding is that the police does use Fivecast because I've seen case studies that Fivecast has provided where they say they've done work in relation to predictive policing of protesters for New South Wales Police. And also, I have a tender award notice where Fivecast were awarded a contract from the 1st of July 2024, which runs until June 2028. So I think you're right that you do use Fivecast. Now,
whether it's that exact product though, that Fivecast Onyx or whatever you said, I'm not too sure if that's
maybe that's the difference.
Specifics of it.
So can I ask you in relation to this contract that was given to Fivecast from the 1st of July 2024? They were the only supplier, so there wasn't an open tender for it. Does that mean that they were running this predictive policing prior to 1 July 2024? Sorry, predictive policing on protesters?
I'm not too sure if that's the exact purpose that we use it for, the products we get from Fivecast. I thought it was more scraping material, but from social media, but I'll have to double check that.
That would be good if you could maybe go back and just have a look, because I'm curious as to where Fivecast were getting their information in order to build that product beforehand. I guess maybe there was a trial. If there's any information you can give me, that would be
I'm fairly sure they're used by other law enforcement agencies as well.
Yeah.
I think it might be a South Australian company.
Yeah, okay. So also in supplementary questions from last time, I asked the police to provide the minutes and agendas for all New South Wales Police Force AI and emerging biometrics board meetings since January 2024 to date. I initially received an answer to that said that the minutes were attached as attachment B, but there was no attachment B. And when I then went back to the committee secretariat and said, where's attachment B? They were unable to locate it. And they sought a further answer from the Minister's office, who then provided an amended answer saying that the minutes of the meeting are sensitive and not suitable for public release. What happened there? Did the police try to give the minutes and the Minister stepped in?
Potentially, I don't know. I wouldn't have thought it was appropriate to table publicly minutes of our internal meetings, but...
we often get that kind of thing, even if it's redacted. Like if there's something that's particularly sensitive in there, we would normally still see the sort of the shell of the minutes. Is there...
Potentially. I'm not too sure what happened there, ma'am.
Okay. So I understand that New South Wales Police are now setting up an artificial intelligence centre, and I note that New South Wales Police CTO Susie Mann wrote that the establishment of the centre reinforces the importance of disciplined, transparent, and accountable approaches to AI in a mission-critical public sector environment. If we're to look for accountability over the police force's use of AI, will there be some form of minutes being provided from those meetings in the future, or any other information as to how do we hold the police
I might
account
just provide some
account?
level of context. So the New South Wales Police Force has employed an AI manager, and obviously part of that role will be to ensure that that role and function is set up to make sure that it meets all requirements. And yes, once when that sits in terms of the AI board and what is currently happening, that position will support that process, but also mature as we look at AI environment that exists across policing more broadly. But in terms of, that is correct, but it is not at that maturity stage just yet.
Okay.
But there will be minutes, there will be appropriate governance around that process.
All right, I might hold my horses on that
Yeah,
for a bit then.
thank you.
I understand the Victoria Police have confirmed that they use generative AI on 20% of their crime reports, so they sort of basically provide a summary for police from the reports that they're getting. What percentage of New South Wales police crime reports use generative AI?
I'd have to take that on notice. I can't. I would have to take that question on notice.
Yeah. Okay, that would be good. In response to questions on notice that I asked back in 2022, police confirmed that the police force uses artificial intelligence to predict the day, time, type and location of crimes to assist in resource allocation and deployment of staff. But in response to those questions I asked last year, I was told that New South Wales Police does not use artificial intelligence, machine learning or other automated decision-making software to predict the day, time and location of crimes. Did something change in those 3 years, or was one of those responses wrong?
I think part of the prevention disruption response capabilities that commands go through, there's a program looking at their crime data that could be interpreted as that, to interpret where crime is happening, so that taskings can be deployed at command level. But I don't think it's to the extent that you've indicated that we're mapping crime against, through AI, against where we think it's going to be future. There are programs that allege they can do that.
Yeah, that's certainly what the answer was in 2022, but maybe, okay. I guess the question then is, if you are using it in that way to predict sort of daytime, type and location of crimes, is there some process put in place to monitor whether that's accurate, whether it's working, are the predictions useful? What sort of monitoring framework and accountability framework goes around that use?
Obviously, such programs are only as good as their success, and if crimes happen at times away from those areas, then it's irrelevant. So that's checked, and taskings are changed daily, sometimes at local area command or police area command at district level, based on crime trends and what's suspected.
So I understand New South Wales Police is using a product called Chimera.
Chimera. Yes.
Chimera, thank you. That is described as both utilising artificial intelligence and is used to automate geospatial analysis of crime and automate the generation of police task sheets which direct frontline officers where to go each shift. So is Chimera the AI-enabled crime prediction capability that they were using back in 22?
That was the foundation of it in 2022. It was being developed, so that it's an internally developed product.
Yeah.
By a state intelligence command.
Has Chimera been discontinued?
No, we're still using that. Whether the predictive component of it is a small component of it, it also generates a lot of other things that might be
So-
of relevance in relation to a tasking and deployment meeting?
Okay, so the DV, the Domestic and Family Violence Registry, was launched and it replaced DV STMP3, which I understand relied on Chimera. Because the DFV registry has its own predictive model to analyse the likelihood that an offender will cause serious harm, has Chimera been discontinued for use in DV matters?
Chimera was used in relation to the suspect target management plan, which we have discontinued. It's also been discontinued for domestic violence offences, but we still use Chimera as a product, as a tool to identify where crime might occur, but that's also treated as an indicator, not the all truth. It still needs human intervention. Most of any AI that we utilise in the organisation still needs human intervention, whether it be facial recognition or anything else. Or, any technical investigative tool will still need a human overlay to verify what those outcomes are.
Thank you, Mr. Banasiak.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Hayward, are you able to come back to me with those figures? The number of firearms
Yes, I can.
by the 23rd and what it is now? Oh, you can just tell, you can read them out if you'd like.
Oh, okay.
Just read them out, it's fine.
Okay, so individual licences. 21 December 25 was 1039850. 22 Feb 1041002.
Yep.
Business. 21 December was 1890. 22 Feb 1877. Clubs 2788 and 2801 for 22 Feb. Collectors 14711 and 14792. Dealers 93042 and 92308. And permits 8013 and 8059.
Okay, but the number of actually guns owned?
So I have for the 21 December total firearms, so that's including the collectors and dealers.
Yeah.
1160294.
Yep.
And for the 22 Feb 1160839.
Okay, thank you. In your role as Assistant Commissioner, you have other things under your command other than registry, is that correct?
Yes.
So that would mean that you wouldn't be based in the not-so-secret location of the registry?
I'm not.
No, so how often do you visit the registry and for how long?
I think I've been up potentially 3 times in the 12 months.
And how long would you, on average, stay there? Is it
Couple
just
of
a day?
nights.
Couple of nights.
Couple of days, couple of nights.
Okay. Don't stress, I'm not suggesting that you move up there. I'm more suggesting that it might be better
I
that...
prefer that than here, probably, right now.
I would suggest that the registry is better suited back at Parramatta
I
under
hear you.
local command where you can keep a closer eye onto it.
Well,
is that something that's been considered?
I think it's been
the
raised before, Mr. Banasiak, but we have a number of commands in our organisation which have then separate commands all across the state, same as police prosecutors, etc. So, would it be nice to be next door? Yeah, maybe, but I don't think...
Do you think it'd be more effective given that you'd be in close proximity to other agencies that you deal with, like corrections, like courts?
No, I don't think so. In this day and age we've got technology, you know, there's teams and all that kind of stuff, and there's a commander up there who's a superintendent who is the actual commander of the firearms registry.
Okay. Can I just go to some specific issues with you, Ms Hayward? You may or may not be aware of them. Shawmack Industries is a firearms manufacturer on the South Coast. He originally had a firearms manufacturing permit. That was the advice given to him by registry that that's what he needed to make components for the firearms that he sells. He was recently advised that there was a reinterpretation by the New South Wales Firearms Registry as what he was required, and it wasn't a manufacturing permit, that he actually needed a dealer's permit. So can you talk to me?
I'll take that on advice. I'm not aware of that individual circumstance.
Yeah, can you just generally talk to me about how these so-called reinterpretations work? How often are the registry staff going through reinterpretations of what is set in legislation and regulations? And under what authority do they make those reinterpretations?
Well, usually I'm not aware of that reinterpretation. Generally speaking, it's if we obtain legal advice because of something, but then I would expect some type of communication and consultation in regards to that. It might have been an NCAT outcome, which I'm just not aware of that.
Okay, are you able to take on notice specifically what prompted this particular reinterpretation, that the manufacturer's permit
I'll check that
no
out.
longer qualified, but is now needing a dealer's permit? Because now he's going through this process. He has no transitional arrangement. You know, he's in this limbo. He can't actually make money. There's huge money invested in what he's doing, and the latest advice is that you'll issue him a dealer's permit as long as he gets consent from local government, when local government won't give him that consent. It's not consent that they can give. So he's in a catch-22. You've told him he has to get consent from someone he can't get consent from.
I'll definitely make some inquiries and I'll take it on notice.
Thank you. Another specific example is Nyoka firearms range up in Gunnedah Way. This is a range that your own police officers use. I've seen photos of the Bearcats and them in their firearms. Is probably where they do their long arm training, I imagine. He actually has been waiting since November on a range approval for his second range, and my concern is the latest advice he's received is that he didn't need to pay any money for that application, even though you've deducted money from his account. But in the same breath, you've also said, we have no record of your application. So how does the registry take money from an applicant and have no record of the person actually making that application? This is just an example of how much a mess the registry is in. You're losing paperwork left, right and centre.
That's your opinion. Look, there's two examples you've given me. I've agreed that I will actually go away and look at it, and I'll come back to you.
But this is not the only example I could pull out where registry have claimed that they've lost paperwork. There was a reason why a period of time a few years ago you started scanning and emailing documents from Parramatta, was because of the loss of paperwork going missing up at where it was up at Murwillumbah. It seems like this problem hasn't been resolved where paperwork goes missing.
Well, you've given me two examples. I'll look into that, but that's all I'm aware of.
You've got what internal financial controls prevent payments being taken when there isn't an application?
I'm not aware of that as being an issue before.
I think it's important, Mr Banasiak, that we do take away the two examples you've got, work our way through them. If there is a problem there, we will resolve it. But it's really useful to work through the process to see what it is, and I think the only way to do that is to go into detail with the examples you've given.
Yeah, thank you. Do you formally document a register for lost or missed applications?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, if you're able to take that on notice, and whether you can tell us how many are on that incident register, if one exists, and whether you have a complaints register and how many complaints have been lodged with you in the last 12 months?
For missing paperwork?
Well, just in general. Let's keep it general.
You're talking about customer service complaints?
Yeah, customer service complaints. Yeah, would probably be the broad term. Is that possible?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. What have I got? Can I just go to another reinterpretation, and it's to do with AVOs and family court situations. I think it was back in 2022 you decided to add a clause on the end of a licence application or a P650 form as to whether someone had been involved in a family court matter or had a family court order. Is that correct? Have I got my dates correct?
Sorry, it's
2022, I believe.
Yeah. So that's on an application
Yep.
for a P650. Is that what you're asking? If that's been added?
Yes, I think that was added. I think that was added in 2022.
Yeah, I believe that's right.
Yeah. Is there anything specific that prompted that?
That was after the Edwards coronial.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that just because you have a family court order doesn't necessarily mean you're some big bad person and should be deliberately excluded or automatically excluded from applying for a firearms licence?
It's. I'll have to check the particular wording.
It's an automatic exclusion. Like you can't pass go. You can't do the firearms safety course. You can't get a licence. You have to go straight to the registry and ask.
Within the definition of an AVO in the Act, it actually is.
Yeah, but you are now equating the seriousness of an AVO with the seriousness of a family court order. They're two
Particular
different
family
things.
law court orders are considered within the definition of an AVO to be an AVO.
We'll come back to some examples where that's a problem. Yeah.
Thank you. Over to you. Thank you, Chair. I just want to stay on the firearms issue for a little bit, and I appreciate that there have been some questions, so I might be repetitive, and I apologise if I am, but I'll direct through you, Commissioner, but happy for others to answer if that's more appropriate. So my recollection of the Minister this morning, just in relation to the specific numbers of caps of 10 and then 4 for individuals, that came after conversations with colleagues in Western Australia. Was there any advice from the police here in New South Wales to the government about whether those caps were appropriate for a New South Wales setting?
I'm unaware of that, Ms Mitchell, but I can certainly check with Assistant Commissioner Hayward whether that was the case or not.
Okay.
Obviously, the decision of legislation is one for government. As a police force, we enforce, so I'm unaware of that.
Okay. Did you want to add any? You don't have to, Commissioner Hayward. But
Well, no, the Commissioner's answer can stand.
Okay, thank you. And then the issue that was raised, and I think Mr Banasiak has touched on this with you this afternoon, Commissioner, as well, but for a primary producer who is wanting to have more than 10 firearms and believes that they have a legitimate reason to seek those, in the Act that was passed through this Parliament in December, there are very clear distinctions in the new Section 8A where primary production is in one category and then sort of the other, which is sporting shooters, business or employment, vertebrate pest animal control is in a separate part. What is the process? If I'm a farmer, a primary producer today, and I believe I have a legitimate reason to say have 11 or 12 or 13 guns, how do I go about getting an exemption, and is that possible under the legislation?
Certainly, Ms Mitchell. Would you mind? I'll refer that to Assistant Commissioner Hayward just for the technical nature of the question.
So in terms of that cohort, a primary producer can also be a business, and we're taking some final advice on that.
Well, I would argue that they're all businesses. That's
what I expect it to be.
Yes.
So I'm just confirming that.
Okay.
And then there'll be consultation discussions with them about that. We also need to make sure that there is some impact on Category C, category licences for primary production. So we just need to work out if it is a business, what other impacts it has then in the legislation.
Okay, and then do you consult with the New South Wales farmers, for instance, about that as the peak body?
Yeah, so I have a firearms registry consultative committee,
Yes.
which I chair, and there is a member from the Farmers Association on it.
Okay, and they will be a part of that discussion in terms of, because as you would appreciate, there are a lot of farmers who feel they have legitimate reasons. They are running small businesses. massive issues, particularly in the western parts of the state with feral pigs and other animals at the moment. You would all be aware of that. Sure. Sorry, but but just to be crystal clear, there will be a provision for primary producers to apply to yourself, Commissioner Lanyon, for an exemption if they need more than 10 firearms.
I just need to confirm. I believe that is the case. I'm just waiting.
Okay.
I'm just taking final advice.
And when would you expect to have that final advice by?
Probably within a couple of weeks.
Okay, sorry.
So just a quick question, Assistant Commissioner Haywood. As I understand it, the transitional provisions in relation to 8A means that the caps are in place now. So primary producer...
No, they're not.
The
only
caps
for
are not in place now?
Only for a permit to acquire. So they can't obtain any more guns over the cap.
But there's no issue with people retaining guns they already have until September or whenever the rest of the legislation...
Until we go through all that, and there's buyback options, and then that will come in.
My question disappears. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, and I'm sure there are many primary producers around the state who look forward to that clarity coming as soon as possible. I want to move now just to some of the issues in the mental health space, and I appreciate I've raised this earlier, Commissioner, I'm not asking about specific cases, but the Minister did allude to some work I believe you're doing with the Health Secretary in regards to what happens in these cases with mental health patients. I'm presuming around abscondments, particularly from facilities. Is there anything you can update me on in relation to that?
Yeah, it's certainly broader than that, Ms Mitchell. I'll go to Deputy Commissioner Hudson in a minute, but we're working very closely with Health, certainly on a new MOU and the way that we operate together, very much with a view from police that it be health-led. So right care, right person is a model that we are working towards, which is something they've moved overseas. We certainly understand and appreciate that a police officer in a blue shirt is not always the most appropriate person to go to those sort of circumstances there. So again, it's working very closely in partnership with Health, but I might just go to Mr Hudson.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. The MOU is fairly close to being agreed to by the two agencies. Absconders will be obviously a component of that. And there's a proposal being progressed through Health, through the government processes for a health-led model of intervention. Absconders in particular can be problematic. It depends upon which section of the Mental Health Act they're actually detained under, whether it's section 19 or 20 or 22 or 27, a court order. So the policing ability to actually recover those people and take them back to the facility depends upon which section of the Mental Health Act they're detained under. So that's being better clarified in the updated MOU, and in relation to the two recent incidents, there's a review underway at the moment.
And in relation to the new MOU, is that sort of building on the previous sort of work around the PACE approach? Is it that more of a general consensus of how Health and Police will work together with mental health patients?
And reflects and replicates more of the health-led response, tries to free up police time from sitting in emergency departments for 8 hours with a patient, treats the absconder issue from health institutions and focuses on the initial response should be a health-led response or a community mental health team in locating that individual. Just to replicate that, as Mr Lanyon said, police interdicting with some of these individuals can lead to quite perverse outcomes as we deal with threat in a different way to what health professionals do. And we've seen the unfortunate outcomes of that on various occasions. The work that we've undertaken was based on the LEC report of our critical incidents, based on the Upper House inquiry, I think, into mental health, which all surmise that police are not necessarily the best first responding agency to these issues. And we're very close to having that passed.
And just one more, I guess it's probably an operational question, but I know that the Mental Health Minister has made comments recently about after a 24-hour period, if someone hasn't had a mental health assessment, their status immediately changes within the health system from absconded to discharged. Does that have an impact on what your police officers can do if they find an individual who is under that classification now with Health?
It does, as I said, ma'am, it depends upon under which section they're detained.
Yeah.
So if they are classified as that after 24 hours, then we have to form the opinion that we can take them down for a reassessment because of their behaviour. You have to make a fresh assessment of the individual.
Okay.
Not just because they have been discharged, classified by health as discharged mental health patient previously. We have to make a new assessment based on their current behaviour. Different if they abscond prior to an examination when we take them down.
Yeah.
Different if they're under, I think, Section 27 of court order.
Yeah, so if it's within the 24 hours after they abscond, you have more ability to be able, because I think there were a couple of recent examples from Cumberland where the police have been able to return them to the facility because it's within that time frame.
The current protocol is that health, if they can't locate an individual, should contact the local duty officer, and we work through those issues as to which will be retained in the MOU, but with greater clarity. Work through those issues as to what section they are detained under, what the police powers are in returning that individual to the institution, and whether we have the ability to.
Okay. And then specifically in relation to Cumberland Hospital, not the incidents but the facility, the government has announced that they're having sort of an intervention of the running of that hospital going forward. Is there any police role in that new team that will be looking after Cumberland, or is it all with health?
There is the commander of our mental health team will be involved in the review of that.
Okay.
With government. Yep.
Thank you. And then I just have one more, which I may have to declare an interest because it's about Gunnedah. But 24-hour policing in Gunnedah is something that our community is very keen to see happen. There is a call at the moment from the Mayor, from the Chamber of Commerce, from the local member Kevin Anderson. We've got a fantastic new police station built for growth, but we don't yet have 24-hour policing. Is that on the agenda for Gunnedah anytime soon?
I went to Canada just recently, Ms Mitchell, and spoke to the Chamber of Commerce and a number of other community members there. The position is, as it is with all police districts, is there is the ability for commanders to move resources around. At this stage, agile deployment and every police vehicle being a mobile office is way the commander determines how best to deploy resources. We'll continue to look at it. There is no immediate plan for it to be a 24-hour station, but we're certainly ensuring that it gets the coverage that it needs to have a policing presence and a very quick response.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just jump in on behalf of the people of Leeton, from whom I've received a number of representations, especially excellent council members, including Councillor Edwards. They're very concerned that they don't have 24-hour policing either, and they've had an interesting experience recently with tobacconists being torched. It's not just Sydney that's happening in. Any plans to provide 24-hour policing for Leeton?
I get a number of those sorts of requests, Ms Carter. It's very much we work with the commander and resources to make sure that we provide that policing service 24/7, whether that means having a station open at that stage or have cars mobile that are available both as a precaution or to respond. I might hand to Deputy Commissioner Bazanis, who has regional policing there, just to talk about the way that's being done.
I haven't got a lot more to add to that really than the Commissioner's fairly comprehensive response, but I know it is something that the police district superintendents, as you know, the officers in charge, the inspectors at the particular sector, Leeton, Gunnedah, well in touch with what community needs are, and effectively it is always on the agenda in terms of opening times, closing times, the agility of deployment, etc., etc. And so it's something that I think is very live with us, and it's part of that regional remote policing. So it's never off the agenda. It's just a case of what the demand is between what hours, and do we need a police station open at that time? Do we need a person sitting in that police station at 2 in the morning, or are we best serviced by a mobile response, as the Commissioner said so? But they are very live issues for us.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr Smith, I know you're long-suffering, and I'm grateful that you took those questions on notice from me at the end of last session. I have one more to add to that list, if you don't mind.
Okay, yes.
Could you also on notice give us the authorised strength of every police area command and every police district, and what the authorised strength of the police force will be after the new police unit, whatever it's going to be called, the new operation shelter is added?
Yes, ma'am, I will take that on notice.
You're very kind. Thank you. Yeah, sure. I have some questions about the academy. Who would be the appropriate person to ask those questions on? Back to you, Mr. Smith. Sorry. So, what was the rationale behind the decision to, in February last year to transfer the Police Academy academic contract from Charles Sturt University to Western Sydney University?
The contract period had expired, and we went out to an open tender in relation to the academic requirements for the New South Wales Police Force.
And did that tender have anything to do with maintaining expertise or rates of pay for appropriate recognition for academic staff, or was it simply about this is what we need, who's the cheapest?
No, it's based on where we are as an organisation in terms of providing the most fit for purpose qualifications to make sure that we, as an organisation, put out the best young police officers we can. That is, and was assessed against a number of criteria in terms of the delivery of the academic requirements. All of those things were taken into factors as part of the tender process which was undertaken.
And did that include factors such as staffing, retention, remuneration standards or workforce capability?
On behalf of the provider or the New South Wales Police Force?
Well, I suppose on behalf of the provider, whether existing staff would be retained, whether remuneration would be kept at the same level?
I can't answer in terms of the academic provider, but certainly there was a requirement about staffing numbers that are required to deliver the program by the provider. Certainly around the standard of the provision of the curriculum, which has been developed by the New South Wales Police Force. In relation to the remuneration, I'm unable to comment, and I can take that on notice, but I don't know that that's part of my remit.
Yeah, when you're talking about standard of delivery, was there anything in relation to the standard of the academics who are expected to be delivering the program, or that's open to the provider?
Obviously, there are requirements in terms of their knowledge of the delivery of the program itself and the design of the curriculum. Obviously, those standards are required to deliver our curriculum, which we need to be satisfied with. I will take on notice that the actual academic requirements of each of the areas within that curriculum, but
are you aware? Sorry. Are you aware, Mr. Smith, that the academic positions have all been downgraded? Most of the academics will no longer be continuing, and the ones that have been offered new contracts are at salary at a lower level and substantially lower, and they're expected to take pay cuts of between $20,000 to $50,000.
I'm not aware of that. No.
That's perhaps you might like to make some inquiries. The new provider, Western Sydney University, offered former CSU academics a rate of pay which by 2027 will be below the pay of a probationary constable. So are you comfortable that the academics who will be teaching the incoming probationary constables are receiving less remuneration than those probationary constables will be receiving?
I take your word in relation to the remuneration amount, but I will take that on notice because I'm not aware of that comparable that you've delivered.
Yeah, and this is information that I've been provided, and I have, yeah.
And that may be a matter for the relevant university and also their representative unions in relation to that, but I'm happy to take that.
What's the long-term strategy for policing education? Because at least at first glance, this looks like a significant downgrading of respect for people involved in that education and the level of expertise expected to deliver that education. So was that a relevant thought in the tender process? What's the long-term strategy for what is important in policing education in New South Wales?
In terms of the level of the ADPP program, the Advanced Diploma in Applied Policing, that is an equivalent AQF 6 level. That was maintained. That has not changed from what we were teaching to what we are teaching.
With respect, the institution deciding to maintain an AQF level and the level of the academics teaching in that can be very different things. And look, I would encourage you to look into that, because I think this has long-term implications for the level and the expertise of staff who will be able to be attracted to teach into the program. Look, just a very quick question on another matter, which won't be for you, Mr. Smith, I hope. Prisoner transfers, where are we with the ongoing issue of police stations being used as kiss and drop zones for prisoners?
Yeah, thank you, Ms Carter. I'll give you over to Deputy Commissioner Pizanis. We're working very closely with Correctional Service because we agree with you. We would certainly like to work closely and have corrections take on a greater role, particularly in regional areas.
And is Corrections happy to take on that greater role?
It's very much part of an ongoing consultation.
This has been going on for 15 years, Commissioner, or longer possibly.
It's a partnership, Mr Tudor-Hope. As you know, we have to work closely with other agencies. Mr Pizanis.
Yeah, Commissioner, can I ask a question of you, ma'am? Are you focused on, was it regional transports, police bail refuse, metro, metropolitan remand? There's sort of pockets of risk and issues that are subject to different discussions.
It's an acute issue regionally with corrections, but it's also, as I understand it, an issue of emerging difficulty with the operation of the bail division, again largely in regional areas, but I would be happy to get advice whether this is also an issue for metropolitan police stations with the cut-off requirements for the bail division.
Look, the cut-off requirements in Metro continue to present, on again, off again challenges, but there's the systemic stuff I think is improving as time goes on, and there is capacity for us to seek extensions for the admission of police bail refused persons into the bail division, but I think there's still work to be done around the process. In terms of the regional model that you're well aware of, those discussions with corrections, with the Police Association are happening frequently. They're fortnightly key meetings where certainly we're discussing some of the logistical issues, I think as Mr Tudor-Hope said, that have been going on for at least a decade and a half. But we're hopeful that we're in a positive position and positive place with them, that those conversations are active, they're contemporary, they're frequent, and the collaboration...
And they'll be fruitful.
Yeah, well, we're hoping to be fruitful. I certainly, we're hopeful towards that model being evolved over time. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. We all hope.
We do hope.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just handing over to Ms Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner.
Ms Fairman.
You, I think, have publicly stated your support for the government's vibrancy reforms.
Yes, I have.
Are you aware of the situation with the Marlborough Hotel in Newtown in terms of the police applying for changes to the condition of their licence? It's received a bit of coverage, I'm sure you are.
I've only recently become aware of that. Certainly I might, Deputy Commissioner Cook may well be able to provide some further information on that situation.
Sure. What the police have done, I understand, is they're seeking changes to the licence that will do things like restrict what can be served after midnight, ensure that kind of rules around who can be on the dance floor in terms of 1 metre apart on the dance floor, security guards watching the dance floor, which sounds a lot like slipping into lockdown regulations, if you like. Why has the police done that?
So the local police have made application under Section 53 to ILGO to have additional conditions placed on the licence of that particular venue. The reason they've done that is because there's been 92 serious incidents there in the previous 5 years, 11 of those occurring in the 12 months prior to the submission. The offences included sexual assault, drink spiking, affray, assaults on patrons, staff and police. And there's been non-compliance with their licence conditions. So the police who manage that particular area and that hotel have sought more strict conditions on the licence.
Where's the data come from in terms of the offences that you quote? Because I think that data has been challenged in the Sydney Morning Herald article that I'm looking at, and I think it was a draft submission from City of Sydney councillors to show that in fact the licensee zone analysis showed 40 of the 93 reported incidents were withdrawn, or the matters didn't proceed.
And part of the problem is the clearing up of crime scenes by the staff and by the hotel. Part of the problem that they've got there is the destruction of evidence or unavailability of evidence. And I think that's part of the reason why they're seeking more stringent conditions around the licence.
Is it common for the police to recommend changes to licences in such a way? Still? Despite, the Labor government wanting to make it a lot easier for venues to operate and more flexible, if you like, in terms of what the patrons can do there?
I think we work very closely with licensees, Ms Fairman, and I think this is quite an exceptional set of circumstances based on what Mr Cook has said. It is not something that we would do lightly, and it's something we very much focus on what is the safety of the patrons and the community at large.
So I've heard reports of the police, I think this is the King's Cross PAC, LAC, asking for certain venues for a list of their upcoming events, kind of suggesting whether they will allow certain events to go on or whether they will make the life difficult for the venue operator, if you like. And quite a few continue to say there's a very heavy-handed approach by the police, just at a time when the Minister for the Nighttime Economy and Music likes to say that Sydney's opening up and becoming, much more nighttime economy friendly. The police seem to be a big part of the problem.
I don't know if that's the case, Ms Fairman. I think if you've got examples, I'm more than happy to deal with you directly if that's okay. And we'll resolve them. We need to make sure, I've been publicly saying we support government's initiative and we want to support the economy, but it has to be done with safety.
Look, I'll tell you bluntly, Commissioner, one of the problems with providing examples is those venues, after I do that, feel as though they are then targeted by the police at a later time. And I've done this in previous estimates, but I will talk to you outside of this.
I'd appreciate that, and certainly we will make sure, as I said, it's a professional response that I want police to have with their licensees, and it's all about safety.
In terms of all about safety, I continue to also hear from young people who are out for a night, whether it's Coogee Bay Hotel, for example, recently, other hotels, nightclubs, where police come in 12 at a time, usually it's 12, with one dog in tow. Sometimes they get people to stand up, kind of hands against the wall stuff, intimidation. Now, this is still going on. Why? That doesn't happen in any other city. I mean, name me a city that happens in Australia, indeed in any kind of Western economy, Europe, name me one. It doesn't. Why do the New South Wales Police continue to do that harassing, intimidating behaviour in clubs? The government talks about nighttime economy opening up. You said you support it. Yep. Why are the police still doing it?
I'm unaware of the circumstances
you're
speaking about.
Lots of examples.
I'll just see whether Mr Cook has any knowledge of those examples.
But do you support that though, Commissioner? I mean, you're the new Commissioner. This is, I mean, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous and it's unnecessary. Nobody knows why it's happening, and young people are in despair. They're not going out because of it, you know that.
I'm unaware of that.
Well,
but I certainly expect the police to act within the law, and they will be focusing on safety. But there is a balance. As I said, I'm more than happy to look at any examples that you have. I don't know if Mr Cook's aware of any, but please provide. I'm more than happy to look at those.
Yeah, I'm not aware of anything that you're talking about there, but it wouldn't surprise me that police would approach these things on an intelligence basis and also on the basis of whatever the licence conditions are, what problems may be associated within that area or that particular venue. I'm sure there would be some rationale, but I don't know of any of those circumstances you've raised.
I will get you a bunch. One last question, which is a bit left field, but I have been trying to get answers on this for some time. I put questions on notice in June last year, and it's actually about alleged fraud in a coal testing laboratory. Now, this is important because in a coal testing laboratory, it happened back in 2020. The reason I'm still asking about this is because this issue was referred. So basically, coal quality is tested, it's sold in export markets. It's really important that what the laboratory says it is in terms of the quality of that coal, that's right, because the markets are based on that, and people, the companies are buying it based on that. Significant fraud from this one laboratory, something like about 50% of the coal that it was tested, they were falsifying the records, a big deal. The laboratory self-reported because of the whistleblower, self-reported to the New South Wales Police. Now, no one can find out what the hell has happened since. This, I've asked, is the case closed? If so, when? What was the outcome? What was the involvement of the police in this matter? So what I got back, and I think I did provide enough information to know what this is, that the New South Wales Police Force is unable to provide any information requested by the member without further details being provided. I know you're not going to know about this now, or if there is, please, but could you take it on notice, please, Commissioner, to find out for me, look at this question on notice that I provided and come back with the information about that, although I'm hoping that there might be some information coming on the phone.
Sorry, Ms Fairman, just give me 2
No,
minutes
don't
to read what we've
apologise.
got
If
here.
you've got it, that's great.
So the answer that I've been given was a search of the COPS system was unable to locate the 2020 report on COPS based on the information provided. Again, I'm more than happy to work personally with you.
Okay, I'll give you more information. We've got a long meeting coming up at some point.
I think it's the easiest way to work through some of these issues. When you know about them, you can follow them up.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Can I just ask quickly whether there has been or why there has not been a decision on whether to charge any of the neo-Nazi protesters outside of the Parliament?
There was a review of evidence, Ms Higginson. As to where that investigation's at, I would have to check for you.
Thank you. Can I also just say that we now know the New South Wales Police have investigated 3 instances of a watermelon symbol, sometimes merely because they appeared in conjunction with the words genocide or killing. In your view, should police be wasting your resources trying to investigate watermelons at a time when we're failing even realistically to find the man who murdered his partner and several others in Lake Cargellico, failing to keep the queer community safe from hate crimes, and under investigation by the LEC for failed responses to victims of domestic violence? Why are we...
Oh, Ms Higginson, I think that's offensive, some of those last examples you cited. The New South Wales Police Force are working tirelessly
It's
in
a
Lake
genuine
Cargellico.
frustration. It's a genuine frustration. I know how hard the
I think
police
to conflate
work.
those circumstances, but on your first question, if we get a report that says that something is offensive or it's a symbol that could be prohibited, we'll investigate that.
A watermelon.
I can tell you that we have investigated that. It is not a prohibited symbol.
Okay, so do you provide a guarantee that there'll be no more watermelon investigations?
Look, I think we need to assess any information that is provided to us because it could be in a different context.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr Benaziac.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just go back to some of the questions the Honourable Sarah Mitchell was asking just around advice? Prior to the Bondi terrorist attack and the legislation, was any work or discussion being undertaken by New South Wales Police, the Minister's Office and the Firearms and Weapons Policy Working Group on caps or any other component of the legislation? So prior to the attack happening, prior to the legislation being drafted, was any work being done by your department or the Firearms Policy Working Group or the Minister's Office on these components of which is now legislation?
I'm certainly unaware of that taking place.
I'm happy for you to take it on notice.
And I'm not aware of that taking place either.
Are you able to take on notice and find out whether something was being discussed?
We certainly take that on notice. I think the government have been quite clear in what they've said about a number of these amendments, or the amendments are to protect the community post the Bondi tragedy.
No, I'm not questioning the amendment. I'm not questioning the motives of the amendments. I'm just wondering whether any work was being done in
I'll
the
take that on
the
notice. I'm
background
certainly
beforehand.
unaware of it.
Ms. Hayward, try to just go back to the issue of you adding section 1141A from the Family Law Act in the regulations around, or equating it to the same as an AVO. Why hasn't the fact sheet from the Firearms Registry been updated to indicate that that is how you're treating family court orders in the licence application?
I'll take that on notice. Absolutely, it should. There's a number of fact sheets, so I've just got to check which one it should be on.
Yep, sure. Can I just go to one of the unintended consequences of this change? One case on my desk at the moment is a corrections officer, long-standing foster parent, separated from his partner, and as part of the family court discussion, he put in an order that said neither partner could associate with undesirable people, particularly those that are partaking in drugs, not because he was, but because she was. But he couldn't insist on it only being applied to her, because that's not how family court orders work. He now is he's had his licence revoked. He's now been stood down from corrections pending review because of that licence revocation, and he's now potentially going to lose his foster kids.
I'm happy for you to send me through the details.
I'm not going to obviously name the person here, but that's just afflating an example when you don't have discretion in these decisions, how it can go pear-shaped.
Some of the family law court orders are quite complex,
Yes.
and the process is to send such orders to OGC, so Officer General Counsel, to confirm whether or not it's an order for the protection of. It's the same when there's consent orders for not being able to cut the child's hair. So that is part of the process. So I'm happy for you to send me the details and I'll look into it.
Okay, thank you for that. Can we just go to the issue once again of resourcing, and particularly around the issue of safe storage inspections? Part of the requirement is going to be more frequent safe storage inspections. Have you done any modelling in terms of what that will look like in terms of resourcing? Because it's not only the licensing officer that will come out, it will often be accompanied by a general duties officer. So have we modelled the impact?
We're doing that now, so we're working through that now in terms
Okay.
of the framework of how it would look. It's for the Commissioner to be satisfied that the safe storage requirements are met before issuing a PTA, and so we've got to work out exactly when would that occur. Would it occur for every PTA if there was a PTA 1 month before that? So those are the things we're working through.
Okay. Can I just confirm you had done no modelling prior to this legislation coming up? When you knew it was going to be part of the legislation, did you start doing the modelling, or?
We did some impact assessment, yes.
Okay. Can you give a date as to when you started that impact assessment? On notice, perhaps?
On notice.
Yeah, sure. Can I just go back to the issue I was talking about in terms of the registry data being out of date? I've got a couple of examples for you that are recent. This gentleman sold his 2223 to someone else a few years ago. Your licence sergeant happened to mention the number of firearms they understood to be at the location in passing when they were booking the appointment to come see him. He thought that was a bit strange, the number, so he conducted his own inquiries. He found that the registry still had the 223 listed under his name, even though it had gone through the dealer portal, which was online at the time, so no paper transfer. He was given no receipt of that transfer. He then went to the gun shop to get that receipt, and he obviously got it. But when the firearms licensing guy turned up to do the safe storage inspection, they still had the incorrect data saying there was essentially a missing firearm. Now, if he didn't have that receipt, it would have been probably a very different conversation with the licensing officer. Would you agree?
Are you happy to provide me the details? so I can look into it, because obviously if there is a part of the process which needs to be looked at, I'm absolutely will.
Yeah, sure. Look, there's multiple examples of that I could bring up anecdotally where people have told me that the paperwork list has firearms on there that they sold years ago. So I couldn't give you absolutely every single example, but I can assure you there have been many over the time. What have I got?
I think, Mr Banasiak, that's the purpose of the firearms registry uplift, gun safe and all those things, to try to minimise those. I mean, we're talking about some historic matters that are coming through, and we're committed to working through those.
Thank you for that. Can I just go to the issue of some of the recategorisation proposals? What advice did you provide regarding some of the recategorisation, particularly around the issue of straight pull air rifles being recategorised into Category C?
So, from memory, it's based on the action. So it's all. So, my understanding is that it's about rapid reload and rapid fire.
How many, in the last 5 years, how many air rifles have been used in the commission of a crime?
Air rifle is Category A.
Yeah, but there are straight pull category air rifles known as the FX,
I'd
which
have
many
to look
professional
into it.
shooters use, particularly around built-up industrial areas. They'll use it to shoot pigeons and rats out of factories because they can actually dial down the power. They're going to be moved into a Category C under this legislation, and Category C only allows primary producers to have them for rural areas. So
I'd have to
that's a
look
strict
into it, because
interpretation.
from my understanding, air rifles are Category A with a magazine capacity, and the semi-automatic air guns are Cat B.
Yeah. And what about the straight?
I'd have to check.
Yeah, you could do that. That would be great. We've had a few professional shooters raise their concerns about that. Can't ask you that. Can't ask you that. Can I just quickly go to the issue that my colleague raised with questions on notice regarding the commemorative event with the firearms registry, where you invited Walter Mitkak and you actually paid for his attendance. Who authorised the ticket sales for that regulatory police event?
So I believe in the response to the question or notice was the commander of the firearms registry.
So he organised it being a ticket event? Did
was-
that
there
have to
was-
be approved in writing from anyone?
There was
other than him?
there was an organisation committee for which he was then a part of.
Okay. Was Treasury or Police Finance consulted as to making it a ticketing event?
Not
Or
Treasury,
ticketed?
but Police Finance was.
Okay. Was ticketing for cost recovery, or was it for attendance control?
Well, ticketing enables a number of things. Firstly, yes, cost recovery, but then also being able to schedule the event properly so you know who's coming, etc.
Was it about controlling attendance, or who attended?
Not about who attended, but obviously to get the numbers so you know how to cater an event. That's what's worthwhile with it.
Were any licensed clubs, dealers or advisory council representatives formally invited?
No.
Why not? Given that they have also supported the registry in some of the work that the registry's done over that time period.
And I agree they have, but from my understanding, the committee, it was decided that it was a 50-year commemorative event for the registry. Internal police were invited who had previously worked there, former plus current, and then stakeholders from various jurisdictions. So it wasn't a decision to not to, it was just an internal policing event.
You appreciate the optics though, you invite one side of the argument but don't invite the other side. If it was just a commemorative group, you wouldn't have invited either.
It wasn't about politics. Walter was invited to talk about real life trauma of horrendous firearms crime because his whole family were killed in Port Arthur. So that's what he was invited to talk about.
It's over to the opposition.
There's a bit all over the place, but I think it's for you, Commissioner Smith. In relation to each local area command, can you provide me with the figures relating to those local area commands where you have an embedded mental health clinician, and what is the average tenure of those clinicians?
I can. Currently, we have 27 mental health clinicians. Generally, those clinicians look after, depending upon where they are around the state, they could cover anywhere from 2 to sort of 4 business units, but I can give you where those actually come from.
Okay.
Yes.
And the average tenure for clinicians?
That would take a little bit more time, but yes, I can do that on notice.
Okay.
Sir, yes.
And additionally, and this again might be to either you or Commissioner Haywood, has the firearm import licence been suspended? All firearm import licences been suspended?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of?
No.
And there is still ongoing opportunity for the police to import firearms?
I'm not aware of any issues in terms of
I think you might be referring to the B709 permit.
Correct.
Yeah. Not currently. I'm aware that Commonwealth did pass legislation in terms of that permit process. So that hasn't come in force, but so we're still treating it as we have previously.
So when do you expect it to come into force?
I'd have to check. I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. Can I ask in relation to, and this is this arose out of a bit of a story that I saw at the paper, but it gives rise to a serious issue. When police grant bail, and people have reporting conditions attached to that bail, how do you ascertain whether the person turning up for the bail condition is the person charged with the offence?
I'm pretty sure there's in most police stations there's fingerprint or photo.
So it's a fingerprint and face recognition.
It's a face recognition. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure what the software is everywhere. So, but I know.
Is that the case to your understanding, Commissioner?
Yeah, I believe that's the case, Mr.
So
Chair.
it's face recognition and so the person turning up on a bail reporting requirement would provide a fingerprint, or alternatively they have a face recognition scan.
I believe that's the case.
So in circumstances where someone was asked outside a police station, are you such and such a person, and they said no, you would find that surprising?
Sorry, they turned up to report.
The person was not the person who had the reporting requirement attached to them in relation to the offence.
I'd appreciate if you could provide some details, or certainly whether it's outside of here. I'd like to know the circumstance.
And I understand that, but at any rate, it just gives. I suppose it gives rise to this: is it possible for people to use body doubles for the purpose of their reporting requirements? There's no one resembles.
I think that's a hypothetical question that I can't answer.
Unless the recognition was up to scratch. Can I?
An insight into your mind, Mr. Tudor.
I saw a particular story online, which, and I thought this was a very unusual story. Are they required to take off face coverings when you attend for bail conditions? For bail reporting?
Sorry, can you just repeat that, Mr. Tudor?
People required to remove face coverings when they turn up for reporting on bail conditions?
They can, the cops will do that. Pardon? The cops will do that if they need to identify.
I'm just being advised that the police can ask that if they need to identify the person.
Operationally, at a PAC or PD, if someone turns up and they've got hoodie on and sunglasses or whatever, they can be asked to remove them, whether as an operational matter, just to confirm that they are who they are and they align with the bail reporting card, basically.
You've been very long-suffering, Mr. Demeto. Can I just ask you about what the balance that you're currently holding in relation to the Criminal Assets Recovery Act?
In regard to the balance, I can tell you what we've restrained this year up to now.
Is what?
I can tell you what we've restrained.
Yes.
For this financial year up to now, more or less.
How much is that?
About 120 million.
You've recovered?
No, we've restrained.
Restrained.
I can give you the recovery amount.
Recovered amount?
So from 1st July 2025 to 31st of January this year, 24.3 million.
In terms of disbursement out of that account over the last year, what disbursements have you made?
Well, it doesn't go to us, it goes to the government in the revenue, and then the legislation actually does stipulate in section 32 where the money gets goes from there.
And at the last estimates, Commissioner Barnes, your predecessor, indicated that he would not give up pursuing Eddie Obeid in relation to his ill-gotten gains. Tell us where that's up to.
Well, we do have a number of investigations which are looking at property and interests that may be linked to the Obeid family. But they're still ongoing, so there's not much more I can say in regard to that.
Can you tell us how much you're actually spending on that pursuit?
I can't say that at the moment, but we are also reviewing some of the more historical information, given some of the legislative amendments that happened last year. So we are reviewing some of the old evidence that we have in regard to that.
Okay. Can I ask someone about RBT testing? Who's best to ask about that?
Deputy Commissioner Pizzanis like that one.
Yeah, he likes that. Good.
I love it.
I'm sure that's the case.
Thank you, sir.
How many RBT tests have been carried out in the last 6 months?
All right, so just excuse me for a second.
Why did I think that you would be prepared for that question?
I don't know. Just let me find it in here. Yeah, I've got it here. Thank you. Righto, so basically through Operation Raid, I don't know if I've got it for 6 months, but you're talking about numbers,
yep.
Mr. Tudorhope?
Yes.
So RBT, over the raid period, say even just for February just gone, we conducted 121,435 RBT tests across New South Wales. That was just for that last raid. 9,126 random drug tests. Out of that result, we had 167 PCA charges, so that's for alcohol. And we had 648 positives for drug presence out of those 9,000 roadside drug tests. And there are a whole bunch of other infringements for speed and other matters that went with that. Now that's just for that raid period. In terms of, sort of can go through 2025 in totality for RBT, it'd just be a little bit difficult to break.
Are the numbers falling or increasing in relation to testing?
Increasing. We're actually seeing a percentage increase from last year in terms of, I think it was a 40% increase in terms of RBT. We exceeded that 4 million test mark in terms of random breath tests. right across New
Are
South Wales.
Are we meeting the Ausroad standard in relation to the number of breath tests that are that we should be making in relation to licence holders?
Yeah, I don't think that's ever been really agreed or accepted. We certainly work with Transport around what's an appropriate level of random breath tests, drug tests and other forms of enforcement in terms of our ongoing partnership with Transport, but we've never committed that this amount of RB2, for example, 3.5 million a year is the sweet spot, the perfect spot. We aspire for...
You think that, is it your view that 3.5 is about the right...
No, it's not about how many. To be honest, we have never as an organisation settled on a figure that says this is exactly the right amount. We look at the road toll, we look at our holistic enforcement strategy around speeding and other forms of impairment, fatigue, reasons behind crashes and the like.
Are you able to provide, and maybe this is on notice, by postcode where RBT testing occurs?
That's a massive piece of work. In terms, there's a lot of manual analytics around that. I don't think it's impossible, but I couldn't do it now.
No.
For RBT,
yeah,
as in random drug testing.
And random drug testing.
We'd have to take it on notice and take it away, but it's a massive exercise.
Is it? I would have thought with AI these days you can do everything within the click of a mouse. But
for what period? Can you be specific about when you need, for what period of time?
I will ask it as a question on notice, so that you get the specific. Perhaps I'll hand over.
Yeah. Who can I ask about procurement? Drones, wands?
Procurement, I think maybe Mr. Smith.
You can ask me some questions about
Mr. Smith, where are we in the last year? How many wands have we bought to assist police with Jack's Law and knife enforcement?
I might get Mr. Cook to confirm this, but it's my understanding it's 150.
We've bought 150,
Yeah,
and
that's correct.
how many commands and districts are they allocated across?
They're allocated right across the metropolitan area, and I assume there'll be some in the regional areas as well.
So how many commands and districts are there? How many did each get on average?
I'll take that on notice. I'm not sure.
Great, thank you. And are we going to be buying more? Is there an expectation that this will be something that every police officer will have access to?
Not at this point.
What's the expectation? What's the anticipated ceiling of buying wands?
I don't know that we've put our minds to that yet, sir.
Who would know that? Who sets that policy?
I think we're still assessing the effectiveness of it and how much we will use it, how many we need. I'm not sure that we would be able to answer that in the short term.
And where do the wands come from, Australia or overseas?
I think there's two models. One is a overseas model and the other one's an Australian model.
Okay, overseas where?
I can't answer that. I'll take that on notice.
That'd be great, thank you. And the drones that we're using in Moree, how many drones have we acquired?
At Moree?
Yeah, for Moree. Yeah.
There's two.
Two?
They're a pair.
Okay, and so they have to fly together then?
No.
Okay. So does that mean that we can't have quad, or would they have to be a pair?
They come as far as the manufacturer, they come as a pair and they interoperate. But I don't want to go too much into the methodology, but I could certainly provide information as required.
How much does each drone cost?
Again, in terms of the procurement side of it, I haven't got the information here. But
Who could help me?
I can take that on notice and
That'd
certainly
be great.
provide
And
that.
what's the operating cost per hour?
I can't answer that at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of that cost saving, but there's certainly a massive cost benefit realisation in terms of having them piloted remotely.
Do they have a night vision capacity?
They do, ma'am, yeah.
Okay. And are they subject to the Surveillance Devices Act?
They are, yes.
Okay. So they would be treated in the same way as what police body-worn camera?
It's a good way of looking at it. I think it's comparable.
Right.
We have to comply with Privacy Law
Yep.
Act and regulations, certainly. We have to comply with the rigorous CASA Act and regulations in terms of flight. We certainly have to comply with the Surveillance Devices Act and the way we manage, store and treat information and evidence that we obtain has to be treated accordingly.
So what happens, so I'm walking down the high street of Moree on my way back from the mineral bath, so I'm in my swimming costume and towel. What happens to that footage that I don't want anybody else to see?
I don't think we'd be taking pictures
Oh
of
no, but I'm
people
next to a miscreant, and so I'm in the same way that police body-worn camera can collect incidental footage?
The Moree drone trial is not about indiscriminately filming people moving around the town of Moree. It's actually used for a very, very specific purpose, as a response to crime, as a response to emergencies, and it's for public safety purposes.
So
it's not about indiscriminate surveillance of people.
How long does it take from the time, is it what a police officer in Moree calls a drone in?
No, the operators in the remote operating centre at Bankstown will be monitoring our dispatch system and radio, and effectively the drone itself can be mobilised very quickly.
How long does it take to get the drone up and running?
It can be almost instantaneous.
Okay.
It's very quick.
And is there any intention for them to be operating permanent surveillance?
It's not a surveillance device as such. It's a tool like any other aviation asset. It's like a helicopter or a plane. We've been utilising drones in the police since 2015 to respond to crime and public safety and emergencies and the like.
Okay.
It's not designed as a surveillance device. That's a falsity.
And is it anticipated that it be rolled out to other centres?
After the trial, certainly the Commissioner and the group that are looking at this, I sit over the top as a sponsor because it's in regional. Certainly looking at any of the issues that are ironed out around the technology, the use and otherwise, we'll be certainly having discussions about the utility of rolling this out in other locations.
Can I just say, just to add to that, Ms Carter, it's very much bringing capability out into regional areas. So at the moment, as you know, to actually get a manned aircraft out there can take a period of time. It's very much about prevention and detection of crime, but it's also about enhancing safety. One of the risks as a police force, certainly with communities where we have a stolen vehicle and a pursuit, being able to put a drone over the top of a pursuit very quickly, or if just say youth are intending to bait police in vehicles or on motorbikes, it takes away the need for a police car to follow closely in pursuit, so it reduces the likelihood of an impact or a threat.
I know, it's, I'm just deeply curious, to be honest. And in terms of, I guess, capital works, who can help me with questions about that?
Mr Smith.
I owe you a Christmas present, Mr Smith, I think. The capital expenditure year on year, sort of last financial year to the one before, going up, going down?
It's remaining stable. Our capital program, we are allocated $340 million in a capital program, as well as around $77 million in lease and associated expenses to that program itself.
But given inflation, given the movements in the property market, lease prices, remaining stable really means falling behind, doesn't it?
Obviously, we operate within our budget that we are provided, and we do make submissions in relation to our capital program, and that forms part of all investment prioritisation cycles.
Right, okay. Can you give me an update on Revesby Police Station? What's happening?
What's going on with Revesby? So I can, obviously, our Infrastructure and Assets Command has been working very closely with Council and also the Federal Roads in relation to what is happening with that parcel of land. We are certainly working towards the acquisition of a parcel of land that is adjacent or next to the Revesby Police Station, to make sure that when that road design is finalised, and there will be some impacts in terms of access to the police station, we will have parking in that space. So that decision has not been finalised in terms of the acquisition of the land itself. However, we're working very closely and meeting constantly with the council and required. But in terms of the design around the upgrades to Revesby, that is progressing well. So when we get the appropriate approvals as to what we can upgrade in terms of the car park, we will certainly and will be ready to go to do that.
So the intention is to relocate it to a very close site. Is that?
It's actually I believe it's behind or next to the Revesby Police Station around the corner, which would alleviate the parking issues that are being incurred around the
And
changing
there were
of the road.
highway patrol issues, I believe, with
highway
the location
patrol,
of that.
yeah, they have their vehicles there, so they need the appropriate parking and access and egress.
Right. And with respect to, I think we've discussed a lot, difficulties of regional policing numbers, retention. Does the New South Wales Police Force have a current policy on the provision of housing for regional staff to support retention in regional postings?
That's me again. So we are certainly part of the key worker housing program. I do have the figures here in relation to the numbers that we currently have. So in terms of since that program, we approximately 70 new and refurbished homes have been delivered to date, and a further 22 are in progress and planned as part of the program. They are across multiple regional and remote locations.
Right.
Obviously, as part of the remote and regional incentives, as part of our police officers who go into those locations, they do receive rental subsidy either via 3% rent or reduced market rent. And obviously we have hundreds of properties which are managed by Homes New South Wales police residences under that portfolio in terms of making sure that our officers do have locations to live where they work.
Sorry, excuse my ignorance. What does 3% rent mean? 3% of what?
3% of the market value.
Okay.
Mr. Bennett, we're nearly there, folks. We're so close. Mr. Benasiak.
Thank you. Just picking up on the Honourable Damien Stewart's question about the import bans. My understanding that I've just received from industry is that the B709 imports have been cancelled. That's in force. And I've also received advice that law enforcement are being also captured under that by the federal government. So I guess the question is, whether you are seeking exemptions.
I'm not aware of it. I'll take that on notice. Absolutely.
Thank you. And just quickly on notice, can you take on notice as to whether club armourer licences are going to be captured by the cap? And if so, we've had advice that registry is telling club armourers that they're also capped at 10.
That's not my understanding, is that they come within like a dealer's licence. And I specifically asked that question. They're not capped at 10 because they can possess firearms for the purpose of being an armourer, and that's it.
Yeah.
On the premises approved in the licence.
It's generally based on level of storage, the quality of storage or level of storage.
So yeah, that's certainly not my understanding.
Thank you.
I just want to finish on this. Commissioner Lanyon, I did apologise to you because I did misquote something you said into the media about police pursuits, and I did apologise. I won't go into the detail of that, but I do publicly apologise to you because I did misquote you.
Thank you,
I
Ms.
said you said something and it was another officer who had said the thing, and I apologise. But I am concerned, as you know, again, a 64-year-old teacher, a charity director and an 84-year-old woman were killed in yet another police pursuit on 16 February. Data from the most recent police annual report shows New South Wales Police undertook 5,029 pursuits, 468 pursuits resulted in collision. The number of injuries and deaths resulting from police pursuits is steadily increasing. The coroner keeps telling us that they are very concerned. When are we going to stop the way we pursue in high-speed chases?
Yeah, Ms Higginson, obviously pursuits are a very valid police operation, and we need to make it very clear that where people are committing offences or serious offences, police need to have that as a weapon in their arsenal. But I share your concern. I'm concerned about the safety of officers, the safety of innocent persons who may be impacted, and obviously those that are pursued there. On the 13th of January, I commissioned an evidence-based review of police pursuits. Again, not to stop police pursuits, but to make sure we're balancing our role to prevent, detect and respond to crime, but also with safety for the community and for our officers. Deputy Commissioner Bazanos is conducting that review for me. It is due back in April.
Thank you.
And the focus of that will be to ensure that we do, where we can, maximise safety as much as possible. Like you, I've met with Dr. Elizabeth Adamson, whose husband was tragically killed when a vehicle being pursued and a vehicle trying to evade police collided with his vehicle. It's impossible not to be impacted and affected by speaking to someone who has tragically lost a loved one. This is about getting the balance right. I need criminals to know that the New South Wales Police Force will apprehend them if they do that, but I also want the public to know that I'm very keen to make sure both the lives of innocent people, the lives of my police officers are made as safe as possible.
I wonder, is the future drones? Is that rather than on the road, these high-speed chases?
Where we
Cars?
can, we absolutely get an aerial asset above it, so we don't have to have police vehicles chase. That is the intent. And as I said, so Polyair Remote that we spoke about at Moree, the trial of that, part of that is to actually reduce the need for police vehicles to pursue.
Thank you. We've got a couple of minutes and then we're in government time.
Forbes Police Station, is that you, Mr. Bazanos?
It is, yeah.
So last time we met, there appeared to be no plans to change the staffing hours. Has that changed at all?
That hasn't changed, ma'am, at all. No.
So have you looked at the Boxar data in relation to the Forbes local government area in the last 12 months?
Probably not in the last 12 months, no, not specifically.
It shows increased crime, so I'm just wondering what the threshold is for, like if crime's increasing in the Forbes local government area, shouldn't that be reflected in policing in the Forbes local government area?
I think what we have done, and I think this is very much a positive in terms of our relationship with the Mayor of Forbes and other stakeholders, is we have had an increased sort of surge response in terms of the police presence there without enhancing the number of police and rostered shifts. Certainly.
Sorry, if I could just clarify, where does the surge come from?
They come from the Central West PD, Police District and others. So
where are they taken from while they're surging in Forbes?
Yeah, they might be taken from Orange. It might be taken from one of the sector centres from Orange.
So that means Orange is down, Forbes is up, and then it seesaws back? Is that how it works?
Not really. It's not at all. It's planned, it's pre-planned, so we don't have an impact on our first response and other policing. Our resources, as you know, in regional are moved pretty much agilely, dynamically around police sectors as required, because we recognise with the number of police stations that we have out there, it'd be ideally for us, it'd be great to have police in every police station 24 hours a day, but it's just not possible, nor is it supported by the data and the need. So we do our best to sort of push in and enhance as required, and Forbes is one of those locations we do that in.
Okay. How many regional New South Wales police stations are currently operating below their authorised officer strength?
I might have to defer to my colleague there, Mr. Smith.
Sorry, Mr. Smith. How many regional police stations operating below their authorised officer strength?
I will take that on notice,
Sorry.
but I also don't.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
And I don't say this lightly.
Yeah.
I would be very surprised if not all of our regional police stations are operating below their authorised strength, and that would be the same for PACs.
Thank you. We're now in government.
Bring it home.
There's.
I don't have a question for Mr. Smith, so that's probably. But through you, Chair, Commissioner, can I take this opportunity to sincerely thank you, all the witnesses who have attended the hearing today, and indeed the members of the New South Wales Police Force and staff for the outstanding work that you do for and on behalf of the citizens of the state in what can be not just difficult but also very dangerous circumstances. I can assure you all that the community holds you in high regard and are most grateful for all that you do to protect and keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. Just if I could just quickly respond and just to say on behalf of the officers who work tirelessly each and every day, they know how proud I am, and it's really lovely to hear them being acknowledged for their work. I think they do a brilliant job for the community.
Please pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, so thank you very much, all government officers, for your attendance today The committee secretariat, as always, will be in touch in the near future regarding any questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions. And on behalf of the committee, thank you very much for your time. I know it takes preparation as well to come here, so thank you very much for that. You know we are always so deeply appreciative of your time and your staff.
Thank you, Ms Higginson. I know you've given the final close. Can I just correct one record, if that's possible? I think Mr Tudor-Hope asked about bail reporting.
Yes.
The procedure I gave was obviously for a charge process. I might just hand over to Assistant Commissioner Hayward just for the automated bail reporting system.
Just need to correct that response. I said I believe that some locations either fingerprint or facial recognition was used. It's a photo that does come up on a system, and then they get a receipt for that in the police station. So I thought it was being trialled at locations, etc. I've been told it's not, in terms of facial recognition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.